Jenkins Roofing. So I'm also his client.
This is the lightest
just
microphone.
press
Is
this
this really a
again,
real
press
microphone?
Yeah, it's just that there's a little nugget in there.
Oh, wow. It's
Yeah.
the tiniest microphone. Okay, well, thank you all for coming. How many people we got online today? Anybody?
It's a stream that
All
goes
right.
to our YouTube
Okay.
channel. So
Well,
we're really
good deal. Well, thank you all for having us today. I know we know many faces in the room. Anybody not know me or us or John or Jenkins Roofing? Anybody not know us? Okay, great. That's good. Oh, good. Oh, a new person. Okay. Well, again, if you know us, great. If you don't, Jenkins Roofing is here in Arlington. We've been in the area for 58 years in February. So my grandfather started the company. It's a family business through and through. And our entire focus is always about the customer and what the customer needs, right? So what we're trying to do all the time for realtors specifically is focus on your buyer, your seller, right? How can we help you close your deal? How can we help you get whatever needs to be done so that you get the deal closed? And so we know we operate on those in a little bit of different ways each time for whatever is needed for the deal. And so remember, the biggest thing I would say I want to leave y'all with, and the ask that I'll have, is get a roof inspection regardless of what you think the roof looks like, okay? It's important to do that, especially if you have a listing. You want to get that done before you even start thinking about listing the house. Hey, let me get my roofer out there. It's not going to cost anything. We'll get a nice report, because you want to tackle those items before you start figuring out that there's a problem, because then you got, issues around timing, right? And so just my ask would be, whether it's us or somebody else, get a roofer out there to look at it and get an inspection done. It's something that I know a lot of folks over the years have said, well, Todd, I really don't want to waste your time, right? And what I tell people is, hey, if I could bring you 10 different people that are interested in possibly buying a home, wouldn't you want to meet with all 10, even if 6 or 7 we're not really that serious right now? We want to get on 10 roofs, even if 7 of them don't need anything right now. Okay, so it's a very good thing for us to get out there and help you help us, because the more we can build a relationship together, the better everything is going to be for your buyers and sellers. And so thank you very much. Is there any questions anybody has about anything roofing related, insurance related, things that are going on in the market today? Anyone have one? I'd love to just have one question. Come on, somebody can.
Are roof prices going down?
Actually, I'll tell you this. Out of COVID,
I'm going to bet no.
I will say
I don't
this.
know anything that prices are going down.
I have had the longest price stability that I've ever had in 8 years in our business right now. Wow. Which is kind of interesting, right? Now, the reason is because they yank the prices up so hard every 3 months for 3 years that, I don't know what's going on with these greedy guys way up at the top at all these companies, but during COVID and the Ukraine war, all that stuff, it was getting so crazy. Like literally a roof cost twice as much within a 5-year period. And so now it's kind of like stabilized for a good while. And that's good. We're just waiting on it to come back up. So yeah, prices aren't going down like lumber sometimes. Roofing has been, but it's been stable. So it's been a good thing.
What's the most common roof you put on a home nowadays?
It's a good question. So the most common roof we're putting on now is called a Class 3 impact resistant shingle, which means that it has a 30% discount on insurance premiums. Okay, and we're doing it out of the box as like if you have an insurance claim, you get a Class 3 roof. You don't have to pay extra for it. Okay, and so it's really something that's standardized. That's that pricing. Like the shingles we've been using forever, GAF, HD, they became Class 3 last year. So we don't have to pay extra to get that. And so your buyers and sellers can really profit from that when they start figuring out how to save money on their insurance.
So when you say class 3, back in the day, we say pay a 10-year, 15-year, 20-year, 30-year.
Yes, sir.
How does that equate?
To be a 30-year shingle is how the old school way of talking about it. There's really only 2 classes of shingles that you would find, a Class 3 or a Class 4. There's not a Class 1, there's not a Class 2. It's either Class 0, Class 3, or Class 4. And so Class 4 would be a 40-year, and Class 3 would be a 30-year. Okay.
What is the general window that a customer has to file that insurance claim for their roof? Because I understand with all the insurance regulations, there's been some changes.
Because insurance companies don't expect homeowners to get up on their roof and look for hail damage, there's a 2-year window that most insurance companies have to be able to file a claim from a storm. It's a pretty generous window. Some companies is 1 year. Still a generous window because of how much hail we get in the area. And so even if a hailstorm is a little bitty, it's still a new date of loss that we could use for a hail event.
How about if, when did that apply applies to.
Wind applies as well, yes. So they have 2 years in most cases. Yeah.
But I guess
There's
the
really
help
not.
is to know what your window is.
Yes.
Okay.
And so we also have, and we're going to have on our website soon, an ability, you can call us anytime, text us and say, hey, can you just tell me when the last hail date was on this address? We can get it back to you within 10 minutes. Yeah, just to tell you when the last storm was. But
That could save a deal. You know, if
Yes.
we could file a claim
Yes.
and get that roof.
the biggest problem that you'll have in your world is when somebody has just recently bought a home, they can't use a storm date from last year because they didn't own it.
Right.
Right? So that's why it's important that the seller has to file it because they had the insurance, right? The buyer can't really file it once they buy the house.
And throwing pebbles up on the roof won't count.
No golf balls and socks.
Hey, Todd, can I
Yeah,
add one more
yeah,
thing,
yeah.
too? So, I know that, hi, guys, I'm John Witherwax, in case we haven't met. I know that over the course of your career, you guys become kind of an expert, subject matter expert in so many aspects of the house, the construction of it, especially new construction focus. So one thing I want to leave you with, kind of like a third little nugget that will help you and also make you look like the subject matter expert to your clients is one of the things you might not know is that black shingle roofs, black shingles, asphalt shingles, those are the most difficult to spot hail damage. So when you see one, that should be a red flag to you to say, hey, we really need to get somebody out here to take a look at this. Because if you can imagine, all of those shingles are made with black tar, right? Black asphalt. So the orange roofs, the red roofs, the tan roofs, when hail hits those, it knocks off those granules and you can see that black underneath. As you can imagine, with the popular black roofs that most folks are putting on their painted houses with the dark trim, right? Those are going to be the ones that are even harder to spot, especially any damage from the ground. So when you see those roofs, just turn and look at your client and say, you got to get somebody up there. I mean, those are the hardest ones to find the damage and to get the claim on. So anyway, just a third nugget for you to make you look like the subject matter expert when it comes to roofs. So.
Do you guys do the paperwork for them, or they have to do it? Like all the their insurance paperwork? You guys?
We will walk them through file and claim. We have all the major insurance providers' numbers on our phones, all their claim numbers. So we'll walk them through it. We'll call them on our phone, put them on speakerphone, introduce ourselves to the agent, make sure the agent or the adjuster that they're working with knows that we're on the line with them, and we'll just walk them through how to do it. The most important detail that we can help them with during that process is giving them the data loss to make sure that they don't say a data loss that would exclude them from somehow getting disqualified for the claim. So.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys, and we very much appreciate you. All right, so without further ado, we have our regional director, Tommy Flood, who you've taught this how many times? Like 3 times now in other market centers, and he's going to share some systems.
This is number 7.
Number 7. So he knows what he's doing, I'm pretty sure. All right, so Tommy, you ready?
Yeah, just a second. All right, sorry, I have to send this back. I am single dadding today. My wife is down in Austin. My wife, Therese Flood's down in Austin, serving on the Keller Williams Team Leader Advisory Council. So she's got a group, there's a group of like 5 of them that go down once a year, and they're working on how to put together what 26 looks like as far as what the leaders in our office needs and so forth. So I'm Tommy Flood. I'm the Director of Growth for the Go Network. I'm the Regional Director for North Texas, New Mexico, Memphis. I'm the Monday Market Update guy. I wear a lot of different hats. I've probably interacted with you in one way or another over the past several years. As I said, my favorite roles are I am Mr. Teresa Flood, and I am the dad of the twins. I have twin 13-year-old girls. Yeah. And they're a blast right now. They're fun. It's exciting. I feel like every year gets better. We did tip our toe into teenage middle school drama just this in 2025 for the first time. But I mean, 2 years later, and I thought it was going to happen, so that's good.
Buckle up.
Yeah, we're ready. I'm going to be right. My kids make good decisions. That's about all I can ask for so far. So far, they make good decisions. I reserve the right to next year when I stand in front of you to say that's changed.
You got 3 more years till
Yeah.
you turn 16. It's a whole lot funner.
Well, I'm just going to say, here's the thing. I'm trusting that they take after my wife and not after me. It's going to change if they take after me. It's going to only get better if they take after my wife. So we'll see how that plays out and goes with it. They actually, scary thing, side note, scary thing, my kids go to the middle school that I went to.
Oh.
Where I did not make good decisions.
Whoa.
It didn't really hit me until a couple years ago when I dropped them off there for 6th grade the first day, and I pulled up, and it just all at once. I don't know why I hadn't thought about it at all. We laughed and joked. I was an athlete there. I was in the 4x100 meter relay. I was one of the. We set the school record. My name was on the wall until like probably 7 years ago. I was, all that. I remembered all of that stuff. But I pulled up that day and I said to myself, "Wait a minute. I know what boys do in that hall." And we got this close to homeschooling. Like I almost just pulled right through the carpool line and kept on going, locked the door, said, "Nope, y'all aren't getting out." It might honestly would have happened had I not had 2 of their friends in the car that I had to drop off at school on the same day. Or we may have gone on.
So you know where the hiding nooks are?
Now, unfortunately, they've remodeled the school. It hardly even looks the same, so it's a little bit different in that front. But I'm sure the boys' behavior is not a whole lot different. Let's just say that. At least some of them. I do know that I don't understand teenagers. Just so you know, I did spend, my wife and I spent 15 years attached in some way to some form of youth ministry. We were youth ministers out of church for a while. We started a couple of Bible school and intern programs. Moved on to be a senior associate pastor in a church, but we ran the college intern and the Bible college and the intern program that were there. So we're still connected to college students. It's funny, my kids are now 13. This was the age I really didn't like dealing with when I was vocationally in ministry because they wanted to do things like lock-ins. And that is not, I never, no matter how young I was, lock-in was not a good thing for me. I love dealing with teenagers and college kids when they wanted to go to Starbucks and have a coffee and talk. Like I could do that all day long. Little history, and I'm going to give a history for a little bit of a second because I do think it is, I do think it's important because how many of you have taken business planning clinic in the past? See how it hands. Okay. So about two-thirds of us. Okay. So we are going to very similarly follow the same models. However, we're going to talk about it a little bit differently. The reason we're going to talk about it differently is because we know, and I'll get into this, we know that what our industry is becoming is different than what it's been. As a matter of fact, I would encourage you, I'm going to give you, today, just so you know, I'm going to give homework assignments throughout the day. Because if I didn't give homework assignments throughout the day, we'd be here till 5 o'clock, right? Because normally this is an all-day, 9 to 5 class. And I know y'all do not want to listen to me for 8 hours today. I know that to be true. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about some stuff. We're going to start some projects, and then you're going to take home an assignment. Right? And that way you have between now and January 1st to get ready to run for the year. I love January 1st and the beginning of a new year. And I'll tell you why I do in real estate specifically. We all start with 0 homes sold. No matter what our business is this year, every single one of us start at the exact same point come January 1st. As a matter of fact, because January 1st is a holiday, we don't even get a closing on January 1st. We actually hit January 2nd, all at the same spot. But I will tell you the difference between those of us that excel and have personal best years and those of us that maybe struggle to even hit last year's numbers is how fast we hit January 1st. How fast are we moving? Do we have a head start? Are we in full momentum? Or are we starting to crank the tractor on January 2nd? Which one are we going to be doing? This course today is to help us get our mind and our strategy in place so that we can begin to do the activities that allow us to hit January 2nd full steam ahead. Is that good with y'all? Yes. I got into real estate, I got in the mortgage side in 1992. Why does that matter other than just to express that I'm old? What it means is, what I'll tell you is my first job in real estate was I was a government loan processor. So I processed FHA and VA streamlined refinances. And at that time, we had just seen a dip in mortgage rates, and we were refinancing people that were either at 11 to 13.5% down to 8 or 8.5%. We were able to get 8 or 8.5% and get enough premium in that loan to turn around and pay all of their closing costs, all of their prepaids, everything like that, get it all included in the loan so that they could do a no-cost streamlined refinance at that price. And they were dancing in the streets for 8.5, like literally going nuts about it. I did that for about a year, and then I moved into the operations side of the mortgage company. I ended up running the closing, shipping, funding, and insuring department at the mortgage department, and I got an opportunity. A friend of mine created a software product. He created an algorithm that downloaded the MLS onto a CD-ROM. Now, this is 1994, so this is high-tech stuff here. And I'm saying that because I want to talk about some changes I've seen over the last 33 years and why I think we're about to see some more. Okay, so he created, now I want you to picture this. At this time, 1994, offices had access to MLS, and that was it. You couldn't have it at your house, couldn't have it on a phone. We didn't have a phone that had the internet on it. If you needed to see MLS, you went to the office and you signed on to MLS and you looked at it, or you had this little thing called the MLS book. The MLS, how many of you did not know we used to have an MLS book, honestly? Okay, so yeah, that's right. Perfectly okay, right? So it was basically, I found out this year, I used to always reference the MLS book as saying it was like the Auto Trader for homes, and then half the room still didn't know what the heck the Auto Trader was. And I thought, man, I am really getting old. But so we used to have this book that basically had a black and white picture and the property description of the house, and it would have about 9 per page. And so it was about that thick, and it was all of MLS. There you go. This is what's active right now. Here you go. And then there was a piece in the back that just had the most recent solds. Like it had like the last 90 days of solds that were in there, so you could have that and be able to access that as well. Anyway, we used that book, and here's the crazy thing about a lot of that. Most of the agent population relied upon that book because they didn't. This is so funny. They relied upon the book because they didn't trust the MLS computer in the office. Just think about how ridiculous that sounds. Yeah.
So how often they?
Every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks. So think about this. You would take a listing. You could take a listing on a Thursday and it not fall. If you got it in on Thursday, it didn't fall into the book for 17 days. Think about that. As a matter of fact, y'all know the DISC profile, right? The D, I, S, and C. And we say, as long as I've been in leadership, it feels like 20 plus, 25 years, the ideal or what we consider to be a really successful DISC profile for a mega agent has always been a DI or an ID, meaning they are a driver and an influencer, or they use influence and then drive behind it. Back in that day, the ideal DISC profile was an SC.
I can see that because DI would be driving in places.
Yes, they did about 17 days is too dang short. And what you had to be is you had to have that SC in you to be able to be systematized in how you were going to get your listings in front of other realtors and other brokerages during that 2-week window. You had to have a systematized approach to market your listings at a high level. And we're actually kind of seeing a little bit of a slant back towards that as we see technology play into place. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if you're a high I like myself, using technology for business becomes difficult because I'm distracted by squirrels and end up doom scrolling. I have every good intention to step in and go, and to do. I'm going to accomplish something today, and then look at that advertisement. I want to see what's over there. But so we came down. My friend he did it. So we actually the CD-ROM came out every week. It was so number one, more frequent data. So needless to say, easy sale. right? 'Cause I was the head of the sales team. He was head of technology. I took it across the country, went and opened markets with it, had so much fun. We sold this little bitty machine called a Sony Pix player. And it basically, this keyboard lifted up, you put it in the box and then it had this monochrome screen. And you could sit there in your car and look at houses and search for houses and do stuff. You could do a full drop-down menu search and everything. But even more fun, you could, you know those, remember they still have them, some of them, but we just don't ever look at them anymore. On the back of the TVs, they used to have those red, white, and yellow AV jacks. Yep, you could plug that in to the Sony Pix player, and I get this. 1994, I could sit in your living room. I could search for properties, ask you questions, put in your criteria, and we would have color photos of the front of the house right there on the screen. Now, I didn't have any interior pictures, just the front of the house right there on the screen. We can say, here we go, let's go through these. But it was revolutionary to clienteles, right? And it was so different. It was so different, and technology moved at such a slow pace. We had about almost a 3-year run before we became obsolete. We didn't even realize we would be obsolete in 3 years because technology didn't change that fast like it does today. Nowadays, in the video game world, they say, if you have an idea, if it's not in the marketplace and a bestseller within 6 months, it's now out of date. Right? And I'm sure with AI coming, that's going to be even quicker, right? As we see things like that happening. My family owned a RE/MAX office. My family owned a mortgage company. All of the females in my family were real estate. All of the males in my family were mortgage, mostly loan officers. I was the first to jump ship and came over to the real estate side because I didn't get enough people interaction on the mortgage side. I wanted to talk to more people. I wanted to have more people interaction. I didn't get to see the closing. Back then, the mortgage loan officer, I had nothing to do. What I really found my niche in was coaching the agents and coaching the loan officers. I did mortgage loans I would say throughout the time when Teresa and I got into full-time vocational ministry. In case you don't know this about that world, you don't make any money. So we had champagne taste on a beer budget. And so we did real estate and mortgages as a dual career agent and loan officer. Well, Teresa's name was always on the contract. My name was on the 1003. I was the loan officer. She was the realtor. That way we tried to keep it clean and separate as much as possible. Teresa did dabble into mortgage loan officer for a little while. She says that it was funny, about 9 months after she got her loan officer's license, the state of Texas brought forth a bill that went to vote to require that people get certified, go through courses, take a test, and get a license. That they had to actually do something to get a license rather than just fill out a form to get a license. And my wife, Teresa, will tell you she is the reason you now have to take classes to be a licensed loan officer in the state of Texas. She's convinced of it because of how bad she was for 9 months in that role. But she jumped. She started doing real estate. I did that. In 2013, I became a team leader in Keller Williams of the Rockwall office. I started working that. Teresa later that year became co-team leader of Dallas Preston Road. During that time, we had just come out of I guess it would probably been my second valley that I had seen in real estate. My first one was in 98 to 2001. I saw a valley that happened there. Then, of course, with the Great Recession, we saw 9, 10, 11, and 12. We started going up through the year, but I kind of usually throw 12 in there as well. Usually our valleys are 3 to 4 years long. You can go back and look from 78 to 82. That's where one of our valleys were. Now we've seen 3 years of our valley. Quite honestly, I think our valley was only perpetuated by 2021 being such an amazing year. I believe 2020 would have begun the valley. We probably would already be out of it and going had we not had COVID, and that caused 2021 to be an abnormally big boom year for us. So I came in 2013. We were kind of starting to come back. I saw as being a team leader, I was helping people reestablish and gain the momentum of what was going through that market. To be co-team leader of the Dallas Preston Road office with my wife in 2016. In 2020, she fired me as her co-team leader. That's how she says it. And she fired me, and since this is being streamed on YouTube, I'm going to be nice. But I sat there, I became area director for the region. I became director of growth for Go. I then switched in 21 to be regional director for the region. I say all that to say, starting, I saw the rise in 92. I saw the dip in the late 90s. I saw the rise through 05, 06, 07, which were boom years for us. I saw the dips that we experienced there, and I saw the rise that came up from 13, 14, 15, 16, and then I've now, like all of us, I've lived through the last 3 years with us. And what I say, there's a big difference between markets shifts, industry shifts, and I'll tell you is a consumer shift. And the difference between the last 3 years is all three of those are happening at the same time. Homework assignment number 1. This week, Smokey Garrett, our OP, was the guest on Teresa's podcast, The Upside. It's an interview they did about a month ago, and it just aired this week. I would recommend, it's called The Upside with Teresa Flood. I would listen to this podcast, about 30-something minutes long. It's not a long episode at all. It's an interview with Smokey, and you're going to hear our OP's vision and conversation around change, disruption, the future agent, the future consumer, why we got to act a little different, why we need to think a little different, why we need to be where we are, and why we're betting on what we're betting on. And I think it's actually, if I would have known that it was dropping this week, the day before, I would have sent it out as homework, because it would have been a great mindset set and probably would have saved us an hour of conversation this morning, because you could have just already heard it straight from Smokey's mouth and probably in 30 minutes gotten a much clearer conversation with it. But I say all that to say I've watched, going all the way back to 92, my dad, when he got his broker's license in the early 80s, all the way through the change in team structure at Keller Williams, right? We went from a true MREA team model circa 2003 when the MREA came out, all the way through really 2013. 2014, our largest teams began to run more like a brokerage than a team. They became little mini brokerages inside. The result, we'll talk about that today. The result was profit margins got hit. And we'll talk about that this afternoon when we get into, right after lunch, when we get into preparing our budgets and looking at budgets for the year, because profit margins are the thing that got hit when that. Teams began to grow, they wanted to scale, and so the difference was profit margin. Not that they're making less money, they're just having to make more money to end up with the same, to net the same amount, right? I've seen agents change. I remember I went when I was very first a leader, early 2013, I went to an office and was sitting there in their sales meeting, and they had a panel talking about Facebook for real estate. And I was sitting there, I was waiting for my OP was in that room, and I was waiting for him to sign checks for me for my office. So I was listening to what was going on. And a lady raised her hand and she said, "This is all great, but Facebook is for kids, not for business." And the funny thing about that, it's just 12 years ago. Just 12 years ago, and she wasn't there. She was the only one that was willing to say it. She wasn't the only one that believed it. And she said, "I go to Facebook." Now, I will tell you this particular agent is still in the business. It's not with Keller Williams anymore. However, I have watched over the last 10 years her business do this. And why? Because she didn't adapt with the times. I'm not saying, Facebook is actually out of date now, right? I'm not saying that, but it wasn't about Facebook. It was about the mentality of the way we do things. What we do has not changed, but the way we do has. They used to say this to me all the time when I first got into the ministry world. The message hasn't changed, but the method has. Right? The way we do stuff is what changes. What we do at its core. That's why, even though we have gone through this and we're going to talk about everything in a different way, the models of your business haven't changed. How you execute those models are what has changed. And I'm going to ask, because we're going to talk, so in the original MREA business planning clinic, we spend the first like 2 hours of the day going through mindset, why we set goals the way we do, what's our big why, how MREA thinks, right? There's 9 ways an MREA thinks. We talk about thinking powered by a big why. We talk about thinking big goals and big models. And what we're going to do today during this first 2 sections, is we're going to talk about how does the agent of tomorrow think? And then we're going to talk about why we have to think that way and change the way we think, because how have our consumers changed? Right? Live question in the room. How many of you have felt a change in the behavior of your consumer in just 3 years? Like, I mean, go back to 22. We're going to do an exercise earlier in groups so we can get through that. Here's the conversation. Smokey brought this out. He called it old world, new world, old model, new model. I'm changing it to yesterday's agent, tomorrow's agent for the purposes of business planning. Bless you.
Thank you.
That is a great sneeze, by the way. It kind of scared me. Anyway, this is how Smokey described it. He said, we're living in a world where we have done business this way for a long time. And we know we're going to do business this way. The problem is we're sitting here with this way, yesterday's agent, the old model, the old world, literally is where we make the vast majority of our revenue. And this world is where we're going to make revenue. It's where the future profitability is. It's where the future opportunity is. The problem is things are happening so fast, we don't know how long the window is before we go from here to here. Right? And so I want to tell you this. How many of you have a buyer that, this is a side note, how many of you have buyers that are just kind of, they don't have any urgency right now? Yeah, right? Can I tell you, this is an old, we use this a lot of times when we're hiring agents. We talk about this. This is a sales technique. You want to do it with pure heart, pure motives. The reason that they don't have any urgency is because where they are and where they want to be feels close together for them. Urgency is created the wider the gap is between where someone is and where they want to be. And the wider that gap is, the more urgent they are to do something about that. All right, so yes.
What if you, so I currently have 2 clients.
Yep.
They're a married couple.
Mm-hmm.
Husband is, I want to buy. I'm sick of renting. This is not going how I planned. I want to buy.
Yeah.
Wife is absolutely not.
So I would tell you, first of all, have them seek counseling. You're not going to, and I'll also tell you, I've said this for 30-something years, and that is, and I don't mean this to be, I'm going to say this is traditional. I don't know that it applies, but traditional, they have a, what would be founded as a traditional sounding marriage, and that is wives buy and husbands sell.
Right.
Wives buy and husbands sell, so you need to work on the wife.
Well, anytime I bring it up to her, like
Yeah.
if we were just to sit there and talk about it, she literally will get up and walk out.
Yeah.
Not say a word.
Well, so here's what I'm saying. Her sense of where she is and where she wants to be are basically together. She's where she wants to be. The only way that you help someone in that world, it's the same thing we do in coaching, is you have to make the gap feel bigger. You have to spend more time listening. You have to spend more time asking questions. You have to spend more time figuring out what they really, where they really want to be. I don't mean house-wise, I mean in life, right? And it's probably emotional. Everything in life, this is not in the curriculum, this is just life. Everything in life is about emotion. You do not want more money. You want how you think you will feel from more money. You do not want a new house. You want what you think a new house will make you feel like. You do not want a new job. You want what you think that job will make you feel like. And so the conversation about that is you've got to make it emotional. That is why logic makes people think, but emotion makes them act. Because everything in life, a successful life, is about successful emotions. And that is our job as a trusted guide. And we're going to talk about that today, how our role switches from what we've always been to what we need to be. I say it as yesterday's agent and tomorrow's agent because I think today's agent is stuck in between them. It's almost like we're attached to both and we're getting yanked back and forth like this. It actually feels like it can be almost more work at times, right? Because we're having to plan for all of what could be, trying to figure out things like AI and what does it matter, what's good, what's not good, how do we use it, how do we not use it, but at the same time I know I got to do DT, D2. Right? Like I've got to have a 36 touch campaign, and yet what does GEO even mean? Are we talking about rocks? Like what is going on? And that's what we're going to talk about today, because as in the middle, we're sitting where two worlds literally are beginning to collide. And we're seeing it in changes every 6 to 9 months in our industry. And we're seeing it like in rapid change happening, big changes, sweeping changes, new players erupting. Dallas, Fort Worth, you know that we are one of 3 markets. When I travel the country and talk to other places and they find out we're from Dallas, Dallas is one of 3 places that the rest of the country says, oh, that's where everybody with a bad idea in real estate goes and tries to do it. Because we have so much transactions, we have so many people moving in here. Our real estate is relatively inexpensive. You can get away with a few mistakes. That's why places like Open Door launched here. Here, Phoenix, and it used to be Orlando, Florida. It's now here, Phoenix, and Nashville. Yeah. That's why you say, and then what happened after Open Door opened here, all of the others are here. And many of them still only operate in those 3 markets because they never could get off. It's why traditional type stuff struggles to get as big a foothold here as it does elsewhere. Let me give you an example. Compass. As much as they want to say they're a technology company, they are a traditional real estate brokerage. It is, they are like 1970 Century 21 when it comes to their business model. Meaning, you as the agent give your database to the office owns everything, the marketing is all about the office, it's not about you at all. It is 100%, we're going to push all of this. It's what we used to be in the 70s and the 80s before we had this revolution that happened in the business. It's gone backwards in that world. And because of that traditional, the core line, we don't think of it as that because they tout themselves as a tech company. But because of that traditional model, it's not as successful in Dallas-Fort Worth as it is in, say, Chicago, New Jersey, New York, Boston, San Francisco, to where, the Compass, the 3 current brands of Compass has almost 48% of the market share in Chicago. Because traditional way of thinking works there. Doesn't work in Dallas-Fort Worth. All right? So we're sitting between these 2. We're sitting between yesterday's agent and what we've always done, and tomorrow's agent, what we need to become. And so as we talk about that, I want to take just a second. I know you guys are familiar with this. If you were here a couple months ago when Smokey and I were able to come in, we talked about this as well, right? But we have 5 ways that tomorrow's agent has to think. Right? We call them the 5 key focuses. What they are the 5 ways tomorrow's agent thinks. So let's chat through these real quick. When we say embrace an empowered consumer, what does that mean? What do you think of? I'm not asking you for like a textbook definition. What does that mean to you? What do you hear in that? Embrace the empowered consumer. Yeah?
I think empowered consumer means that they have a lot of things at their fingertips and they're already kind of researching and they think they know more than you do. So
Yeah. They have all the information. They have options. Right? As again, everybody with a bad idea. Like I can tell you, I'm a big, if you've ever listened to 1310 The Ticket, the sports radio station, I'm a diehard P1. And I'm a P1 day one. Like the day it came on the air, I was running a yard business and I was driving around in the car between lawns listening to this revolutionary, in my mind, new thing on the radio, which was awesome. And I will say this, to see, I can't get from here to our office in downtown Arlington listening to sports radio without a commercial coming on for Orchard. I don't know how much money Orchard spends for advertising on Sirius radio, but it is a ton, right? And our people are hearing that. We know for a fact in 2019 that NAR surveyed sellers, and that 2 out of 3 sellers said that they got an iBuyer offer on their home and never told their listing agent about it. 2 out of 3 nationwide, right? They have options. They have information. They are empowered. And so I know nobody in this room does it. Arlington, you guys, Lone Star has long been an office of amazing agents. So I know y'all don't do this. But man, that DPR office is full of people that do this. And that is that when we say, okay, well, they have all this information, but I'm sure it's wrong. They think they have all these options, but those are bad ideas, right? They think they control this ship. They need to know I'm the one that has a license. As I said, I know nobody here ever has a thought that runs down those paths whatsoever, but boy, there's a lot of them out there that do. And what we have to do is we have to redefine how we approach situations to embrace the power that they have. All right? When we say we're going to redefine success beyond the transaction, what does that mean to you? What do you hear when you hear that? What would you think how does that apply to you?
How do you help them live in their home?
How do you help them live in their home? Right? How do you help them? We're going to introduce a term today. You've heard it before, but I'm going to tell you why this term is important, called homes under management. How do we know this? And we've been talking about it for a long time, but we're trying to figure out how to get there. And that is, normally our interaction with a client is they want to sell, they need to search, they then are going to buy, and then they live. And now they're living longer than ever. They're saying the average is now 9 to 10. I've heard as much as 9 to 12, but it's 9 to 10 years is what the national average is that people stay at home. Side note, I think that's what's funny this week. I'm not politicizing this at all, but I still am quite amazed at the power that one person can have just by throwing out a tweet. But our president threw out a 50-year mortgage idea this weekend, which normally I would have just said, here he goes again. But instead, the director of the Federal Housing Finance, Federal National Finance Association, owns Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, came out and followed it up and said, we're actually working on that.
Try 50, not 40.
Okay, well, there's actually some places that have 40. They just don't all get infested at that time. But it was okay, I'm not saying good, bad, or ugly, but this is what I'm driving our last point home. What I laughed about was everybody's like, you're going to pay 40% more interest over the life of the loan. How many of you think somebody is going to live in a home 50 years and pay 600 dang mortgage payments? Nobody's going to pay 360 mortgage payments, right? They live 9 to 10 years there. As a matter of fact, people used to think they were going to, I'm talking like back in when I was a young man and didn't have gray hair. People used to think they were going to live in the home 10 to 20 years and then only lived there 5 to 7. Nowadays, they're living there 9 to 12, but they think they're only going to live there 5 to 7. The mindset is, I'm going to live there 5 to 7 like we used to do, but the reality is we end up there for 9 to 12. Right? We actually, your consumers think they're going to live there less time than they actually do, which is a good thing for us in the actual raw sales conversation, right? But the reality is nobody's going to live in a 50-year mortgage anyway, right? I remember when I first got my car, there was only 48-year car loans, 48-month car loans. That was it. You could get a 60-month, but it had to be for a Corvette. Corvette was the only car that would give you a 5-year loan because they held their value better. Literally anything out there. And nowadays, you can get an 84-month loan on a Corolla. And how you look at it. You can lease a car and never actually own it. Right? And some of these cars are getting so dang pricey, it ain't a whole lot different than what my first house cost. Yeah. And so the reality is our mindset, that's one of the reasons, I believe, one of the reasons why instant offers, iBuyers sell quickly and get out of it, even at the loss of money, has kind of become less of a deal. One, we have so much more equity. Two, we've gotten used to trade. We've gotten used to the fact that if I trade it in, maybe I'm not getting as much back, but it's a whole lot easier, and convenience I'll pay for. right? So also, redefining success beyond the transaction. How do we find success in that live cycle? Leveraging the digital frontier. What do you think of? AI. That's the first thing we all think of right now is AI, right? AI, how do we do that? We're going to talk a little bit about that today. What we're going to focus on a lot today with AI is going to first and foremost be how do you get AI to find you and recommend you? Okay? Crafting a visionary brand. I'll just throw this out there because we're going, crafting a visionary brand is two things this is. I'm breaking the words apart. Visionary and brand. Brand is, if you listen to Roy Vaden, he is probably the foremost expert guru on personal brand, right? And the concept that he says of a brand is it's your digital reputation. In today's world, it's what people think of you because of what they find about you online. Visionary means, why are you doing this? What do you stand for? Why should I do business with you? Because you believe in this. Right? This has been going on for a little while, and you'll see it, right? If y'all ever see those, right? You see agents out there that they donate a certain percentage of every closing to a charity that means something to them. I think that's a phenomenal thing to do. I'm a big believer that the purpose of business is not just to make profit; it's to make profit for what I can do with it. Same thing in my life, and it's less about that I give some of my commission away, and it's more about what I'm giving it to, because people want to do business with something that stands for something. And I will tell you, I think unfortunately, I'm just going to say this, I think one charity rarely touches enough people to move the needle in your business. You've got to have so you could give to a charity, but why does that charity matter? And it's the visionary. It's what do you stand for? You're solving first-time homebuyer crisis in America. You believe in tomorrow's leaders. And right, whatever you stand for, which is why you're in business. So a visionary brand is, what does online digital sources say you stand for? And then the last one is future-proofing your business. We all said AI. I think about 8 of you said AI a second ago when we said digital frontier. Here's what I would say. I heard this at Mega Camp and I thought it was great. AI is not going to replace real estate agents. But real estate agents who learn to use AI will replace those that don't. Yep. You can ask the well-meaning lady who said Facebook is for kids. Right? It's going to happen. And the reality is it's happening faster than ever. Have y'all seen the stats? They believe that AI will create more millionaires in the next 5 years than the internet has in the last 20. 4 times faster in how it's working, right? So as when we talk about what is the agent of the future and how do we show up to a different type of consumer, this is our mindset. Our consumer has options and we're going to have to deal with them differently. We have to have success that goes beyond the transaction. We're going to talk about why. We're going to have to help them manage homes, not just run a database. You're going to hear me say today, let's try to remove the word, and it's going to be hard. Some of us have been saying it a long dang time. But let's remove the concept of database out of our lives and talk about homes under management, right? And why that matters. When we got to think about, when I think about leveraging the digital frontier, my mindset is I think automation first. When I think about crafting a visionary brand, I need to be thinking that everything that is out there about me online says the one story I want told. And when I future-proof my business, I have to realize this. I need to build a business model that helps yesterday's agent make revenue, but protects me and allows me to step into tomorrow's agent and get there. Does that all make sense? If we talk about those things and build a business plan for 26 that allows you to make money like you have, being better than you are now, but then taking a leap into tomorrow's, if we do that today, would that make today worth your time? Okay, good. Here's our current platform. And I say current because I literally spend most of my time talking about how do we add to, or what do we need to take out. All right? Y'all know these things, but I want to see. Our solution for these is how do we give consumer options and embrace the empowered consumer through things like private collection and iFinder? How do we embrace an empowered consumer providing them those options, right? How do we redefine success beyond transaction through Go Network Home Hubs, right? This is what you know as Homeowner AI. If you have logged in the last 2 weeks, you've seen the name has changed on it. It now says Go Network Home Hub, right? It's a Go Home Hub. The reason it's a home hub, and we're looking at, just so you know, we believe that a culture of tomorrow's agent, the biggest piece of culture, the first manifestation of culture, is common language. There are nations in this world that have 4 different dialects, or really almost 4 completely different languages inside that one nation, because they have 4 different cultures that speak differently, right? And so we're going to begin to use this word hub. You're going to find it popping up everywhere in our world because we want you to be able to talk that with your consumers. We want to talk. We're changing the concept of NovaLink to the Go Network Hub. And Homeowner AI is home hubs. Our leaders have the Go Leader Hub. And it's this all-consuming place where we can come together and talk about. Final offer. How do we, when we talk about leveraging the digital frontier, how do we change and offer a level of transparency in the offer situation through final offers, right? How do we begin to meet our clients? And we'll talk about that there, right? We talk about redefining or future-proofing our business. How do we as agents become investors inside of iFinder so that we're building multiple revenue streams in our business as our profit margins begin to get profit? The reason behind each of these tools is to enable us to take the thought process of this and put some actual steps immediately as this, and it's ever changing. I think when me and Smokey were here last time, we talked about going to Cotality and the data that they gave us. Well, the beautiful thing about Go Home Hubs, by the way, as well, and we'll talk about that a little bit, all of that Cotality data is funneling into Go Home Hub now. And so you're going to see some things. We'll talk about that in a little bit here as we get there. So here's what I want us to open your pamphlet that we handed out. The section 1, the first page, says why this matters across the top. And I want you to look about halfway down the page. There's the 5 key focuses. Now, the first thing I want you to do, I want to say is, yes, those of you that have some OCD in you, like myself, you are going to notice that there is a 5 randomly sitting under the first one. That 5 is there because computers don't like us. And I've had everybody on my team try to remove that 5, and it reformats everything there. The way I made this to begin with was wrong. And I don't know how to fix it. So before I teach this again next year, I'll get it fixed. But for the last 2.5 weeks, since I found this out the first time, I have been trying to fix it and had people on my team trying to fix it, and I haven't found a person yet that's been able to get it done. So, yes?
That's the only one with the 5 too.
Huh?
Sorry.
I know, it's the only one with a 5, exactly. So that's the strange thing about it. We were able to remove the 5 from the rest. And the reason I took 5 out, originally I had this down as grade yourself between a 1 and a 5, but then I realized this, all of you are just going to say a 3. That's a cop-out. All you're just going to say a 3, because I'm not really doing that great, but I'm not awful. I'm better than that guy. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to take a second. I want you to look at those 5 key focuses, and I want you to grade yourself currently, where you are today, where you think you are, scale of 1 to 4. 1 being, man, this 1 being, I'm just kind of starting to really think like this. 4 being, I know I have some room for improvement, but I understand this and I am thinking this way. Grade yourself real quickly. Where do you stand today? And once you get that done, I'm going to ask you real quickly, do the first 2 questions that are there. And I have to do number 3 right now. First 2 questions. One there that says, what one of those did you excel at the most and why? Which one did you excel at the most and why? And then number 2, which are you going to commit to improve? And I'll put this in. Which will you commit to improve first in 26?
Do we get to use the 5?
Huh? No, you have to do 1 through 4. Yeah, it makes it harder. Wait till later when we do a scale of 1 to 10 and I tell you can't use a 7. Okay. All right. Who is willing to share? I need you guys to talk with me a little bit today. I'm going to lose my voice by halfway through. Who's willing to share? Which one are you excelling at and why? Yes, ma'am.
So I put right now, like today, embracing the empowered consumer. The reason why is because I am focusing a lot of my time and energy on learning things that I assume everybody else already knows.
Yeah.
So I feel like they already can do all these things and I can't.
Mm-hmm.
So I am in a constant state of trying to play catch up so that I
Mm.
can speak with them on the same level of things.
Yeah.
So,
Love that.
You know, anyway, so I've just kind of dove into a lot of different AI and,
Love that.
you know,
Yeah.
which ones where I can do, you know, voiceovers or videos. And I haven't done any of those yet, but I mean, it's coming.
Yeah.
It's coming.
Who else? Somebody else share. Where are you excelling now and why?
Well, I chose the same one, embracing the empowered consumer, because I think they could also get very overwhelmed with so much information, and
Yeah.
then having a person that's willing to meet you in person and be there and hold your hand and kind of narrow down, that's what is like, that sells the, you know,
Yeah.
real estate.
Love that. Love that. Yeah.
I have a mixture of embrace the empowered consumer and redefine
Yeah.
success beyond the transaction, because like the same thing is I want to be able to talk to them and understand,
Yeah.
and I feel like the way that I have been doing it, or the way that I was doing it, just wasn't cutting it, so I'm trying to utilize more things to learn more.
Love that. Love that. So when we talk about this, and I'll say that, right, which as we now, we're gonna kind of transition into this. I want you to be thinking about that. And I want your business plan starts with that first little question that you asked there, which is, which one of these am I gonna tackle first going into 26? Like, which one is gonna help you the most? Which one can you jump into to really begin to set up with that? And you may have a different answer by the time we end today than you sit right now. But I want you to have that second question asked, that one about which one will I embrace first in 26? Once you have that answer now, and I want you, at the end, we're going to look back because we might have changed it by the time we get through, by the time we hit 2:30 today, right? And by the way, I'm trying to get done by 2:30. If you don't know this about me, I have a goal in life to end all meetings early. Like I would love in life for when I am gone, for people to remember me as that leader that ended everything early. because everybody likes that guy. None of us like that person that drags every meeting on. You know that person that just sits in the back and asks the question like with 30 seconds left to go and then starts asking questions that we could have asked 3 hours ago? And you're like, let's go on. Like, I get it. I don't like that guy either. Yeah. All right. So the reason we have to think like a different consumer, a different agent, is because we have a different consumer. Right? And where our consumer is showing up differently. And if you want to flip in your handout, we're going to jump to section 2, embracing the empowered consumer. And I'm going to talk about 3 ways that consumer behavior, the way that consumers are thinking, or what they're wanting, or what they think they want, what their emotions are telling them they want, that's causing this change in behavior. First of all, understand this. All changes in every industry, it doesn't matter what the industry is, changes in every industry start with the fact that consumer thinking changes. Consumers start thinking different, that manifests in behaving different. Once they start thinking differently, then they start behaving differently. My dad was president of a bank when I was in high school in my life, and my first job was being a teller of a bank. I worked co-op. I got out, and I was a teller in the afternoon. It was my first 9 to 5, but it really wasn't 9 to 5. My first actual job where I got a paycheck. One of my last ones. When I would be there at the bank, because of that, for most of my adult life, I have gone inside at the bank. I just have. I've gone inside at the bank because I don't even use the drive-through, much less deposit checks by taking a picture. Like, I go inside at the bank and I talk to people, and I begin to go there. And I realized, up until maybe 18 or 19, I was still walking into the bank and parking, getting out, even if it was raining. I would not go through the drive-through. Just my behavior, my consumer behavior was, first of all, I'm a high I, and I want to talk to you. And number 2, I would go inside. I want to chat with everybody, see how it was. So that was kind of that first. Secondly, as we flip that script and we begin to move into, but as life began to change, and I do have 3 women living in my home with me, so it's very common for me to have 4 or 5 Amazon packages a day sitting on my front porch. And then, you know what? I realized a couple months ago, my wife was brilliant back 10 years ago when we signed up for an Amazon Prime account, that she made me do it, because when I say, this is the 5th day in a row that there's been at least 5 packages on the porch, she said, well, they're all addressed to you. She got me.
That's better than what I do.
But listen, various things in my life have caused me to start thinking about the ease and the convenience of being an online shopper. And because of my mindset changed in that, I would say about 6 years ago, my behavior changed and I actually started going through the drive-thru. And then when the pandemic hit, I started, the 4 checks a year I think I get now, I started taking pictures of to deposit. And now the guy that used to, I would go into the bank and talk, I know everybody there by name. It's almost like walking into the bank to me was like Norm walking into Cheers. And now it's like I'm doing that thing I thought I never would do. Because all industry change starts with a consumer starts thinking a little bit differently, then they go behave differently, and then somebody steps in and changes the way business is done to match that consumer behavior. The sad part is it's usually somebody from the outside. Why do y'all think that is? Why is it usually an outsider that comes in and does it totally different? Why do y'all think that's the case? My opinion is it's easier. It's easier if I'm not doing it this way, a legacy way with legacy thinking and actually successfully doing it. It's easier for somebody that's not doing it at all to come in and say, I'm going to build an entire business around doing this. There's a book called The Innovator's Dilemma. And the Innovator's Dilemma 100% is the fact that as a company that's really successful at something, for me to turn around and build something that's actually contrary to that or to the way we've always done it, risks messing up my cash flow, even though that's probably in the long run a more successful path. Right? It's the entire conversation. You go all the way back, it's the entire conversation of the digital camera with Kodak. You know, Kodak got their first, Kodak was the first patent in the world in 1882 to produce a camera. And then over time, they got to back, and you know that a engineer at Kodak created the first digital camera. He brought it forth to the board, and the board said, you obviously don't know what business we're in. We're in the film business, not the camera business. However, Kodak started because they created the first camera. And then because of that, outsiders were able to step in. People that were in the electronics world, like Sony, that never did cameras, were able to step in and fill the gap and become the go-to answers. And it took all of the traditional companies longer to catch up. In our industry, one of the big consumer changes that happened were consumers got used to searching for things online. I was also that guy. Retailers hate me. Like I would, because at first I didn't like that I could see it. So I would go to the store, I would touch it, feel it. I would try it on. Then I'd go home and buy it on Amazon. Right? So I appreciate you paying this big overhead and hiring employees to keep this here, because I get to come in and see, do I want that basketball for my girl or that basketball for my girl? Now let's go see if I can get it cheaper on Amazon. Now I have now at least got good enough, I can check on Amazon from my phone in the store, and if it's not any cheaper, then I'll just buy it from them. So I make up for it a little bit. But I'm a retailer's nightmare. I'm also, by the way, the worst, I am the worst home buyer you'll ever serve, ever. And my wife is the worst home seller you'll ever serve, ever. But as we look at that and realize what happened was consumers got used to looking at stuff online and checking things out and looking at it. Well, they decided they wanted to do it with houses. We tried to meet that, and I mean we as an industry in NAR, by creating Realtor.com. We didn't know how to keep up with it though. We didn't know, and I'm going to tell you, one of the reasons why NAR and their tech team could not keep up with the innovation they needed to provide was they were afraid of giving too much information away and it damaging the realtor. So they sold Realtor.com to a non-real estate company who came in and began to do it, and then followed by a Zillow that came in and began to build, and they began to provide this, and we know with it, NAR was never going to let Realtor.com give you a valuation, because that's our power. I mean, they're already getting to search for houses online. We don't want to give up sold data too. They're never going to give that away. But once they sold Realtor.com and Move got to get in there and say, hey, I know what'll happen. Let's start adding valuations. And then Zillow came on and started adding them. As bad or not, the consumer wanted them. So it took outside parties to keep up with the innovation, because consumer thinking changes, it leads to consumer behavior changes, it leads to a business solution usually created by an outsider that then is digitized, which completely transforms the entire industry. And then we live that way for what used to be 7 to 10 years, and a new change happens. Now we live that way for, 6 minutes, and then a new change happens, right? So all of that to say, where we're seeing consumer thinking change is in these 3 areas. Number 1, they want transparency, right? That's a big mindset for them now. Y'all know how do we know they really want transparency? This is a kind of a trick question because you're not thinking down this path. $5 billion, right? Like that is how we know that. Now look, whether or not, and y'all know that the lady that was like one of the agents, the listing agent in that case, was actually a KW agent in Kansas City. Her name is Judy Johns. She is an amazing agent, icon there. And I say that to say, I guarantee you, Judy Johns was as transparent as she needed to be a good fiduciary. That's just who she is. However, the consumer later, and wild thing, 3 months ago, this summer, I get a random text message. I've never met Judy ever. I get a random text message that says, Tommy, this is Judy Johns. And I wanted to go, you mean of Stitzer Burnett fame? I didn't. But I guarantee you, but the consumer didn't feel like it was transparent enough. I have a lot of bad things to say about how that lawsuit was handled, what happened. The beauty, Smokey was invited to be at the top 20 brokerages in the U.S. At NAR to talk about how NAR could help brokerages 3 weeks ago. And Smokey had a bunch of stuff in there, and as he'll tell you, he doesn't really love those kinds of meetings, and I do. I'm kind of a nerd for them. So he was like, hey, will you go to this meeting for me? Because he had to teach in Virginia at that time. So I went and listened to it, and I'm sitting in a room. We are the only brokerage in that room, the Go Network, that because we're affiliated with Keller Williams, was covered under that lawsuit. The other 19 of them all wrote a check because they were too big for the NAR settlement and they didn't have a parent company to cover them and the rest of them. I heard anywhere from $1.5 million to $5.5 million was the check that they signed. Had we not been with KW, our Go Network check would have been over $6 million. Because it was based on how much production you did in those 2 windows. And we're the largest producer in that room. The only people that are above us on the list out there are people that are basically big enterprises like a Compass because they're nationwide, like an EXP because they're nationwide, because they're one brokerage nationwide in that, right? So look at it. But the consumer wants transparency. And they want more transparency than they think we give them. I told you a while ago I'm a ticket listener. One of my favorite things biggest lessons I learned this year. End of April, May, and early June, the midday show host, his name is Matt McLaren, he bought a home. And he bought a home and he decided to make a bit out of his home buying process. 10 minutes from 11:50 to 12 on Tuesday afternoon, he would sit down and he would update you on what his home buying journey was and what was going on. And he was talking. And at first couple times I'm listening, but then I was like my second or third week of hearing it. Then all of a sudden it was like, if I was not in a meeting, I was like going, if I was, I would go listen to the podcast later and scroll up to that time and go with it. Because he would begin to say things. This is what he said. It was really funny. He said, my agent speaks this language that I don't understand. And some of it I get, but I don't understand it. And sometimes I'll ask for clarity of what they mean. I'm paraphrasing a bit. He said, but I don't want to look like an idiot. So I don't, every time like, okay, what does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? So sometimes I'm just like, oh, okay. And I move on. And I thought, again, not like anybody else in here thought, but can I tell you what my first thought was? He's got a bad agent. And then I thought about, at the Go Network, we do 20% market share of the sales in Dallas-Fort Worth. There's a 1 in 5 chance that agent works with me. And I was like, well, they can't be bad. I started listening and I started thinking and I started then becoming real and realizing, you know what the reality is sometimes sometimes the consumer doesn't think we're transparent with them because we're making assumptions they understand stuff that we've been saying for decades or that we say all the time or that we think is common sense. And they're still not getting it and therefore they feel like we're not being transparent. Second thing they want access. I remember the architect of the Command Network, when he came out, this was 2016, so 9 years ago, I was sitting in a room where he said, your consumer doesn't want to talk to you at 9 o'clock any more than you want to talk to them at 9 o'clock. They want access to what you know. That's why they ping you. It's not that they want to talk to you. They don't. They're in their jammies and doing their thing too late at night. You have to talk to them because there's no other way for us to get them access. He talked about that from like it was when they were creating stuff inside of Command that they wanted the consumer to be able to connect with. We never got there in that stuff. But the reality is our consumers just want access. They're used to instant access about everything. They want access to it. They don't, it's not that they want access to houses. They don't care about that. They want access to the data. They're getting more and more used to it as it goes on. And then the last thing is they want control. They want control. They're used to being in control of things more and more and more. And it's causing our role with them, we need to adjust a little bit. We've got to adjust the way that we approach them just a little bit, right? Because in the control world, when we talk about transparency, access, and control, in the control world, the old model, yesterday's agent, we were a gatekeeper. We were a gatekeeper of information. That went away, so we were a gatekeeper of the key. We're not going to let you in the door unless you know that, unless you're going to sign this document that says you're going to pay me if I let you in the door. Like, we have been the gatekeeper in a multitude of ways. We've been a gatekeeper to all the knowledge and all of the experience that you have. We've been the gatekeeper. We have to begin to take the role of a trusted guide. A trusted guide is how we're going to meet their need for transparency, access, and control. Have you ever, anybody in here heard of Donald Miller? Or Donald Miller Guru? He's a marketing guy. He wrote book Marketing Made Simple, Business Made Simple. He kind of follows, I heard it first from him, but it's actually, there was a professor, a literary professor in the 40s at an Ivy League school that wrote this whole dissertation on what he called the hero's journey. Right? The hero's journey. Let me tell you what the hero's journey is. It basically says, he went Iliad, Odyssey, all of these great literary works from the past. He said they all have one thing in common. They have a hero who's a common person, probably from an obscure place that nobody would suspect, that receives this big calling to go change or save the world. And in order to do that, they have to go on an adventure. Then while they're out on this adventure, they face all kinds of trials and tribulations. They learn all kinds of things. They make friends, they lose friends, they make enemies, and they continue to grow. And they usually receive some form of power, knowledge, revelation. They get something that they get, and then they come back home and they share what they've learned, they share what they've gotten with everybody else, and they save the world, or at least for a while. They solve the problem and they move on. And what's funny, you can think about this, those of you who've been around a while, you probably at least know the concept. A filmmaker in the early 70s jumped on board with the hero's journey, and his name was George Lucas, and he wrote the entire Star Wars universe based on this. You think about all three of their trilogies, all 9 movies, 3 of the trilogies, they follow that same thing. You have a Skywalker that gets living on some sand planet world that gets called, goes out on an adventure, meets all this stuff, fights out, ends up fighting the bad guy, moving on. All 3 of them have that deal. But here's the reality. In that process, there's something in the story and in the hero's journey that's also there every time. And that is, there's a trusted guide. They aren't the hero, but they're guiding the hero. They are, so, right, Star Wars, it's Obi-Wan Kenobi, it's Yoda, right? You just name it. Later on in the third one, it ends up being the original Skywalker ends up being the trusted guide later in the deal, but there's a trusted guide that is not the hero. Here's the reality. Most of us in a gatekeeper mentality, we have been the hero to our clients. We've protected them. We've been the superstar. We've shown up. I'm not saying I'm not saying this is a bad thing. Right? This kind of sounds like it's like a conceit. It's not a conceited thing. We have been the one that, this is how it shows up in my life. Okay, yeah, you have access to all this information and your interpretation of it is wrong. Let me help you and save the day. Instead of being the trusted guide that leads them through that. And what we have to do in our world is go from gatekeeper to trusted guide. We have to be there and let them we got to be transparent with them. We got to give them the access that they want. We've got to let them have the control of the story process. And therefore, what we do is we're wise. It doesn't mean we don't tell them that they're wrong sometimes. Right? We do that. But it means we're not their hero. We're their guide. And sometimes they may think we're their hero. But it's not our intention to be the hero. It's our intention to guide them and empower them to be the hero of their story. It is a shift in how the majority of our industry has operated up until this point. And we've got to change that process as we're going through there as well. Because if we can get them to thinking and trusting us as their guide, then transparency, access, and control becomes a non-issue for us. It's actually us giving them more of that. All right, let's have a fun activity. We're going to do a fun activity and we're going to take a break. Break into groups. I don't know, how many do we have here? 4, 8, 12, 15. Let's do groups of 3 or 4. Right? Probably need to do 3s if we're going to get there. Get in groups of 3s or 4. And I want you guys to come up with, what are 3 ways consumers have changed since 2022? Think back to 2022. We just came out of 21. Remember that? People were waiting in line down the street to get into an open house. Remember, it was crazy. We just got out there. Now, 2022 kind of started getting back the same. And then remember, right in the middle of that year, rates went up through the roof. Things went all kinds of cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. We sit there and in that stuff. AI came in. Lawsuit became national news. All of this stuff happened. So inflation went through the roof. Think about all of this stuff that happened in 2022. Since 2022, what are 3 ways you've seen your consumers change? Ready? Take 5 minutes to come up with 3, and we'll come back together.
My clients go to ChatGPT for their stuff all the time. They'll ask questions. They have way more. And a lot of times they already know what they want when they come to you. Sometimes they've already found the proper, they've already,
And how was it? And how was your week right now? What is going on over there? That was a great
I'm trying because I overthink things too. I mean, yeah, they do their own research, but they want things faster. And the industry has changed, because the industry never did slow back down. Like the option period short. It's just everything is so fast. It's gotten so yeah, because I know and sometimes I feel like I just need to step up, I need to think about this, whereas the clock just keeps ticking.
The change of information, right? The shift in information.
More skeptical, and then also we're dealing with something about the speed. You gotta take the fear in their lives.
And I think people are fearful, like you said, more cautious.
fearful and more cautious.
That's another thing that is too, is just to be so much better than, mediocre. Sure.
All right, do about another minute of wrapping up, and then we're going to share.
It's a whole thing. So I'm kind of, that's where I reach out to what happened to all of you have access to
All right. I know you may not have gotten all three, but I just need to hear one anyway. So we're going to go group to group. I'd love to hear. We'll start over here in the back. Well, how many? What's one way you've seen consumer behavior change?
We think that they're more tech savvy, especially where AI is concerned.
More tech savvy, especially where AI is concerned, right? Has anyone had a client upload a inspection report into ChatGPT and then email you what ChatGPT said you should ask for in repairs? The HOA doc as well. Like honestly, every office except for one, it's my seventh time doing it, every office except for one that has happened already in. So, all right, second group. What was one change y'all seen in consumer behavior?
Yeah, the overload, yeah. So they're more educated, more self-motivated, but I think that ends up being too much information overload.
Yeah.
They need someone to guide them.
Yeah, and quite honestly, it's why the percentage of buyers and sellers that use an agent continues to tick up every year. Like we're at all-time highs at how many people that buy and sell homes in America use an agent. We're at all-time highs for that, even though they have all this power and so forth that they have. The danger becomes if we don't assimilate into that trust, access, and control mindset, trusted guide mindset, that may trend the other way. Once they will hit a point where they go, the information, and they say this about my kids, and I don't doubt it at all. They say their generation is they have more knowledge than any generation in the history of the world with less wisdom.
That's why we wrote here, they are very knowledgeable, and they research, and they have a multiple, like the sister, they have a multiple information. They collect it and they bring it in the table.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then ask every.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and that's it. So you think about it like in that thing about most knowledgeable generation with the least wisdom. Well, kids aren't out there experiencing anything anymore, right? They're not allowed to go take a risk and hurt themselves. Right? So they're not getting out there and experiencing that. So that's where the wisdom comes from, is I have all this knowledge, now I'm going to go try it out and see what happens. And I'm going to learn, I'm not going to touch the hot stove. right? And like that. But I think we're kind of in that same place with our consumers is they have all of this knowledge. We have to let them skin their knee a little bit. And we're the wisdom. As the trusted guy, like Luke Skywalker had all the power. He was the savior of the universe. He was the chosen one. But Yoda had 8 billion times more wisdom than he had. Not more knowledge, more wisdom. How about y'all?
We think they're more guarded now.
Okay.
Yeah, they have their guards up more.
Yeah.
Yeah, more than, as we transition from gatekeeper to the trusted guide, in between they're guarded.
Yeah.
Because now they know what they don't know.
Yeah. Well, that's it, right? So some of it is. So I say this about the world I say this about the world in general. I liked it when I didn't know.
Yes.
Like, have y'all ever seen the bit with the comedian that talks about people that don't believe in conspiracy theories? He's like, you don't believe in conspiracy theories? Like, not one? Like, you think the government is right all the time? And they're like, the government is in charge of like 350 million people. I have one son, and I lie to him all the time. Right? And it makes me laugh. But I look back at it and I'm like, I kind of wish I didn't have access to all this information because I kind of liked, ignorance is bliss. I felt safer in the world when I didn't. I don't think the world is any more dangerous. I just know more. And I think that's literally where our consumers, they just know more now. And what's happened is sometimes it's not even that we know more, but we've gone from unconscious incompetence to conscious incompetence. They've moved to they know what they don't know, and that's dangerous. Or at least it's hard. How about y'all? What did y'all come up with? How's consumers changed?
We did several. We did they are more aware of like the realtor compensation.
Yeah. So they're paying attention to commissions a little bit more. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Okay, awesome.
We also spoke about the needs have changed as well in every aspect, which is their home, their the knowledge that they're receiving, the influences that are coming and going, whether it's the internet or in person, their agent, etc.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, I think the why has changed. We talk about having I think they have a big why now. Why do we need you? Why?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're this huge now.
Well, and also their motivation, have y'all seen the articles lately that have been put out that more and more of 25 to 35-year-olds are choosing to invest in the stock market than a home? Like we have that's why that first-time home buyer age. Smokey gives the stat out, and I don't know exactly but it's a huge number. Maybe 70%-ish, I want to say. He probably could tell you exactly what it is. It might even be higher. But it's at least 70% of people that are aged 24 to 30 live at home with their parents now. 24 to 30.
If you are Williams, you will not be doing that.
All right, we're going to take a break for 10 minutes. We're going to come back at 10:45. Go to the restroom, fill up your coffee, get your water refilled. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back and we're going to start putting together a business plan. Huh? Legacy mean old.
And I'm asking because that's on my timeline for my grandma, but I'm bringing that way just based on what you just said.
So it's funny, I don't think that way still, but I'm old. But I will tell you this, Mike Del Prete, who's an industry researcher, he's one of the guys that I follow and see from I follow his conversations a lot on video. He references to the traditional brands versus new brands of real estate brokerages. He calls the traditional brands legacy. Caldwell Banker, Century 21, Prudential, they are legacy brands.
But so I like consumers, but I stand for a legacy, and the reason you should invest in real estate is because it outlives you, and everything you do today, it was my look, you know, so is that where people's heads are gonna go, that she's old and outdated, and she's not with the times, and her tagline is updating your legacy, meaning, what is this decision today that I'm gonna help you with, is gonna outlive
You probably need somebody smarter than me to that. All I can tell you is stuff. So I will tell you this: our Urban Dallas office, which it's not young,
Anybody need a fanny pack?
but it's definitely they're the office. They're the office that doesn't have styrofoam and paper cups. They have mugs for coffee because they're into recycling and they're trying to save money. They're that mindset. They do not like the phrase building a legacy of wealth. The reason they don't like the phrase, quite honestly, if I were to argue with them, I was like, oh, so you're selfish, because they're like, we're focused on them. We're focused on today. We're focused on this. So I don't know it's worth pursuing and talking. You know what you should do is you should have a conversation with ChatGPT about it, see what it says.
I think I'm trying to say is how can I position that in a more innovative
Well, I
manner?
mean, I've sat here and done like, God, wears me out every single day, you know, as much as I chat and do everything. I mean, I've spent hours on this brand thing that, I mean, I paid somebody once to do it and didn't like any of it, and now I've done it myself. But now I'm thinking about this legacy thing, but then again, I want to focus more on move up buyers, so I'm not necessarily going after the 24-year-old. I just feel your digital reputation, if legacy is in all my stuff, then, you know, does that mean that immediately people's heads go to?
I don't know, I also don't know.
When I work with the grandbabies,
I will be honest with you, I bet we can pick, it's kind of like naming a kid. So you try to name your kid and you try to go through this process, like you find a name you like, and then what do we always ask at that time?
How can they twist it?
Yeah, how would they be made fun of for this? Like, what's the nickname for this? What's the, and then you realize you can't
So, are you
avoid it.
leaving here to go to the
Like,
builder
so
thing?
I don't think any word.
I didn't even know that that was a
I don't know that there's a perfect answer. Because realistically, the absolute perfect politically correct answer to that is probably so bland, it's not gonna attract anybody anyway.
Right, well, I mean, I guess that's why if you're talking to everyone you're talking to.
I think you're crafting your vision because like what we had up there, it's probably gonna make whatever you're trying to send a message up.
You know what, that's fine.
Yeah.
Legacy
One
is
of the
still
things I know I need to plug in a little bit
It
more.
may not be a focus
So I can get that on, like I could have put a thing.
one aspect of a generation, but it's also their younger. By the time they get older, maybe they will. I think it's like to me, it'd be less about going and finding
Well, and I just closed on it, you know, that
what word
my
to
agent,
replace it, it'd be more about.
it wasn't a great experience.
They're
He
not,
would-
they're not
He
as
wouldn't
good.
have known.
Be
He wouldn't have
confident.
known, he didn't even know how to do transaction.
Yeah.
What was it,
They are not
the
always good.
CEO.
And he
I
didn't
heard
understand
this.
any of the like basic concepts, so I had to like.
CEO of OpenAI.
Okay.
But
He said when he
I learned that
toured
later.
SpaceX.
I talked to the superintendent before doing the build, when we went to do our
Elon
walkthrough, and he
Musk.
said they didn't
He
even know
said,
when we were supposed to close.
look at
because he
Elon
never
Musk's
did
eyes, because I've never seen
Like the
more
builder, like the
confidence
guys
that
didn't
he's
even know when the house was supposed to be ready.
He's gonna, when he was
That's
talking
normal.
about
I had
putting
to call my
rockets
area
up on
manager
us,
yesterday.
I've never
So,
seen anybody more confident and
That is
doing
normal. That is normal.
convinced that what they're doing is gonna save mankind, and it's gotta be done, I'm gonna do
And
it.
it's how
Come on,
you.
there's a building
And
around us.
he said,
Arena.
what was he said, what I learned that day wasn't whether or not I agree with him,
today.
it was, I got a lesson in dedication. I got a lesson in convincing. I got a lesson in somebody that's devoted to what they believe. And so I bet it's a little bit more, might be a little bit, when a word like legacy, any word that could be taken by this group that way or that group this way, I still think
I don't
it
know if you've ever been to
probably
the science.
gets down to,
History Museum.
are you committed? Be committed.
And once said, your legacy is how people felt you.
Yeah.
So that's kind of, and I guess I'll just position it.
Yeah. And just, I think you could change the name, It's a word, but it doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily.
Okay.
Don't worry.
I mean, it's an insecurity.
Yes.
It's kind of interesting to see
Tommy? Man, you gotta stop saying you're old, dude. You're not, yeah, you're not old.
I feel it now.
Do you really?
Oh, I do. Not physically, though.
Yeah, yeah.
Physically, I'm good,
Yeah.
but like, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I still got 13-year-old girls, they keep me young in some ways. Then they make me feel older in others.
I do say like I'm a kid, like I'm on the outside.
That's the deal, so like, that's what I said, physically, I feel, I go to the gym, I feel great.
Yeah,
I
of
stand
course.
out in there, like, I'm,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
ripped, you feel good, I feel good about that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it's
it's
the,
dear boy, oh man. And it was, oh man, let me show you.
well, it's, you know, here's the thing with me lately, Ron, it's every time so every time I turn around talking to somebody, another one of the people that I'm close to, is like, getting sick, breaking
Oh
something.
my God, yeah.
And it's happening, it's like, oh my goodness.
This was my post today.
Yep, it's for you.
That was my post today, I was like, yeah.
I'm a loan officer, my husband, he's a Californian.
Oh, okay, awesome. So you kind of play the same game I did then?
You do, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome, awesome. Who are you loan officer with?
Barrett Financial.
Okay, cool, awesome, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Just joined them in September.
Oh, how's it going?
It's going actually really well. I mean, it's a little bit of growing pain thing because you're going from a small to large. And now I'm rebranding my own branch. So this is just helpful for me to.
Love it.
Yeah, my husband said, so find it. Well, I'm in town, so why not?
Did they really? See, that's gone. Man, just go get.
Ron, that reminds me,
Just go get another.
Ron, I saw a post not too long ago that reminded me of that said, when I was younger, I was a horrible golfer.
Right.
And I just want to be proud to know that after years of hard work, dedication, consistency, I'm no longer young.
So what is young? What is old?
They're still a horrible golfer.
That's still a horrible golfer.
That's it, yeah, that's it.
Mentality, state of mind.
Yeah, yeah, that's.
I'm a halfway decent golfer.
I just,
We can go play.
If you want me to break, if you want some windows broken, I'm a pretty good golfer.
all right, let's kind of start working our way back to our seats. We're going to get jumping. We're going to finish a section. We're going to finish the next section before lunch, which is in 45 minutes.
There you go.
So we're going to finish the next section here, and this is just heads up, so you can, for those of you that need to prep with this. This is going to be the really the only, the most for sure, but really the only math you're going to have to do today. So we can get ready for that.
We didn't have to do math after we took that stupid test.
We got to do some math here. Got to do some math here. Numbers are the language of business.
Numbers never lie.
The numbers are also not emotional. They just tell the story. Right? So that's kind of where we end up. Hey, Christine, how come you got the Longhorn glass and I got the Cowboy cup?
You said you were a Cowboy fan.
I am a Cowboy fan, but you made me carry this in front of everybody, and it's not a really good year to.
You said you were a bigger fan than the Longhorns.
I actually probably, I'm a professional, I'm like more of a, I've been a Cowboy fan my whole life. The Longhorns, I transitioned, I was an SMU fan until Smokey.
Well, I also have Stars and Rangers if you'd like to switch.
No, I'll rep. I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed.
I love it.
Well, I'm not giving
We're talking about the fact that Christine gave me a Cowboys mug to drink out of today.
Nice.
That speaks a lot of what she thinks of me.
You got a Longhorn mug, there we go. And he can shift.
I'm not giving you the Longhorn anymore.
They are stuck between an old model and a new model. You missed that, Smokey. The Cowboys are stuck between an old world and a new world, an old model and a new model.
They are 100%.
I'm pretty sure I added on.
They are compass.
But I'm in black.
So, Smokey, I just also
Well,
tell
they
you.
also quit using, they're still going with Jerry Jones's gut feel and what he thinks, and as opposed to, strategically approaching this world as they used to, as the rest of the league is.
You didn't see
So therefore, we suck every year.
You didn't see the post? You didn't see it? They just hired a new general manager.
Oh, yeah, who?
Nico.
Should have seen that one coming. Should have seen that one coming. First thing he's going to do is bring Luka to the Cowboys.
That's the only compliment I don't have is the Mavericks, because I really needed them to fire Nico first, so now
When they did that?
I will get my Mavericks money.
Yeah.
I told Smokey, just so you know, if you see it up that way, I gave them their first homework assignment today was to go listen to you on the Upside podcast that dropped yesterday, because the mindset that you teach in there, that I wish I would have had them listen to it before today, because it really is the perfect stage setter for us talking about how to build a model for the future in that. And so just thinking about what our biggest challenge is and where we see things going and how we see things happening. And I think that's 100% kind of where we're at. All right, so we're going to jump in now as we got up here. Now that we understand the new consumer, let's design a business model that serves that new consumer and serves you. All right, now that we understand that, and when we look at this, and we'll get into building some homework assignments, we're going to give you, I'm going to give you real quickly, excuse me, I'm going to give you one real fast. This is homework assignment number 1 for the day. I told you, well, I guess technically number 2, because number 1 was listening to that podcast. But I had more, I have a handful, I have 5 or 6 written down. So number 1 today is going to be or number 2 today, thank you for writing that second. And number 2 today is going to be, I want you to identify the processes that you use in real estate. And what I mean by that, right, I'll tell you this. This is a belief of mine, and I'm going to get there. One of the things that I think we drive people to do in this business is we get them to a place to where we think, here's the statement that is said, and I've said it myself a lot. You all are not salespeople, or you're not systems people, you're salespeople. Hire somebody to develop your systems for you, or hire somebody to build your systems for you. In a way, that's correct, and in a way, that's incorrect. And I'm going to tell you where I'm at. I do believe you're all entrepreneurs. And there's a man by the name of Mike Malkowitz. He wrote a book called Profit First. We're actually going to talk about him later in just a few seconds. He gave a working definition of entrepreneur in his book, Run Like Clockwork. Right? And his working definition, he got it from a mentor of his. His working definition of entrepreneur is someone who identifies the processes that makes a business successful and then learns how to document and duplicate those processes so that you can hand them off to somebody else to run them. We've always said you're a salesperson, not a systems person. So much so that I hear the word systems sometimes and I have this reaction internally, like, oh, that's not me. We gotta go, I need to go talk to Holly, right, at the office. I need to go talk to, I need to go talk to Lisa. I need to go talk to somebody that's more systems minded. So I actually took the word system out of my vocabulary in my own head, in my self-talk, and I used the word process. What's our process for this? Smokey asks me that all the time. He's like, what's our process for entertaining a new idea? What's our process for this? And really, you can interchange those two words. And I want to show you this.
You get mad at me when I ask that question.
I'm only not mad, challenged.
Mad is the wrong word. You were
Yeah,
correct.
challenged. I get challenged at those times, and I probably because I'm trying to move fast 100 miles an hour, and you're like, you need to slow down and think about this. And he's 100% right, and it's not what I want to hear right now. But isn't that what great coaches do all the time in your life? Mm-hmm. That is not what I want to hear right now. I've been going this way really fast and hard, and you could just look at me and go, yeah, you're going that way really fast and hard, and that's dumb. But you don't go that route. You say, so what's the process for this? Yeah, you do sometimes.
It's not your dumb. It's just that. You know,
that idea is dumb. I'm good on that. I've been married 26 and a half years. I've had to learn the concept of, I didn't say you were dumb. I said that idea is dumb. Right?
It all trickles down.
What goes around comes around. There is sowing and reaping in this world, Christine. You are right about that. Yes.
I have a question. What do you mean by process?
I'm about to tell you that right now. Right? So there are 9 basic subjects that you have a process in your business for. Now, the difference in whether or not it's a system or a process, that's over here, but I'm going to tell you, you may not think you do, but that's because you've probably been doing it a little while, and it's all up here. And the question is it all up here or is it down here on paper? So I want you to write down, first 2 of them are lead gen and marketing. That's 1 and 2. Write them down, lead gen and marketing.
Tommy, is that the same as SOP that you control? Is that the same? The process?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, it's like standing operating procedures. You're going to run out of room if you write all this up there.
No, that's okay. I'm just going to give them these 2.
It's lead gen and marketing, that's 1 and 2. So, right, let me give you an example. Every one of you have a process for how you do an open house. Most of you, it's all up here. It's not documented down. Right? And if you're looking at building a business plan, you're looking at something that you could scale, that you could grow, then the reality is you've got to eventually be able to get it on paper. Right? The next 2 are very simple. They're buyer and seller. Buyer is 3, seller is 4. Let me tell you what I mean by that. You all have a process. Okay, I've got a lead generation process. You probably have 2 or 3 main lead sources. We'll talk about after lunch. You've got a process that you do to get those leads. Then once I got a buyer lead, you have a process that you walk a buyer through till you get them under contract. Right? It's a way to get an appointment with them. How am I going to discuss? Right now it starts with, I'm going to discuss my commission with them. And again, we're going to show my value and negotiate that, get it signed. I'm going to meet with them. We're going to go into how I communicate with them through the showing process and all of that. Then we're going to make offers and negotiate those offers. Once we get them under contract, we move to the next pair. So we currently have lead gen, marketing, buyer, seller. The next pair are transaction management and listing management. Once I've got a seller lead, I have a process I follow to get that listing agreement. Then I have a listing management process that I take to market that listing, get it on the market it, and take it until we get under contract. Once I get under contract, I have the same process for both agents. Right? The next one is a solo one. It's a financial system. It's a financial process. You have a way you deal with your money. If you don't have a basic one, I will tell you Profit First by Mike Malkowitz, same guy that I said before. It's a great place to start. Read the book. It's a great place to start in your business. So a financial process. It's financial. So we have lead gen, marketing, buyer, seller, transaction management, listing management, and now financial. Then, Profit First. Don't ask me to sell Malkowitz.
I'm good. I'll look that up digitally, I'm sure.
Yeah. The next one is a growth system. How do you identify and find partners? How do you identify and find talent when you're hiring? What is your growth process? And then the last one is client care. Now, client care is an interesting one because honestly, those first 5, 6 of them up there, take care of client care till you hit a certain level in your business. Probably, maybe 40, 50 transactions-ish. Once you get to that level, or once you begin to build a team and you have multiple people on your team, you actually need an identified separate process for how clients are treated in your business. Right? So here's homework assignment for this, right? You want to take those 9 processes, and I want to ask you to do a brain dump and get them on paper. There's actually a part of the Millionaire Real Estate Agent book towards the end where it says take everything you do as an agent and write it on the top of a blank piece of paper. And you get all those blank pieces of paper, and then you just document, how do you do this? How do you do that? How do you do this? And then you put them all together at the end, and you have an operations manual for your business, right? So I want to encourage you to get these on paper, get them down. Here's how you do that. Sit down, write open house. And how do I do an open house? Write, listing presentation. How do I do that? Like write down the process of the whole thing, and then walk away and come back and look, what did I forget? Because the longer you've been doing this, the more you've added up here, and probably the more complicated it is, the older a process is in your business, the more complicated it is, and the less likely you can scale it.
So basically break them, basically dump them out and digest them.
Yeah, dump them out on paper, walk away, come back and look at it and say, what did I miss? And then the third step is simplify it. What am I doing that I don't need to do? What am I not doing that I could add in and would move these 4 steps? You could actually do that with the help of AI a little too. Don't just take its word for everything, but you could do that with the help of AI. You could say, hey, where am I overcomplicating this? What did I miss? Using it as a thought partner that way. I always jokingly say I think the coolest system on the planet Earth is an airplane safety card. Because, I mean, if you think about it, like, this little cartoon teaches me, like, if we land in the ocean, how I find a door, how I open that door, how a big giant raft becomes a slide for me to go down, then becomes a raft so we can float until somebody finds us. And the reality is this little cartoon that's like 5 pictures, if I'm 4 or 104, I know how to do it. If I speak English or not a word of English, I know how to do it. If I'm the smartest person on this plane or not quite so much, I know how to do it because it's simplified. And what I would encourage you is if you want to grow your business, even into the world of an admin, you've got to have this process simple so you can hand it to somebody and they can look at it and go, I can do business just like you. Yeah. Well, so side note real quick, and before we jump into homes under management. My father passed away in 2019. He went to his grave with this statement, with saying this to me. Now realize he's got son, daughter-in-law, another son that's an agent all at Keller Williams, right? His wife was a team leader for a year at Keller Williams, and he went to his grave saying, I don't believe in this team thing. He goes, nobody wants to do business with some team member of mine. They want to do business with me. I'm a little bit of a smart aleck sometimes, so I would look at him and go, so none of your past clients ever did business with somebody else? I thought they all wanted to just do business with you, right? The reality is people want to do business with your standards and your system. It's less about your personality and more about how you do it for them and what you do for them.
In the beginning, it's only about personality.
Yeah.
You have to transition or you burn out and get out of the business. Your business goes away.
Yeah.
You can't continue personality and relationship.
Absolutely.
At the highest level.
Well, you can't scale personality.
No.
Even with all the advancements in technology and podcasting and all this, you can't scale personality. Huh? They want to do business with your standards and your process. They want to do business with what you stand for. We talked about that with Visionary Brand a little bit earlier. What do we stand for? That's what they want to do business with. I know it's kind of hard. It's a little ego buster, especially if you're a high I like me, but it's really not about me. It's about how I made them feel. And we make them, it's about what they experienced, and that's more about what we allow, what we don't allow. That's more about how we process things through the transaction and through the entire process. It's more about what we stand for and why we do what we do, less about who we are.
But your processes and standards also create a feeling.
Yeah.
So
it's how you make them feel, right?
But,
yeah.
But your processes and standards are how they feel.
Mm-hmm.
Just as your behavior is, just as your personality is.
Well, and as you said, Moki, I think as you get bigger, it's even more so your standards and your processes.
100%. That's all it is. Yeah.
I mean, as we talk about, we're going to transition right now. We're going to talk about homes under management versus a database, right? And we're going to talk about what do we mean? What do we mean when we talk about managing a home and right what that looks like? And the reality in the homes under management world, as we talk about that, is we've all done some aspects of this. Right? We talked earlier about we interact with somebody, we find out they want to sell. We interact with them through the sale process. We interact with them through the search process. We interact with them through the buy process. And then the live process happens. And what happens is during that live process, we have a little bit of interaction with them. I'm not talking about just dripping on them, but it's also the concept of helping them live in the home, manage the home, produce them, right? We have an interaction with them in that. So as we have this interaction with them in that, what y'all tell me, what I see is that's heavy at the beginning, and it starts kind of drifting away the longer they're living there. Now that we're 9 to 12 years there, we're drifting away more and more, right? Like we're starting now, and it goes that way. And some of that is technology disruption. They kind of wander over here to look for that. They wander over here for this. Different platforms provide different deals. What I mean by that is when they call you and they say, hey, who do you know that I need to repaint my kitchen? Who do you know that I could do that would do that for me? Or they call you and they say, I need to replaster my pool. Do you know anybody that could do that? Right? Especially at the very beginning, they call us all the time wanting to know stuff, right? The longer they live in the house, that becomes farther and farther between. And we have to figure out the platform and the way and the mindset around how do we help them manage that property for the long haul, right? And it's a concept of homes under management versus a database. When we talk about, and we look at that, right, so Ron, you want to be my calculator for me? You pull out your phone and do some math for me real quick? You don't have to, it's going to be two simple numbers. You're going to multiply two things for me. I want to get them from the room because I want them to see this. All right? So when we talk about managing a home, it's can we be the trusted source that a consumer goes to for everything they need to live in a house? It's not going to be everything overnight, right? We're going to build a process. We've got to get them started somewhere, and then we got to build it up. And if we're going to do it, Smokey, you said it earlier, talking about scaling. If you want to do it it's one thing to do it for 20 transactions a year and those 20 clients. But once you've got 1,000 of them, it's hard to give them transparency, access, and control to everything that you need for 1,000 homes to help them handle everything that they need. So we have to be able to have some digital platform, for lack of a better term, some place to manage and help them find the solutions they need for all of those things. That's what we put forward to you right now. The beginning of that is the Go Home Hub. So, Ron, I want to ask, somebody asked, what is a really good number, like a strong number of people in a database as a business? 1,200. 1,200? All right, we'll do 1,200. So, Ron, let's take 1,200. Now, y'all give me, what is the, like, in our area here, in Mark said, average home value?
385.
385. So, Ron, would you multiply 1,200 times 385,000 for me?
462 million.
$462 million. Keep that number in mind because I'll talk about. When I was at NAR for Smokey a couple weeks ago, one of the things they told us they're trying to do is spend money to change the public's perception of realtors in America. What do y'all say the public thinks of us?
Money grabbers.
We're about like a car salesman, huh?
Money grabbers.
Money grabbers. Anything else? It's fun. They think you're rich. Now, it's funny, the best one I've gotten so far, it's my 7th one of these. Best one I got was South Lake. Some lady goes, they think we wear nice shoes, drive nice cars, and open doors. And I was like, oh, okay, right? Right. I would say car salesman is probably let's go if we want to go the work, which I don't know why. I got one of my closest friends in life owns a car lot and is a car salesman. He's a great guy. I mean, he sells used cars. I mean, he's got a used car lot, and I think he's a great guy. And yet, that's just there's a persona out there with that, and quite honestly, we battle that all the time, right? And I would just say, so first of all, you want to change some consumer mindset around us. Well, let's think if I have a database of 1,200 people. And let's just say I'm nailing that and closing 100 units a year. Am I changing that perception at all of salesman, money grabber, anything like that. What if I'm helping those 1,200 people truly manage their home? Like I'm their go-to source for everything live in a house, or the majority of live in a house. All of a sudden now, you just went from being a car salesman to managing a wealth asset portfolio of $462 million. Almost a half a billion. Can I tell you something? If you work for Schwab, you work at a hedge fund, you work at a PE company like Stone Point that just bought Keller Williams, you do that and you manage a $500 million portfolio, people are coming and handing you money to invest. Why? Because they trust, people obviously trust you. There's obviously a level of transparency there, right? They've got access and control as they're going through it. Everything that we talked about earlier, what the consumer's wanting. When we help people manage their wealth asset versus just buy and sell, it changes the public's perception of who we are. Not only does it do that,
Also
but
changes who we have to be that person.
Okay, that's
the biggest. That's the biggest.
Yeah, that's the
leap
next
to make.
step.
We have to feel like and really be doing that.
Well, let's ask this question.
I don't want that much responsibility.
Well, let's ask this question.
I got taco sauce to eat.
Let's ask this question though. How would you wake up every day? Would you wake up and approach the day differently just by, honestly, words matter.
Yes.
Just by the fact that you wake up and realize there are 1,200 people that have entrusted $462 million worth of their wealth assets to you.
Change your mindset too.
You're going to show up differently. You're going to act differently. You're going to have to. How you show up is going to be different. How you approach how you do business is going to be different. Right? Because in order to get to that place, the consumer's not going to think differently of you. You can't go out there and say it if you're not doing it. So when we talk about one of the things that we're working on this year, we've been talking about it now, Smokey, 2-3 years we've been using this term, homes under management.
At least. Feels like longer, but at least.
Yeah. I think we launched it at launch 3 years ago, 2 launches ago.
Okay.
That we've been talking about this. I think we've been talking about it longer than that. But we launched it publicly there to get to that, right? Where there's a reason for this, and it's the benefit can be the public thinks differently of it. The reality is we know that we have to be there in order to cut through the noise. In order to be the signal and not the noise. It's a phrase I heard used this week that I kind of liked, was that there's all this noise going around in the world and the signal is what pierces the noise. Right? In order to be the signal and not the noise, we have to be there for homes under management. We have to be there for the life cycle of the home. We don't have a solution to be there for the life cycle of the loan. We run the risk of our, quote, database degrading. I remember an area director, technology area director for the region, stood up in front of the region when they were talking about the oncoming command, and he talked about the degradation of the database. This was 2017, maybe 16, 17, and he said that the national stats were 10% of your database was bad every year. Meaning a number changed, an email changed, it degraded every year. Then the rise of data portals, now AI, Amazon, Alexa, Siri, things like that got into place where people were recommending things that others weren't. They're now most recently, that number has doubled. People think about 20% of the information inside of your database degrades every year. That's why in the MREA models, you see the number of needed people in a database to closings continues to grow. Right? Instead of a 12-2, it went to a 10-1. They're now saying it's a 15-1 inside the materials that are in there. That's in there. Why? Because the information inside of your database is changing. If you change your business structure to where you don't manage a database, you help people manage their wealth assets. Do you believe, would that information, if they're connecting with you for all things live, would that information stay more current than it would if you're just dripping on them with a newsletter, a neighborhood update, and a recipe every quarter? Right? So as we look at that and we figure that out, it becomes, how do we do this and why do we do this? I'm kind of giving a little bit of the why behind it, because I'll be transparent. Teresa, my wife, she couldn't stand the word home under management until I broke her through this entire process. Because you know what she thought? I'm sure nobody in this room thought this way. It's only all of those agents elsewhere. Probably not even Keller Williams agents. Definitely not Go agents. But they think, homes under management, you mean property management? You mean property management? No, I mean helping manage the life cycle of the home. If you were here when Smokey and I were here a couple months ago.
By the way, it's just our industry that thinks that. You say homes under management anywhere else, and that's a whole.
Oh yeah.
Anywhere else outside of a real estate agent.
Yeah.
That is a whole different.
Well, we talked about that earlier.
Different valuation and a whole different connotation.
Well, we talked about that earlier, Smokey. If y'all remember, we talked about that, right? That we have our language, our mindsets, and so forth. They're not necessarily always in alignment with what the consumer's thinking. Yeah. And so as we look at this and we begin to look at it, we have put out there, and we've said this about the Go Home Hub, right, of what we need to do. But what we're going to do in looking at this as we take it through, and we'll probably get, because I know we have lunch here in just a little bit, we'll get to lunch, and we'll come back and do, so we're going to do math after lunch, not before lunch. So, which sounds really dangerous to me.
You're going to feed me to butter me up and then give me math.
Yeah, and you're going to fall asleep as you start to work on the math, right? But our Go Home Hub, many of you have, is anybody in here uploaded people into Homeowner AI? Yeah, and begun to use it. Okay, so I want to say kind of a difference in Homeowner and the journey of, right, originally Homeowner AI was called Milestones. Milestones, so to kind of give you a history lesson, the founder of the company, he spoke at our launch when we were in Globe Life, the Ranger Stadium. He spoke at our launch with us there. He named it Milestones because he named it in his mindset after the game of life and how you hit these milestones in the game. Remember, that's when you put the little blue person in the car and the little pink person in the car. Then you had kids as you went there. You got jobs. You had these milestones in life. So he named it Milestone to help you manage your home through the milestones of life. They then changed it to homeownerdata.ai. I don't really know the full reason why, but it's becoming clearer and clearer to me about a possibility. It doesn't really matter. Changed it to Homeowner AI. We've now white labeled it to the Go Home Hub as we talked about having common language, right? And to have the hub be our language that we talk about, right? So the Go Home Hub allows us for you to do it. If you have used Go Home Hub in the past, but you have not jumped on board in the last 90 days, you need to jump in and look at it. Well, there's twofold. Originally, and I'll say this, originally the value in the product was your consumer using it. And you had to figure out how to get them to use it. Which you've got enough going on, getting them to use it. We do some things. We have put out some things. Like, for example, I will tell you, I would encourage you, when you do tax protests, or when you do tax conversations in the future and you give them, put their documents in their Home Hub and make them go there to get it.
That's good.
Yeah, because they have to do it. They have to go there and use it. You can create a couple of things. Like, hey, I'm providing this value for you. Just find it in your Home Hub.
So, in addition to that, if I would do like a CMA, right, I can put that CMA in there for them to go. There's a place for them to go and find this.
Yeah. Or how about this? Go put their documents from closing in there. Hey, we uploaded your documents into your Home Hub.
Survey.
Yeah, it's all sitting there for you. It's a digital storage bank vault that's protected, encrypted, and protected for you to be able to have out there. It's inside of your home hub. And hopefully what happens is they get on there and they begin to see, because you get to go in there, there's a list of vendors in there, but you can put your own on there. You could actually even like partner with vendors and get them to pay you to be able to appear on there so they can look at it. Here's what I'll tell you the biggest difference that's happened recently is that when Smokey and I were here a couple months ago, we talked about Cotality and all the data that they have, right? Cotality owns part of homeowner.ai. So they are, the data inside of Go Home Hub is the same data that's coming from Cotality. Give you an example. I don't know, they didn't give us a percentage, but the AVM that's inside, that Cotality has, is used by mortgage companies to bypass appraisals and certain loan to values. It's that accurate. Like there are mortgage service providers who are buying mortgage loans that will say, we don't need an appraisal if you're using the AVM from Cotality. That's pretty accurate. I don't remember, Smokey, if you remember, but they said which ones do that, but they were talking about how their AVMs are used in place of appraisals at certain loan-to-value conversations, right? So with that in mind, it's not just the tax data. And one of the things I heard told recently was they've noticed that the home valuation mysteriously seems to adjust right after it closes and the thing goes to sold inside of MLS. Why? Because Cotality has access to MLS. So they're keeping up to date with that AVM, right? So that's for your consumer. But there's two pieces of information on there for you all. So the difference really in it, before it was about how do we get our consumer to use it. Now I want to say, how can you use it today? There's two pieces in there. One is a likely seller score. So it's taken it's looking out there at their note, their loan, their mortgage, come to what their AVM says it is, what equity do they have, based upon that equity, what's their likelihood to sell, along with other stats that go into what's happening in the neighborhood, some of their consumer behavior that's being tracked out there by that data. It's not just the behavior that they do on Go Home Hub. It's behavior that the largest real estate data, and if y'all were here, I don't want to necessarily get into it, but remember there was some of that data that's really creepy that they have access to, right? And they're using that to determine what's the likelihood for they sell. I was doing this class yesterday. There was a person in the room, they had put 30 homes they put 30 clients into a home hub, create a home hub for them. 10 of them were likely to sell. Now, I'm not saying you're going to get them, but hey, how about waking up and just knowing I have 10 people to call today?
It's a lot of responsibility.
Right? I got 10 people to call today in that. The second piece on there is coming soon, but it's supposed to be there by the end of the year. It's called a shopper score. Okay, so what a shopper score is, y'all remember Smokey told you all when we were here before about how it can track a cell phone registered to an address and say it's been to open houses? Because a house is listed as open on MLS. They've got the MLS data. They know this cell phone's been there and it's registered to this house. So somebody in this house has been to and it'll tell you on there, they've been to these 3 homes. They've been to 3 homes. It doesn't tell you which 3. Been to 3 homes that are on the market. Here's the price range they're in. And here's their shopper score. Right? Yeah, the Cotality already has it. And if you look on your Go Home Hub, it says shopper score coming soon. Like they're just finalizing a few pieces to put it on there. I don't know. I don't work for Cotality or Homeowner, so I don't know which ones are there. But I know on my dashboard it says shopper score coming soon. I've seen the Cotality website that says shopper score and what it says on there. So I know what it says when it's done.
What it says and
yeah.
how it works. We're using it right
We're
now.
using it.
Testing it and using it. And
Yeah.
so it's really quite interesting.
Yeah, we've got a small lab group working with some of this data right now to see how could we use it to maximize it, and is this something that we want to embrace and bring in? Remember, I showed you our platform for thinking like the agent of the future. Then I showed you the platform of how we do the agent of the future. This is potentially another add-on piece if we figure out, does it really help us get there? Right? But here's what I will say.
But imagine for a minute, before you get there.
No.
You're getting up every morning, and now you're not a salesperson anymore. You're waking up knowing what your customer's doing. You are coming at this and approaching those 10 people that he was saying. You're now approaching those 10 people not as a cold call anymore. These are people interacting with you. You're there to provide information, and you have all the information before you call. From an old-time salesperson perspective, that is gold in terms of all that information. But now we change from a salesperson. You have 10 people that are ready to do something. You were just given 10 hot leads. I just walked up that morning and gave you, Ron, 10 hot leads to go do something with. And these guys are ready to go. So how are you going to get in business? And they already know you. They're already working with you. Now that $140 million you're managing right now, it's a different conversation. You're running a different business because you're getting up, not as a salesperson, not as where am I going to find a lead today, but you're getting up and you're saying, all right, how am I going to help win from the $140 million that I'm currently managing? How can I serve my people today? What do they need and how do they do this? And by the way, you will never get out of the real estate business if you're managing that kind of portfolio. Yeah. That becomes a generational business that you can pass down and do something with if you so chose to do that.
Or sell for a way higher multiple than you could right now.
100% sell. Also, if you've been doing this a long time in real estate and are really good, you're going to have trouble adapting to that because it's different. Jenny, if you're newer in business and newer to this, you may adapt it quicker. You may understand this quicker, and therefore you're going to get to a spot quicker than other people. And that's as you move into the future. Longevity no longer matters. Longevity matters from a sense of how many relationships y'all have had and who you are and the ability to go capture those relationships.
Longevity helps you.
Conversation in the future, but it is changing. It is changing quickly.
Well, I think longevity plays and helps you. Your tenure in the business helps you in getting to homes under management. You have a larger base to be able to go get. However, that's only a tool for a time. It's only an advantage for a season. Because once that homes under management conversation happens, our longevity and the fact that I have these relationships, if they start getting managed by someone else first, it doesn't matter. I learned a bit of information yesterday. I told Smokey last night. It was fascinating to me. Y'all know Milestone Electric, the company? They fix it in a flash. We fix it in a flash. Right? Again, the ticket and radio station commercials all the time. I hear it. Anyway, so they were an electric company. Then they moved into HVAC and plumbing. They are primarily an HVAC, plumbing, and electric repair company. Right? They created first a construction company that they also do. So now while they're at your house repairing your stuff, if they see something and go, hey, would you like us to help you? We also have a construction company. If they find out that you want to remodel a kitchen, hey, we have a construction company, we'll do that. Would you like us to send our people over to do that as well, right? They've since added a home maintenance. They call it a home maintenance program, not a home management, but a home maintenance program. You can pay them X dollars a month and you are on their maintenance program for HVAC, electric, plumbing, maintenance, as well as handyman fix things here and there because they have a construction company. They have 22,000 homeowners across DFW that are currently paying them a monthly fee to be a part of their home maintenance plan. They just bought Mike Mazik Realty. Doesn't matter that you know Mike Mazik or not. It's a small company, it's an independent broker. I don't like the guy. I've got hit, or as my kids would say, I got beef with Mike. That's what my kids would say. I got beef with him. And anyway, and over lunch, I can explain it to you sometime. It really doesn't matter. But Mike got burned out and he wanted out. So they came to him. They just bought him. He's now a full-time employee there because they want to add to that services and now say, hey, we already maintain everything on your home for you. If you're looking to buy or sell, use us. We can do that too.
way, this has been coming for years, and we have shown in every way we can up there how all of this consolidation has come through with our industry.
And Smokey, I told you.
Again, no one's wanting our industry. They're just wanting part of our commission and part of our commission and part of our commission. And they're wanting all of this to get to everything you just heard. They're not wanting it to. Everybody's afraid they're gonna put us out of business. No one wants to do what we do.
No.
Trust me. There's not one technology company, anybody else who's trying to go figure out how to go be a great real estate agent. They're trying to figure out how to get our information and have us working for them and servicing things for them, and to get to the billions of dollars, not the hundreds of millions worth of commissions, but the billions of dollars of everything else with the whole home. And by the way, we're the key to that. It just depends if we give it away or not.
Well, I think, Smokey, I told you this is, so we've talked about it. This is my first example that I have seen, and it's in our backyard. It's the first example I've seen of a home management company getting into real estate versus a real estate company getting into home management.
But you've seen insurance companies buying this. You've seen
Yeah.
Rocket Mortgage.
Well, I said
You've
Rocket
seen
Mortgage,
insurance,
yeah.
You've seen title companies. You've seen mortgage companies. Everybody, and those are directly related. Now you're seeing a whole different. There's a whole different section.
Yeah.
of
Well,
how
and maybe
to
I
do
should
business.
say it better as a company in the real estate industry. Like I consider Rocket Mortgage still in the real estate industry. It's not a brokerage, but it's in our industry. And they bought Redfin, right? And they said they bought Redfin because they're looking to be a supplier through the life cycle of the home. That's the word that they used. The life cycle of the home. Cotality changed their name because they said they want to be able to provide data to real estate professionals throughout the life cycle of the home. Right? This is the first time that somebody that's built an entire business about the life cycle of the home say, we want to reverse that script. We want to reverse engineer that, or at least the first one I've seen. I'm sure there's others out there that have. It's the first one I've seen. And it's small scale in the circle of, like, compared to a Rocket Mortgage and a Redfin, it's a small scale conversation. But what I do think it does is it shows us it puts validity to where we're headed. And I think, to me, it creates an urgency to, hey, we got to take this seriously. There is there is a value in helping someone manage their wealth asset that is their home. And we were one of the, I will say not me, Smokey was one of the first people I ever heard this concept from, ever. And everybody's now. Maybe a little. There's been a handful of times that I might have felt that way over the years, and I've been wrong every time. Smokey does like to remind me of the day. It was before I went on, so it's probably like March the 3rd of 2020. And Smokey has us, all of our leaders get on a Zoom call and begins to tell us we need to think about how are we going to do business if we can't come into the office? How are we going to do this? Smokey he's talking to doctors that he knows who are talking about this potential pandemic on the horizon. And if we can't open the doors of our office, how are we still going to do business? And if we can't do all this, how are we going to do that? And like, COVID wasn't a known commodity at the time. This was before March 13th, right? This was 10 days before everything started really, all heck started breaking loose. And I have a picture of my notes from that call. And in the bottom of it, I write, Smokey has lost his mind. I literally wrote that on my notes. Smokey has lost his mind. And anyway, I looked at it. I wrote that down on my paper, and then lo and behold, I'm sitting on, I was in the Bahamas, and I get a text message that says, I went on spring break with my family in the Bahamas, and I get a text message from the office, or an email. I got an email from Holly that said, I later realized it was really only for me, but they didn't just tell me, they sent it to everybody.
We sent just to Tommy because he was the only one that applied to.
Yeah, they sent it to all leadership in the company, but it really only applied to me. And it was, if you've been out of the country, you need to stay home for 2 weeks when you get back. And I was like, I picked up the phone, I called Smokey, and I was like, dude, are you serious? Like, come on.
So
Don't you?
Are you shitting me?
Yeah, that's what I said. I did. I go, are you shitting me? Don't you think you're overreacting? Don't you think you're overreacting? And then I was standing in line to get on an airplane from Miami to Dallas, and these couple in front of me are whispering, and I go, okay, what are y'all whispering about? And the lady turns around and she goes, my best friend's husband's on the Houston City Council, and they just voted to shut down Houston. And I was like, how do you shut down Houston? You can't. Now, I understand, like in hindsight, that's like, okay, well, that makes sense. At the time, that's ridiculous talk. You are out your mind. There's no way. How do you shut down an entire city of 5 million people? You can't do that. But anyway, I say this, Smokey was one of the first people that he was the first person I ever heard years ago start talking about, we're moving to homes under management. We're moving to homes under management. We have to build a platform that allows our people to get to home under management.
2019, we actually made a financial commitment
To it.
as a company of this is where the future is.
Yeah. And now, right in our own backyard, somebody that's actually managing homes is going to start selling them too.
They're going to try to do that.
Yeah, they're going to try. But here's the reality that whether they do good, bad, or ugly, in that what I will say is, Homes Under Management, or a company that does homes under management, has officially become our direct competition. So we better at least fight with weapons they're fighting with, or else we're at a disadvantage. 10 minutes? You told me 11:30.
I know, they just got here. Give them 10 minutes. I'm trying to be quiet over here.
Hey, so I love you. Hey, so Smokey and I both just talked a lot about this, and I know, I don't mean it to be scary. It's not scary. I hope it's probably going to be a little bit, because we talked earlier, we've got to think differently. We've got to plan differently. We this afternoon put together a business plan for next year. We spent a lot of time this morning, 2 hours, talking about why we need to think this way, why the consumer's changing. One of the big changes we have to get is away from just transactional and more to homes under management. We talked about not being a gatekeeper, but being a trusted advisor, right? As we look at that, because if we just do things the same, we business plan linearly every year. And I'm going to tell you what I mean by that. You sit down and you go, I did $10 million this year. I can increase that by 20%. I'm going to do $12 million next year. And that is linear thinking. Do you have to go do anything different to make that increase happen? Necessarily. Honestly, you can just go get better at what you're already doing and probably increase 20%.
Or the market that's probably going to go up 10%.
Yeah.
Just do that and you
Yeah.
don't do anything.
Yeah.
Do less and still do that.
Yeah, the market goes up 10%, exactly. Right? That's linear goal. Even if we sit there and say, okay, I did 20 million this year, I'm going to do 24 million, I'm going to increase by 20%. Some of us even look at it and go, we're just going to increase by 10%. And I'd be happy. I did 30 units, I want to do 33. Most of you probably don't think that way. You say 10% and see 33, you go, well, I want to round it up to 35. Right? But that's linear thinking. And here's the problem with that linear planning is it doesn't require you to think or be differently at all. But if you jumped in and go, all right, I sold 10 million this year and I want to sell 30 in 27. What do I have to do differently in 26 to get to 30 in 27? And now you start realizing, okay, I might need to take this homes under management thing seriously. You start thinking, I need to take this predictive analytics and these tools of this, how this data translate and using this really seriously. You begin to think, we'll talk about today, I've got to figure out how to automate with AI so that I can do it differently. Because I think when we talked about consumer change, I kind of went through my history. We talked about consumer changing and all of that. The reality is if we go back to, all right, I'm just going to do it the same way, what we're basically saying is Facebook is for kids. And you know what? You might do 10% more next year. You probably will. Probably do 20% more. As Smokey said, I mean, NAR says it's going to go up 14.9. You don't have to do a dang thing, and you should see a 15% increase just because of the market shifting. And what then what does 27 look like? What does 28? Here's one thing we don't know. Smokey says, we don't know how long until yesterday's agent. We don't know how long until yesterday's agent is replaced by tomorrow's agent. All we know is that we're sitting in today's agent and we're getting pulled in both of these directions. Because yesterday's agent, acting like we did yesterday, is where we make the most of our money. We don't know how long it is, but there is, let me give you an example. I'll make a bold prediction because I've seen some technology lately that I guarantee you can do it already, and it's just not mass scale. Are there any transaction coordinators in the room? Okay, so we've got one over here. Okay, so do not be afraid.
He's about to tell you he's going to put him out business. That's what he's starting with. Just
yeah, but just so you know, but there's ways you need to start thinking about how to apply this and utilize this, because I've seen technology that, on a small scale, AI within 12 months can do everything transaction coordination wise.
It's doing it right now.
Yeah, I mean that's out there doing.
I'm just doing it right now.
Yeah, well, I'm saying before it becomes right, the technology's doing it. Now, whether or not it gets to mass scale is going to take a little while because quite honestly, half of us don't trust it, and most of us are going to be wait and seers, or as the innovation bell curve calls, we'll be the laggards that wait to see. But the reality is, I mean, I've seen it take. You train it on who you use as vendors, who you use as title companies and ancillaries, everything that's on there. You pump a contract in, it creates a timeline for everything that's on there. It sends puts everything on your calendar of what that timeline is. It orders inspections, it orders photography, it sends all of those emails, it orders title, it sends stuff that's needed to the mortgage company, it orders a survey if it says there's one needed on there. It does all of that based upon the documents that you put in there. It's ready to go. And then it just notifies you along the way and can be set up to just automatically send your clients updates through the process.
This reminds me of when Smokey was up there and he was talking about when all the different companies were buying each other out. And we were having that conversation, and we were discussing the new gold, information as the new gold.
Yeah.
That was the new gold. And so this reminds me of that conversation. And at that time you were saying, so get on board with what's going on, and this is the same thing. This is absolutely the exact same thing, what they're doing with that data.
Yeah.
And how they can, because if you can control the data, if you can control the data, you can control the consumer, their behavior, and whoever has the consumer data and the behavior, there's the analytics. Here we go.
Yeah,
and I don't know what to do with it. Can I say this?
Yeah.
So Cotality, who we're working with, and so
they control all the data.
They have all of the data in the world. I mean, we make fun, and I tell this joke. Tommy doesn't, but I mean, they know everything you're doing. And by the way, they're not spying on you. We're giving it to them.
Yeah.
Every time we have all the little apps that are tracking, and all the little apps that are doing, and all the little times we check into that's how they're not. This is public information they're pulling, but they know everything about us. They literally know everything about us.
Yep.
They know, and I'm gonna make it fun because this would never happen. Y'all just had your beautiful anniversary, and so you were great. But they know if your wife has visited a divorce attorney,
Yep.
and they know where you were last night to cause her to do that.
Yep.
They literally have
I was at the Tony Braxton.
They have all that information on. They know if you've been to the hospital.
Yep.
They know that you went to Taco Casa today and got an extra hot sauce. They know all of those things about our information. But the funny thing is, with all that data, They have no idea what to do with it.
No.
They literally have no idea what to do with it. They're wanting us to tell them what to do with it because they have absolutely. Am I true on that?
Absolutely.
We get on the call. We've been to their Discovery Center twice. With tons of meetings with the CEOs. Everybody they have no idea.
Now that's why we're in
language,
this.
And they look at me like I'm crazy. Do
Yeah.
they not?
No, yeah, and they speak language, and I look at them like they're crazy too, because that's the whole deal is they have all the data, but they just speak differently, so they can't figure out how to use it. We got to figure out. Yeah, they have Cotality has a agreement with MasterCard Visa. I mean, I've heard as much as they have every receipt that's out there. So let's just think about this. Given, yes, they're visiting a divorce attorney, but how about this? Hey, they've been buying a crib. They bought a changing table on Amazon. They registered for all of this stuff. Hey, bingo, there's one of the 10 Ds. Diapers. Ding, 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 ding. Right? So now we're looking at it going, okay, then it is. They have no idea what to do with that data. They have it. They don't know what to do with it. Because I've been trying to think, like, once I found that out, Smokey, I haven't even talked to you about this. We haven't been able to talk a lot in the last couple of weeks, but like I've been thinking the last couple of weeks, like, what else do they have in there that they don't even know they have access to that we could use? That would be amazing.
I don't think it's they don't know. I think they're just not willing to tell us. They know they have everything. And
Well, I think they know they have it.
And they kind of grin at us when they say what they do and don't have. And so,
No, I think they know they have it. I think the question is, like you said, they don't know how to apply it. So I think that's the thing.
Which was shocking to me. That's a multi-billion-dollar company, literally multi-billion-dollar company, and they have no idea. I assumed everybody had this and there was some master plan to go figure it out. They do have a master plan, but they can't figure it out. They're not going to figure it out. There was no way they were going to figure this out. And they got some of the smartest people on the planet and they're working.
And they've traditionally been a provider to the mortgage industry.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see that.
Your your lenders have known all of this information for years, actually. This wasn't even new. For years, your lenders have known all this information.
Well, and
they haven't done anything with it.
You can tell because they use terminology. They use mortgage terminology on their platform. Mm-hmm. They call it like it was a big deal for them to call it shopper score. Like they don't use buyer seller conversation. They use borrower. They use language like that. They don't use buyer. They use borrower. There's little things, and it pops up in the real estate world. And that's part of why we're working with them to say, hey, look, it doesn't need to say borrower on here. Like we don't care about that, so to speak. And I don't want us to have to translate as we get into that. But I think even with what Ron said, I almost feel like controlling the data is hard to do. But I think I don't know if we can control the data, but we can interpret the data. We can explain the data. We can use the data. Those areas we can do. Yeah, I gave up on controlling the data a long time ago because, it was like 2016 and we were out here championing, hey, don't give your data away, don't give your data away. And then I found out there's a $1 billion industry in the United States of people selling their data. And basically the way it's set up is, these companies that sell these large data banks that like if you can sign up and this company will pay you like a fraction of 1% for everything they make off selling your contact information. People are profiting off of selling their own data. I think it's people that just say, well, if you can't beat them, join them. It's going to happen anyway. I might as well make a little jingle off of it if they're going to do it. That's why, Ron, I said, I think to me, it's more than controlling the data. It's understanding, explaining, and utilizing the data. I think data is only good for how you use it. And that's so I will tell you, Home Hub. Here's homework assignment number 3. It's a 3-parter. And then we're going to go to lunch. Homework assignment number 3. I want you to upload your database into Go Home Hub. You can do that as a link. There's a thing on there, here, click this, you can upload a CSV file. If you use Command, there is a direct link that allows you to connect it straight from Command, and it'll automatically load into your Home Hub, your Go Home Hub. Okay? If not, you can, whatever CRM you use, you can download a CSV, you can pop it in there. I can't help you if your database is an address book and you're going to have to manually type it in. I can't help you there. But you definitely need to come to the modern age if you're in that place, right? So that's number one, is get them in there, right? Here's what it's going to do for you is it's going to, like, it automatically will ask you some questions about what you put in there. Things like, hey, we see this deed here and this note here and this there. Is this right information? So what it's going to kind of do is help you, quote, clean up your database, right? Which that's the time of year. We say it, the fall cleanup. You take the fall time to go clean up your database, make sure you have good information on it. That should be this season anyway, because then that leads into the winter of connection, which is where, you think about that when everybody's cold and you want to just stay inside around the fire, this and that, you connect. It's holidays and stuff like that, which then leads to a spring explosion. Right? That's the process that we talk about following. So this will do that. Second thing you need to do with the Home Hub is you need to, and I'm not asking you to master, you need to start familiarizing yourself and thinking about how can I use these predictive analytics that are in there.
Are there tools that break those things down for us?
We have courses that do that. There's training around Go Home Hub. And Mike actually here, he actually oversees the training curriculum for all of Go Home Hub for the entire Go network. And then the third step is you need to go secure a landing page. If you already got one and you want to dedicate it to it, great. Yesterday somebody said yourhomeresource.com they've got that website. So if you got a landing page, because the ultimate next step is you want to lead generate around a Home Hub. And if you have a landing page, you can they'll help you. Like Go Home Hub has Go Home Hub has the ability to direct that to a landing page, direct it to your Home Hub. So if somebody fills out their information, it creates a Home Hub automatically for them and sends them an invite. So it changes the way. Would you like to have the most accurate AVM on the market today? Just put your information in here, and you'll have access to it 24/7. Could be an entire lead generation for you to raise and begin to build homes under management in your world. Those, I would say, would be the three things. Then next year, we're going to talk about how do we get the consumers involved in it. But right now, you've got clean up your database, start learning to use the predictive analytics, and there's only going to be more and more that pop in there. And then get yourself the ability, a landing page ready to go so we can hit the year running in that. Because that way, as we figure out, because this year we figured out we had an agent on the other side of town that said, hey, here's how I use Go Home Hub. I put all of their tax. When I wanted to give them information to use to protest their taxes, I said it's all in homeowner.ai. If you want to make it next year and say, I'm going to put in your Go Home Hub, I'm going to have the title company put that in there for you, boom. I mean, you can tell us and we'll put them in there for them. We'll go tell them. We'll make it part of if you want to, we'll have them put them in there for you. We'll make it part of the CDA they send over that says, make sure you upload all the documents into their Home Hub. Here it is. Let us know. Yeah.
You said learn analytics and what else?
Get a landing page set up. You're going to want to hit the ground running in 2026, being able to run social media ads, GEO ads, things like that around that say, click here. I used an example. Click here for the most accurate valuation on the market. To have access to the most accurate valuation on the market 24/7. Click here to have that. When they do it and they fill out the information, it will automatically create a Home Hub for them, send them an invite to be interactive in it. And then you don't have to do the work. But you got to have a landing page to be able to do that with.
And Tom, and I know we're talking about stages here, and let me just make sure I'm not missing anything. So I know exactly where we're going, Home Hub, all that kind of good stuff. That increases our business, of course. What's the bigger picture after that? What does that look like? Because think about it this way, all the different companies, they bought another company, they bought the access, we saw how Zillow did there, and they tried to get in the real estate business and all that kind of good stuff.
We're
This
gonna-
increases our numbers, but am I missing something?
When we talk about lead generation
Right.
and revenue streams this afternoon,
Sure.
we're going to give some possibilities of that.
Okay,
So that's actually part of the curriculum this afternoon as we get into that.
okay, good, okay.
Is how can we leverage that, use that? What are some possibilities?
Yeah.
Like there's not, but there could be this, there could be that, how you do it.
Yeah, because like you was talking about Milestone got into this business, and all of a sudden they got into the real estate business. Where do we grow from? We're in the real estate business, we have the data, where do we go?
What I hear Smokey say all the time that I think is there is in a world where our margins are being compressed all the time, and that's not going to stop, there's going to be a day that your GCI is just a line item on your P&L. And you're going to need multiple revenue streams. We got some examples of that later inside the business. And so the question then becomes, how do you use them home under management to create a revenue stream off of that?
I was just trying to make sure we're not going to buy an AC company or something.
No. All right.
Yes, we're ready. All right, guys, let me introduce you to Tony from Tarrant Roofing. I know she's not Toby, but Toby is on a panel at Arbor today. So we have Tony with us.
Thank
so
you.
Just let us know we appreciate live.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for having us. Again, I'm Tony with Tarrant Roofing, not Toby. And I just wanted to come out and thank y'all for letting us sponsor lunch today. And who here has heard of Tarrant Roofing? Everyone in the room. Oh.
Toby makes a big splash.
I know. Well, everywhere he goes, Toby makes a big splash. So we just want to thank y'all, and we appreciate you having us. And again, we are here to support you in everything you do. We, again, don't just want one of your roofs. We want all of them. That's why we are a trusted sponsor here at Keller Williams. And any questions or anything anyone want to talk to Toby about, and I'm here instead? No,
This is where you get to ask for anybody got any complaints about Toby that I can go
Yes,
tell
y'all,
him?
let's dish on Toby. Anyone have anything to dish? So tell me the tea in the back.
Toby and my mother go to the same doctor, and so does Danny. They all go to the same doctor.
Really?
Know what he's allergic to.
Yeah, exactly.
That's so
Yeah,
random.
we found that out on a whim. We were just talking and having a conversation, and he was telling me he goes to Dallas, and I was like, oh yeah, my mother too, and and I'm a Dallas guy, and then one thing led to another, and I was like, oh, you talking about Dr. Malone? I said, Timothy? He was like, yeah, and it's just a small world. It's a small world. Toby's a really, really great guy.
He is.
Lots of great information. He did a class here, and he really taught us some things about roofing and the importance of having a good sponsor, a good partner.
Yeah.
And you guys are.
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate that so much. That's so great. Well, good. I will go put that in his chart when I get back to the office. Well, again, we thank y'all so much for your sponsor and partnering with us. So I will be here for a little bit. If anyone has any questions, I would be happy to help. Thank y'all.
Okay, guys, so how we're going to do lunch is we're going to go in this door, make your food, go out that door, and back around over here. All right.
All right, let's get back at 12:30. Take 34 minutes, and we'll start back at 12:30. No, I don't need I'll get some. I got a bottle of water. I probably need to get off the top.
Sure.
I am fabulous. How are you doing? Still rocking it? Yes. Probably.
Yeah.
Garrett?
I sure will. I know I
She's brand new.
Keep doing trash, taking out or anything, I'm your guy.
I sit outside the doorway all the time.
Where you guys send it to me?
Yeah, it's been
I'm totally lost because these are all new. You know,
Sure. There's a lot. Streaking from you're doing real estate like making environment. So there's some you just take it down and what's the most you're gonna look for business? What's the most important they haven't done this week? What's the most important thing that I do for the next 30, 60, and 90 days? You break your whole world. You're trying to do it all, you're going to drive yourself crazy. You accomplish nothing. Yeah, that's all you gotta do, is typically the most important on the website we list. Great to meet you, absolutely. Jenny, you doing well? You're doing great, okay, you're still smiling, I love your smile.
Yeah, I'm trying to get that $1,500 back.
$1,500 back?
Hey, you know what's so funny?
Had to pay up. Mistake I made.
Okay. You're on 15 minutes in long blank, okay. Yeah.
Hate it. I love it. I know.
Everybody's all done that. Everybody's done that. I don't know what you did.
No, I don't
I'm
need
not
to
to say that, but we've all paid lots of money.
I will, so I'll get up there talking, and I'll swallow a bunch of air, I'll get talking fast, I might belch, or, I may even,
Check
but probably McDonald's as I start getting some kind of acid.
no matter
what I eat.
Just make it. My client,
I'm good.
we were selling the home, and the buyer's agent sends an amendment to us. We got a temporary lease back. Well, long story short, he makes it out for a month. We only needed 3 days. And I was like, oh, they're being very generous. We all signed it. Remember, she sent it to me.
I went for fist bump.
This was like last week. We sent it over to everybody, and everybody's happy. Then she said, hey, what time will they be out? I said, they'll be out December 3rd. Just like the temporary lease. She was like,
Oh, are you getting it now?
Oh, no, I'm just taking it.
my client was getting a divorce picture of me. She paid for his movers and her movers.
Now, with the league, so now is the time.
The third, floor, and all that kind of stuff.
They already had a last one.
Can I be in the, can I be the meet and greet?
Should we each hold our favorite card and the 5 purchases up?
Yeah, it was all.
Thank you.
All right, so big Oklahoma, Alabama weekend. Are y'all going?
Yeah.
When you head down?
Friday morning. Friday morning. Yeah.
Are you flying? You know where you're flying to?
Yeah, that's right.
Flying to Birmingham?
Birmingham, yeah.
And then you have 2 boys.
Everybody start talking shit on the group.
Oh!
Where's that stat?
You didn't see that post?
That was an interesting stat. Alabama has never beaten Oklahoma in a regular season game. 63, 70, 2002, 2003, 2004, 2018.
So,
and then last year, they should have killed us, and they did. So I mean, that's an extra proof.
you gotta overcome. I think they're still holding.
That's
I
what
don't think they'll have yet. You know that Oklahoma
Yeah.
hasn't scored 2 offensive touchdowns on an SEC defense since they joined the SEC. They had like in their last game. No, they had like a fumble recovery for a touchdown and like an interception for a touchdown.
Okay, that's what I really do.
Yeah. And here's the deal. They beat Tennessee. I mean, that was a good game for them.
They did beat. That was a good game.
That was a good game.
And
It honestly was.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that they didn't score more than 2 in that
Well,
was
you know
really
it. Yeah, well,
more than that's holding them.
We just talked about the process.
But it's just funny that you guys need to do that so people can say that.
Well, I think we're going to get blown out this weekend. I think Alabama has a huge chance they should, because we kicked them out of the playoffs last year, and we were stupid Oklahoma last year. They lost to everybody, and
she got 2 boys.
Yeah.
She got 2 boys though.
Exposed all of them. And it didn't stop. So it would actually be better for me because Jackie Pearl is a shithead. She ruined the rest of the evening because they lost. I mean, she ruined the end of the game for me almost. I mean, I didn't let it because I just kicked off the shit. But I mean, it was interesting. Boy, they are. They are. I'm excited to go see.
Did they play
Hey,
Colorado?
I told her that you was on husbands.com saying it was Queen.
Am I the only ones that follow the rules?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you for following those.
I'm walking and I'm like,
That's right. Smokey and I have slowly moved back here because everybody's just been walking back through
Yeah, we
here.
started over there.
There's a traffic jam that's starting.
It's all good.
Everybody wants to chat.
All good. So, Night, anything else? Someone, I gotta run. So,
Are you gonna be
Go back to the office?
Yeah, I'm going to be in here about 2:30.
Okay. Cool.
This is supposed to go to 3, about which I get out of here at 3:30.
Perfect. Should have wished somebody would, so that'd be great.
Yeah, I wish somebody would.
Just go do that.
Let's do it, please.
Huh?
Let's please do it.
Exactly.
We're gonna leave out the other two, it's just me and you.
Huh?
We're gonna leave out those other two things.
Okay.
Yay, another one who followed instructions, way to go.
I didn't follow instructions.
I have to.
It's a,
I'm the only one follow your instructions. Oh, okay.
No, there was space.
if there's space, there's space. I just say that because there becomes a traffic jam right there. And then people are like, how do I get out of
Which is
here?
good, you know?
Yeah. So I do like to give some sort of instructions.
I'm never good at following them.
Yeah, we know. This is not new.
So why give me instructions? No.
One day, there's still hope.
For people like me that
I didn't
follow them. Otherwise, we're just gonna run them up around here.
The free taco comes running. I am ready to go. All right, man. We'll see you. Judy, I'm gonna sneak in your office.
Christine.
Oh, you want me to take a picture?
Yeah. I would stand.
You think sit down or stand up? Thank you.
I take it to there, and then I just log in with my email that's on my Nobody's account. Hello, please.
Because it always does something crazy.
I give up.
Rental
on it.
history? Yes, you want to sit over here?
Sure.
Yeah, application for a couple, Roxanne and Brandon. They down as the landlord reference.
I'm done with logging in. So I just.
Okay. So should I get that? Every month?
I've been waiting.
I'm gonna try to organize the way that
So why are you worried about it? We didn't know she was pregnant today. Yes,
No longer, I didn't like.
It's a dance picture yesterday or this weekend. We haven't got paid for going back yet. This is the one back.
I'm remembering the conversation.
I just took her on after I did the group.
Okay, and then they can go out online and take some pictures. Okay, when they're late, are they very late, or just like 2 days? Okay, so like they're kind of like, they just like, habitual, like okay, and, how many people are in the house? We know that she's becoming tired.
If it makes you feel any
I've
better.
learned that they come back to a tight pin.
She stomped off at me today. I was like, girl, bring your feet down.
Yeah, that ain't going nowhere.
How old is your baby?
We're bringing them by, we'll be at the end of March.
They're having free. Occupants? Okay, 5 occupants, $1. And you told me that the landlord is selling that property, is that the case? So she was going to sell it, because they said they were on a month, is that the case? Okay, and they said the reason they were moving is because the home is being sold. So she might have given her this, so they would probably do that, right?
The kids love this cap so much. They play it without music. And all the kids were singing it.
They wrote, the reason for the move is the lease will have to go over and selling the house. Have you seen the property? They've been in it?
Oh, look, look at your girl.
At all, have you done any unit inspections?
Yeah, and it's crazy.
So no, they're not causing
That little baby.
No.
That little baby was all over.
Yes, that's not the same.
I think that's what I needed to know, and you said they moved in.
It's been a long time.
Okay, they put the same date, March of
She's
2020.
grown up.
Man, y'all are getting old.
Okay. And how much is the rent?
Y'all not young like me, yeah.
1600. Okay, because my rent would be, like, I'm not gonna fight with the city, I can handle that. Okay, well, thank you so much, I think that is all I needed, I appreciate it. Okay.
I definitely get that.
Because she would just create your own home. Now she's in South Texas. That's in Gainesville. Oh, wow.
We have two, Kingsville, we have one in Portland.
No, I was counting.
But I connected my MLS.
It was like one of those rare moments that we were like, we're randomly right at the end.
I had no idea that's what I was doing. I just
All
announced
these
it.
people called me Sunday.
That was in your head.
I did. I did.
And applied. And they want to move in ASAP. So I'm like, sweet. And they qualify on income, my children checked out there.
Everybody knows everything.
So, they put that down.
Just in a conversation. And that's all I gave my iPhone to somebody. And
They didn't put what, they didn't put the dog on the app.
I mean, oh, always something to do. That's like, always something to do. I think they have the knowledge.
Yep.
Yep. Mine is right now, I'm fighting actually.
Yep.
With a bracelet.
Robin called you last night, cause I was mad, cause I had a nurse last night.
Yeah.
Free.
For you.
What happens is you just put in their email, their first name, last name, they send it to a link. And then they pay for the, they take themselves and then pay for the check. And then, process is, an eviction happens.
You okay?
So if they have any eviction.
For the last few days, I've been trying to figure out.
So we're about to we have a rental situation at Waukesha. They're moving out.
Okay, it's not over.
It's not over, just all the girls. That's my background. I just started to or hire someone.
But next week,
Or you're talking about like managing it, or you're gonna put it on the market for rent though, right? And they manage it. So you have a manager down there. Oh, okay.
I'm fighting. No, I was logged, apparently I was logged in with my door. And so, there's just like,
He let me, we've had it for a long time, we've been trying to make sure my desk. Really? So, yeah, on the 4th, you can deliver on a 3-day notice. On the day after that notice, they go file something. But apparently I was filing everything else for non-payment. And then they'll put a court date. And I go in and literally have a script, and you say, so-and-so moved in on this date, and that police written out is this, and they owe for whatever month, so the total amount they owe is this. And then they give you judgment, and then they have 5 days to move out of the property. If they don't move out, then you can go back to the JC and file for a writ. Sometimes things don't do that similar to what I was seeing in January.
Most people don't get to meet Smokey and Tommy on their first week.
Yeah. Royalty, I go to work for royalty.
The song for
You don't love it?
and then I was
I may just tolerate it. We'll just do
these were done in the moment, because I feel like, and chat asked my landlord, they say, for the security reason, they're not always here to be here, and maybe something, and then, today they say, and after that, they block it.
Well, you know what, here's the thing.
People are sending me now.
Oh, good, oh, good.
And which is like, whoever saw me, they're sending to me.
Yeah, good. That works, that works.
That is working to me instead of I'm saying.
That is very good, that is very good, that's right.
Kind of in contact with one of
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Oh,
How much love you and that you'll never lose.
Right. I knew it was here, it's because of my, but you can.
Yes. I don't know, I feel like it must be real. I'll let somebody else. She's a wild one.
Anybody can.
Figure it all out.
Okay, me,
The liability.
just explain.
Your coach, Carrie? Yeah.
Where's she with back?
She'll be back next week. Yeah, we let her go on vacation. I'm not sure why.
Okay, so you remember that my office was passed, you asked me if you were using your rec work?
Yeah.
When I told you I didn't go to the state, like, your dad needs to come. So then I created this letter. No, real estate. I know, that's okay. I should have, anyway, based on.
Oh, yeah.
And,
No, they were already
so I did all that. And then,
Okay.
so basically, it's all that about coming with boundaries.
Right behind
But I
you.
kind of, I'm in contact. But there are a few of them, one of them that's gonna why you didn't sell it. So when you say solutions and how you like they're still renting an apartment, so when
I don't mean I know that.
So how much are you gonna have?
More than because of us.
Like when I get the mail, I got some.
But if it wasn't for the color, then it really would, really.
And when we do this, I'm so excited, that's why I'm showing this. I had asked Mike yesterday, I got him to, hey, speak about putting a landing page on there, but he sent me a Tom Ferry video and helped me through it. But anyway, so here's where you are going.
And I ended up having to do a shot, and then I ended up there.
Yes, you are. And then you can get your freedom analysis or schedule, and then it goes through all my stuff.
I got back my home last night.
And then how to get your home sold.
Yeah.
My process.
For 2 days. Trying to figure out how to give them units.
And then, anyway, you can do this, you can call or text me, email me, where I'm located, all that other stuff. But I mean, it's still not all video stuff. That's where that place.
I love that. Put my books in my email.
Yes.
And it's not working.
Because he was walking around with it, then he wasn't.
Oh my God. Put this code in. Oh, dried up. I said, what did you do?
Well, that's part of what I told them before, we did a survey, I wanted to know.
I was walking my earbuds.
I was so mad. And that was mine. I mean, she did.
I should have thrown some. I asked him, I'm like, I can't do it. He's always helping me fix everything. Girl, I was like, my printer. But I didn't realize that I was doing it, but I was logging in
I'll be
so
all right.
when he showed me, what time are we doing? I said, I can't stand it. I would tell him.
12:30 is what I said. 12:30.
Yes. I called my aunt, I said, I can call you a title now. She goes, you know my role on title telling. I said, yeah, but hear me out.
Let all the rest of it.
I've been all over the place, like I didn't know how
Yeah, I'm starting, I mean, I've already seen results from it inside of a week, so. But he came and said he was going to
sounds like every so long.
Oh, okay.
If it's a German name, Gabby can tell you.
Ron is trying to get used to it.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That's the name.
Yeah, it's
I gotta fix this.
Oh, that's your new last name, isn't it?
Yeah.
play ball.
Did you talk about UWM?
I'm just gonna change it in my phone.
About UWM of the largest wholesalers?
Yeah. There were some of them, yeah, some of them that actually have that ability to, that are looking at doing 50 years?
No, we're not doing 50 years.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's what, okay.
No, the 50 years, I think it's just in the talks.
Yeah, it's just in talks, yeah. That's what I thought that's what you were asking me, that's why I'm sorry.
No,
I
we're
didn't
talking
know.
about that new appraisal.
Yeah, I don't know who all does it, I can't remember who they said did it, so I couldn't, that's why I didn't wanna, like, throw out there some of them.
I mean, the thing is, that was a team name. UWM is one of the largest, but they have, everything.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just amazing.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Focus classical, that's what we're working for.
She can still
Michael Bublé playlists, that goes on their open houses, and then I created a playlist of all songs about home. Everything about home, so I went through and I also made her songs.
Somebody else who did have her own taste for it. And then she just had her own.
Hair metal, Katie's hair metal.
Okay.
And then I have one energetic.
You know, I thought it was
It's got a lot of, it's got Michael Jackson dance.
We're gonna go to Walker.
Oh,
But it has
I
lots
have
of
today.
now it's trying to change it up.
Like Abby Penn.
What?
That's yours.
Yeah, but you know, it's like almost like date night. And when I was in,
I wasn't out looking for you.
no, listen to these.
Yeah,
I changed it up real quick and I got the energy just that. Okay, I'm not doing
Filling
that.
out the applications, and I had a call last week. Oh, I'm gonna do it on Sunday. She called me yesterday. I'm gonna do it today.
You know something, I'm really since I got free.
It's one of those.
Oh, yeah, we can do this one.
Well, they're not. That's more.
You don't get all of it.
So
You don't get all of it. Sorry. But it's one of the about
I can't do anything until I get, everybody right now.
Sorry, Ludo.
Yeah.
I told them last week. And so the thing now, they're bringing back.
house 3 times, we've looked at it. So, my son got a car the other day, and he says, it's a pre-con. Luckily, it's still on the market, it's pre. And he says, sorry, but, oh, he doesn't have anything on that.
Why do I know that song?
Salt and pepper, shoot. Everybody should know that song at that age.
I know because I've got all these, I've got all these artists. Anyway, he said that was the last night.
You do know that's a
He's like, you
remake.
don't even know. I said, I know what that song is, and I love Creep, and I love them, but,
You guys got a 7-minute warning.
It's the good
radio.
All right.
Oh.
5-minute warning.
12:30 is when we're coming back.
I like her.
I would be calling the realtor and freaking
I like his.
She's not teaching.
I like his, 'cause he said, he's the guy known for getting us out here early.
He started at 1 o'clock if y'all want to stay late.
Yeah, see, that was him.
I've got things to do.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody says, I'm not gonna give it to you, I will call your realtor and tell you you can't have a loan after the contract. I mean,
That's just fun. This is fun to do karaoke.
Oh, absolutely.
Everybody's bar. If it's done, we're not gonna meet your person. You don't need to. Yeah. Thanks. What happened?
Yeah,
It's supposed to be some weird time.
A day in the life.
But I'm still talking to the realtor and telling them,
The music makes you.
you know what,
It's fast, I have to step.
Amazon Music? This
I'm not,
is the
I mean, I used to stress out.
That's like, it's got random.
So,
It's even got some smell on it.
they want to go to time.
Right.
As long as you do your update with Sage and it's there.
Well, I just pulled the appraisal manually and found it out for because they gave me a heading on that loan. And I told my, what's the process? Find the other contract and make it with them because I'm not using that one anymore.
I don't know if I like that. Well, yeah,
I'm not getting any else back.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yes, that's right. Travis, this is my husband, and you're gonna be working. And then you're gonna, why haven't I had that in my business? Right. And why am I not doing something like this? The R.
Oh, the book?
The not like the VR, yeah, online friends.
Well, I keep telling you that, like that flavor is, but it keeps getting tender.
How are you?
This was the first, when Whitney was a teenager. She, that was her first concert. I took her to see her.
Yeah.
I saw them. So that means you can send me that plan.
She already has. Your wife is way ahead of you.
Noted.
Yeah, you had to figure it out. I did it, but it was so good.
I'm a good follower.
And not only that.
Are you going to February?
No.
My watch is 2 minutes faster than that.
Yeah, that clock is slow.
That clock is slow.
The goal is always to grow.
I got 12:28.
Yeah, so do I.
Oh, we ready to go?
Yeah, we could just,
Yeah, we ready to roll, but by the time they sit down, it's gonna be a.
yeah. Let's start grabbing our seats, getting ready. We'll get back to it.
All right, guys.
We'll catch each other. Okay.
So inside of your packet, as you wrap up, inside of your packet, section 3, the first page that starts with why it matters. That page is really the whole first part of that page is the old world of database, the new world of homes under management. The old world of contact lists versus the new world of asset portfolio management, right? We talk a lot about wealth advisors and doing that. This is where we see that come into play. And we're going to jump, though, we talked about the mentality of being an asset portfolio manager, of having a home under management. One, it changes real estate. It changes the perspective of what the future of what consumers think of what we do. Number two, it changes how we think about what we do. And number three, it will change what we have to do. Number four, it actually improves our conversion rates. Right? And so we're going to build an economic engine on a homes under management engine. So we're going to build our economic engine for our business around, or an economic model for our business, but we're going to build it around the conversion rates we would get doing a homes under management conversation. So we're going to have conversion rates with homes under management, like how many appointments we go on compared to that we get out of leads, how many appointments we go on to closings. Because if we're doing homes under management, the majority of our business is going to be what? Referrals. It's going to be sphere of influence, right? Majority of our business is, so what are leads that are referrals from our sphere of influence, and especially think if are they better in conversion or worse at conversion than, say, open houses? Oh, better. Yeah. They better or worse than online leads? Better, right? So I know that's a hypothetical question. I hope everybody was saying way, way better. I like that one, way better. But that's the conversation. So when you see some of these assumptions we're going to make at this, there's a reason that we're going to make them. First of all, the one assumption we're not going to change is we're going to build an economic engine around a 30-30-40. Okay, and so what is a 30-30-40? Number one, it's the model of economics for Keller Williams, meaning 30, 30, 40 add up to 100. The 100 is your GCI. The first 30 is the cost of sale, right? So the cost of sale in a 30, 30, 40, that first 30 means 30% of our GCI is cost of sales. Anybody, what is the cost of sale? Huh?
Anything it costs to do business.
Anything it costs to do business. I like that. I'll add a caveat to it, and that is, it's something I pay if the deal closes. Right? Something I pay if the deal closes. It's a way oversimplified definition, but it's one that keeps it clear in my head for me. So, for example, what would be stuff that you only pay if it closes? Huh? It could be a transaction coordinator, right? What else? Title policy. But I'm saying from our real estate, what do we pay out of our commission? Could be if we have a concession. A concession would be a cost of sale, right? Which I don't think we think through concessions like that enough to make sure we're staying in alignment with our budget on that.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. What else? How about split to the office? Your cap. It's cost of sale. How about referral fee? It's cost of sale. Right? Anything that you would spend if the deal closes is a cost of sale. All right? So then the next 30% of our GCI is cost of sales. The next 30 is expenses. Again, simplified definition, what you pay, whether you sell something or not. Right? So salaries, marketing spend, office bill, right? Anything you spend, whether you. So let's break down office bill, what it would be. So if you want it would be E&O insurance. It would be broker bay through MLS to pay for that. Another expense, whether you sell something or not, is your dues and your license renewals and all of that stuff. Anything, whether you sell something or not. Technology, CRM. Right? You're going to pay for that whether you sell something or not. I've not found a CRM yet that lets me pay as I sell. They don't seem to follow that business model. So anything that you're going to pay, no matter what. So I broke those down because that's really the bulk of your office bill, right? Is E&O insurance, broker bay, and Tech. Right.
Transaction coordinator, if you have your own.
Right. Well, and if you're paying them as a salary, that would be that. But the referrals and a lot of referral fees are going to be cost of sales because you don't pay it unless it closes. Yeah. So 30% cost of sales of our GCI goes to that way. 30% is expenses. I'm going to spend this no matter what. And then 40% is what's my net profit left over. Okay, so we're going to build an economic engine around the 30-30-40 model. Now, first of all, models are there to help give us a guideline, but there are going to be seasons and times in our businesses that we tweak things. There's going to be scale of our business where things tweak, right? 30-30-40 is a best practice. It's not always a common practice. And there are big differences between best practices and common practices. I'll use this also as my time to say, I don't mean this bad about anyone in particular. Everybody is going to think of somebody as soon as I say this, but I really am not thinking of anyone in particular. I just would say be careful of digital influencers out there who we listen to being experts, because many times they're experts of their game, not experts of the game. There's a difference. Experts of the game talk to a lot of different people. I mean, let's just get real. Gary Keller didn't write The Millionaire Real Estate Agent because he went out and built a model. He wrote The Millionaire Real Estate Agent because he sat down with a group of 50 of the top agents in the entire country, some of them not even with KW, and learned and asked them questions and heard them talk and sat down and said, what are common things that they have that we could build a model around? Right? So in the same way, just because somebody sells 1,000 homes a year doesn't necessarily mean they know how to tell you to run your business. Now, I am also a believer I can learn from everybody. I get some gold from every conversation I have. Somebody's giving me a little bit of grace in there that I can go take and turn into a gold mine. Right? And I believe that even people I totally disagree with, and people I don't even like.
Like that guy.
Yeah, Mike Mazik. I'll tell you. So I'll just tell you guys real quick. Mike Mazik, he came to the Rockwall office in 2012. The team leader at the time, at the end of 2011, and the team leader at the time, in order to get him to come over, he was top producing agent in Rowlett at Caldwell Banker. In order to get him to come over, gave him his first, cap managed him for his first year, and gave him no office bill and no rent for that first year. So basically, he had a year for free. He left 90 days before I became team leader and came over there. And what he did was come to Rockwall, and he was not a good cultural fit. He actually harmed the office in a great way, and studied to get his broker's license for the year that he was there for free. And as soon as he got it and got done, and his year was up, and he was going to have to start paying money, he went out and hung his own shingle and did his own brokerage. Which, look, my conversation is less about, like, I get people come and go. I don't expect anybody to stay with us forever. As a matter of fact, in the industry, it's about 4.5 years, right? For those that do move, it's about 4.5 years. It's interesting. The number one reason people stay at brokerages is because they started there. So the people that stay forever. Because we started this. Number one reason people join a brokerage is I know somebody there. The number one reason they stay is because I started there. I just don't like when people do. I mean, he had a plan from the beginning. Yeah, and like that. And so he was my competition. I made it. When I was the team leader of Rockwall, I did everything I could do to shut him down. I did steal 42% of his agent count, including all of his good ones. And brought them over to Keller Williams when I was the team leader there. So he got me. Anyway, 30-30-40 is a model. And so we're going to build a model. We're going to build a structure of a model that goes according to, quote, the model. However, there are times that you're going to look at it. You may be in okay, so first of all, if you're an individual agent or a husband-wife team, here, your business model, you may have a little bit lower cost of sales and a little bit higher profit margin. Because the reason cost of sales begins to go up, remember, this is the millionaire real estate agent 30, 30, 40. Cost of sales, really, where cost of sales starts to get hit is when you start running a team and you're giving 50% of the commission away to somebody else. That is a cost of sale for you. Right? So that's where you start seeing, right? If you are your own individual agent and you're on an 80-20 split at an office and you don't have a referral that year, your cost of sales is 20%. Right? So when we talk about that, it's a model that's built in there. Also, there's going to be seasons you may realize I need to go really heavily invest in something. And it's going to cost me some marketing dollars to be able to do it. And that's fine to see your expenses bump up above 30% for a season with a plan. But I would make sure you have somebody, and we're going to talk about red light, green light in the budget section. I would make sure you have somebody, a coach, an accountability partner that you will actually listen to go through with that. I use the example, the very first agent the very first top producer that I helped become a mega agent by coaching them was a lady. She was an agent at Coldwell Banker in Rockwall. She did $16 million in 2013 at Rockwall. I hired her in June of 2014. In 2015 at Keller Williams, she did $97 million in volume. Right? And it literally was an every night I was having conversations with her about it. She was a hot mess. She was running, but we put a lead generation strategy together that cost a lot of money. Her profit margin that year wasn't 40%, it was 19%. Because our expenses were very high. But we knew it going in, but still even at 19%, she netted more money off of $97 million at 19% than she did $16 million at 40%. Right? She still netted more in the long run. But the conversation was we were going to do this I was thinking about 18 months, but we said 12 to 18. I figured 18 months. Because she was a turn and burn agent. Also, that's what Mike Mazik was too. Very transactional turn and burn. Like the kind of agent that as soon as the deal closes, they delete you from the phone. They don't ever talk to you again. Like there are transactions. That's the kind of, she didn't have a database. And so we were going to build her a database. The way we were going to build her a database, we did a layer marketing approach. The first thing that we did was we picked one zip code in Rockwall County that she wanted to dominate. We took that zip code and we paid for a 2-page ad every time the Living magazine came out for the Lakeside came out over there, for Lake Community. She had a big 2-page ad of her. Like I'm talking, one whole page was just her big old face. That's it. Big old face. Now, I'll tell you why I say that in just a moment. Okay? She did not have a big head or a big face, but it was not the whole page was just her face. There was a reason for that. I wanted a pattern interrupt. I wanted it to stand out. And I know it did because the second thing we did was then we did 13 by 9 postcards to every address in that zip code. You know what the front side of that postcard was? Her big old face. And that's what it was. Then the next thing we did was we blanketed the office. And any agent that had a listing in that zip code that was on the office, we asked them, would you mind if we hold it open for you? Would you mind if we hold it open for you? And our open house signs for her team, her business. We also hired some people. Her open house sign, half of the open house sign, I mean, it was like the size of a regular for sale sign, not a little open house sign. She spent money. Guess what half that open house sign was? Her big old face. Like agents from other companies would call the office, get a hold of me as the office manager. That's what they called me as team leader. They got a hold of me as office manager, and they would get on there and say, quote, can you please tell her to stop mailing me her big old head? Yeah. That's every phone call. I was like, we're getting this. This is happening. Right? So then the next thing that we did was we bought that zip code in Zillow. So I want you to think about this. Why did I do all that? Because that's back when you could buy a zip code in Zillow. It wasn't a cost of sale where I paid per transaction. You actually paid an expense. We bought that zip code because here's what we said was, we're going to, when they go onto Zillow and there's the picture of 4 agents, the 3 preferred agents that are paying to be on there and then the listing agent, what picture do you think they recognize the most? That big old face. And they clicked on her left and right. And it worked literally to the tune of growing a business. Her last full year at Coldwell Banker without any strategy was $16 million. First full January through December year at Keller Williams was $97 million. It worked. Cost a ton of money. Right? So much so that we kicked off 2016, we bought another zip code. Did the same thing. Right? And we were going to run that. We decided we'll run that for 6 months. Then we'll back out of we don't need to be in the Living Magazine anymore. We don't have to pay for the Zillow ads anymore. We might still run the postcards, maybe we do, but maybe we condense the farm a little bit in the areas that we really want to target out of those zip codes. So we're not just mailing it, because the problem at that point in Rockwall County, you had a zip code, there's a good chance about 10% of those houses were down a dirt road, down to about maybe a half acre sitting out there with the mobile home sitting on it. But we still sent them big old head. So they got it. So we were going to break it down. Problem was, she started bringing in $100 million worth of revenue into her business, and her husband decided, I'm going to quit my job, come help you run this. And not only did he just pull it out, he decided to triple and quadruple down on the strategy. And I would keep going. When they left me to go become an independent brokerage at the end of beginning of 2016, their profit margin was 4%. At one point, they were spending $200,000 a month on Zillow alone. But doing $250-something million a year in GCI. Or in volume. Not in volume. Huge business. Right? So what I say is at the beginning of that, I had no problem with veering off the 30-30-40 to begin with. But you need to make sure you have guardrails in yourself so that you don't, that's the old saying, like, do you know that if you take a knife and you put blood on it and freeze it and stick it in the snow, that wolves will lick that till they cut themselves and bleed to death? Oh. You got to make sure that you don't begin to get the taste of that growth in your mouth that allows you to ignore the right signals that say, I need to back off of this spend. Right? I got to back off of this spend. Right? So we're going to build a model around 30-30-40. We're going to build the model around 30-30-40. And we'll see it. So if you look at the bottom of this page, it gives us some business model assumptions. The first one at the bottom is our profit margin is 40%. If you turn the page, what you'll see is our average commission right there. This is what we have for the Go Network and DFW, so we're just going to use it. If you know yours, then write that down. It's not a percentage because we don't use percentages anymore. All commissions are negotiable. You may negotiate a percentage, but we're not going to tell you what a good percent. We're going to tell you the average is $12,000. Right? So we know we make $12,000 per transaction. Then we look at that and realize, okay, my appointment to closing conversion rate. So this is, I go on an appointment and I close it. Remember I told you this is a homes under management business model. So homes under management equals leads equals appointments equals closings equals GCI equals profit. Right? Right? It's how that flows. So what we've done is we know what we profit, we know what GCI needs to be. We're now that number is we're 12,000. Well, we're going to look at it and say, if I know I want to make X amount of money, that means I need to make X amount of GCI. And at $12,000 a pop, that's so many closings. Then I know this, 70% is the number we know that if you are managing a home and get a referral out of that, for every appointment you go on, 70% of them will result in a closing. And the same conversation, we know this, in a homes under management world where I'm getting referrals in my homes under management, every lead I get, 75% of them turn into an appointment. And then I also, and this is the number that's different, so we're up to 15-to-1 in the database model at Keller Williams is what we look at. We're now sitting, we know this, in a homes under management model, It takes 6 homes to be managed annually, truly managed annually, will result in 1 lead for you. It's 2.5 times better a rate as we look at that. So as we put these numbers in, and we can see down here and look at it and say, so if you look at reverse engineering your 26 plan, right? We've got the formula, and then we've got the example, and then it says your number over there, right? And it's got the blanks. This is where you're going to do your math. I'm going to walk you through the example, and then you're going to do your math. All right, so the example is a net income goal of $200,000. I want to net $200,000. If I divide that by 0.4, or 40%, divide that by 0.4, that means I need to make $500,000 in GCI to net $200,000. If I know $12,000 is my average commission, I divide $500,000 by $12,000, and it gives me 42 homes. It gives me, you're wanting to round up. Then I know, okay, so if I know that 70% of my appointments come into closing, I divide 42 by 0.7, it gives me 60 appointments. So that means if I want to net $200,000 according to the model, I need to go on 5 appointments a month. It's not a lot. It's a little more than 1 a week. It's 3 weeks, it's doing 1, and the 4th week, it's doing 2. What I would actually recommend, let's do that the opposite way, is the first week, let's do 2, and then we only have to do 1 the rest of the month. So then I know if that's the case, I got to go on 60 appointments, and 75% of my homes under management leads turn into appointment. I've got 75, so I'm going to divide that by 0.75. So in order to get the 60 appointments, I have to have 80 referrals. Which again, if we divide that out, is 6, 7 a month. Ah, see what I did there? 6, 7.
We don't do 6, 7.
Oh, I do. I live with 13-year-old girls. My daughter, I came home the other night. My daughter is sitting at the table with her notebook, her Chromebook open. And she goes, Dad, I need help with my math homework. I'm like, okay. And she goes, what's 8 divided by 3? And at first, I should have got it because she's in advanced algebra right now. You don't do 8 divided by 3. She had any help with that. They have a calculator they use for that. So I was sitting there and I would go, well, it's, I do math in my head. She knows that. So she asked me and I was like, well, it's 2.666, so 6, 7. She got that look on her face and did that. And I said, have you been waiting on me to get home to ask me that question, just to lure me into saying that? And she goes, yep.
I have a 10-year-old boy.
Yeah. So, all right, so this is I need 80 referrals out of my homes under management to equal 60 appointments to equal 42 closings. So how did I get those 80 referrals? Here's where the goal of homes under management. Our homes under management lead us to a 6-to-1. I need for every 6 homes I'm truly managing, I'm going to get a referral from. That means I multiply that 80 by 6. I have 480 homes that I'm managing. Get me to my $200,000 net income goal.
That's bananas.
I mean, it's not a lot.
No.
If we're truly, and that's the deal. Remember, why does homes under management matter? Changes how we view ourselves. It changes how we behave and what we do. I mean, it changes how the consumer thinks of us, and it makes our conversion rates better.
And this number is where they actually buy into it.
Oh,
and
they
sign up, like they.
You're actually helping them manage their home. So however your plan is that's going to do that means you are their go-to source for the majority of what it takes in the live cycle. So that's a word I'm going to use, which is that live cycle. I've now closed, and before I want to sell again, all of that stuff that I ask, I need to go look for, you're that go-to person. You ask, how do we do that? Now, one of the things is, there's underway the ability for your homes under management for you to have a customized link aspect. I don't even know the words is on this. Please forgive me. But for them to be able to go, hey Alexa, who would Ron tell me to use for? And Alexa will respond and said, Ron would recommend so and so or so and so. right? That's in the works. Yeah. As they get down there, that is when you are truly helping them manage their home. All things home, they could go to Alexa or Siri and ask, how would you help them? And they got answers. They're getting answers. They're getting access to your information without even having to talk to you anymore.
Is there a way to send a link to their home hub through message? Because I think one of the issues that I run into is when I email, it gets caught up in all the emails that they have, and they have to go in and actually accept the invitation.
You know, that's a great question. And I would ask Mike.
Okay.
Because I'm going to tell you, here's the reality. I sit on all the training classes that everybody else does. Your leaders actually run into this. Christine probably deals with this a little bit too. And that is, we go through the training, we see what it can do, we see what it looks like, we get into that, but then I don't use it every day.
Yeah.
And so the class I went to 90 days ago, I'm still really clear of what it can do and how we can use it, but I get lost on the, because I don't practice regular. People used to ask me all the time, hey, do you and Teresa still sell? My answer used to be, we only sell to friends and family. Then I realized I was lying to people because all of my friends and all of my family have real estate license because we've both been team leaders for a long while and you got to hit numbers. So if you're my friend, you need a real estate license because I got to hit gross 10. And that's just the way life is. If you're my family, everybody in my family got a real estate license now, all the way through. So Teresa's family, her dad never succumbed. He does not have a real estate license. So dad or mom, as we look at that. But seeing this and how that goes, it's the same thing. I still have to, when I got to go in and use Netris for something, 9 times out of 10, I got to ask somebody, hey, I forgot how to pull this. So I'm sorry I don't have the technical answers, but I do have the vision answers and I do have the strategic answers. But yeah, I'm gonna point to somebody else for the technical answers because I just don't do it every day. It's the same concept of in groundwork classes when we're teaching brand new agents. Like I guarantee you, I can stand up. I am a student of the game. I can stand up and see the material. I talk to top agents all the time, and I can tell you exactly what the mean average of how to do a listing presentation would be. I have the bold listing presentation script still memorized. But guess what I haven't done last night? I didn't go on a listing appointment last night. And somebody who, that's why we get agents to teach those classes, because I would rather have somebody that's gone on a listing appointment in the last week come in and talk about that than me, even though I know all the same knowledge and information. I just didn't do it this week. So I'm also probably just a tad behind on what the consumers are meeting you at the front door with. And honestly, as a leader, that's what I spend all my time doing is talking to top agents about what are you experiencing now? What are you talking about? That's one of the reasons I do market update is so I can stay in front of what is actually happening out there. Because I don't have time to do it every day. Probably one of my biggest regrets as a leader, I got into leadership and the first thing that I did was I let my database die. I didn't have time. I didn't mean it. I didn't set out and take a knife and stab it. We didn't tend to it. We didn't nurture it. We didn't build it. We didn't feed it. Like all that stuff happens. And I remember is after about 3 or 4 years, we started setting goals and we were going to get back, building back up. And then we didn't do that for a couple of years. There were one of those goals we didn't have time for that. We got to push that over here. And then we finally actually started building back up. And that's when I realized all of my friends and family had their real estate license. Then my kids started school, which helped us because we got to be able to jump in and start, had a new set of influence that we could begin to work on. And then we got all of them licensed.
Mike did build a smart plan for that.
Yeah.
And it's an email and text. I think it's just a 2-step.
Yeah.
So if they miss one, you can get the update.
So here's what I want you to do. We're going to build our economic engine. We're going to jump in a minute into a lead engine and how we're going to build that out and talk about it, how we're going to spend money to get into it. But the first thing we're going to do is we're going to do an economic engine. So you have to do this first. What is the net income goal you want for next year? What is the net income? And I know some of you are high Ds in this room. You're going to jump way ahead of me. That's okay. But I'm going to talk to everybody as if you're actually going to follow with me through this. So first thing you're going to put in that top blank out there where it says your number, what's your net income goal? What do you want to net at the end of the year? Is it 150,000? Is it 500,000? What do you want to net at the end of the year? And once you have that number, you got to pull out your calculator. This is our math section. It's going to be short. It's a few things, and we're going to be done with math. And you don't have to think about it anymore. The first math equation is you're going to take that number that you have in there, and you're going to go, okay, I'm going to divide that number by 0.4, and it's going to give you your GCI number. If it was 200,000, you're going to get it divided by 0.4, and you're going to realize, oh, that's $500,000. If it's 300,000 that you want, and you're looking at it that way, you're going to divide that by 0.4, and realize, what is that? It's going to be 750,000. Leaves me with 300 left over. Remember, we're building a model, we're building a plan according to model. If you do better than the model, you just make more money. Has anybody in here got a problem with making more money than you shoot for? Okay, good. I just want to make sure that we don't. So you're looking at your gross. If it's really simple too, if you look at it, you say, oh, I got $100,000 is what I want to net next year. Great, you need to make $250,000 in GCI. Then the next step is you're going to take that total GCI number and divide it by 12,000. I do encourage you to do this with us as you walk through, because it's getting to the end of this is what makes the math worth it and makes sense. So in our example, right, if you were 200,000, that's 500,000. I'm going to divide that by 12,000, and I get, really technically, I get 42. Even though 42 takes me to 504,000, I'm always going to round up, right? Please do not write down 41.7. If you figure out how to sell 0.7 of a home, let me know.
That's that home under management.
So you should get that. So now you know how many units do you have? Somebody tell me, what do you got? Tina, how many units you got? How many closings? 25. 25 closings, okay. Anybody else? How many closings you got? 52. 36, okay. 52, 36, right? We're looking at all those numbers. Still bigger numbers, but it seems okay. It's not as daunting as I thought to begin with, but it's getting better. Now, you're going to take that number and divide it by 0.7. That's going to give you the number of appointments you need to go on. Right? You're going to divide that by 0.7. This is where teamwork makes the dream work. Right? So that's going to give you how many appointments you need to go on. If you want to know, just kind of starting for a second, take a pause and deviate from the math and go, okay, divide that by 12, divide that by 4, you can see how many is that a week?
3, 4 a month.
3, 4 a month? Okay, so 4 a month, so it's 1 a week. Yeah. All you have to do is get 1 a week.
Yeah.
You wake up on Monday and say, how do I schedule an appointment for this week? The reality is, there's a saying we use in here all the time. We use it as bold law, but it's not really bold, did not capitalize on it. And that is, it really is this simple. It really isn't that easy. But it really is that simple. Now that I know how many appointments, how many referrals do I have to get those appointments? So I'm going to divide that appointment number by 0.75. So in our example, right, we had 60 appointments, so I need 80 referrals to get to 60 appointments. And then the last piece of math that we're going to do is we're going to sit around and take it and go, all right, I know that if I'm truly managing homes, then I'm a 6-to-1, so we're going to take our number of referrals we need, multiply it by 6. That's how many homes under management we need to have.
So Tommy, this time last year, we had one of our agents who put $1 million in GCI. She hit that at the end of October.
I know. Yeah.
Yep.
By doing this formula, she hit that by the end of October.
Well, I mean, I can tell you all very quickly. It's simple, not easy. Let me ask you a question. How long, if you sat down and did your best lead generation source, you sat down and dedicated a day to it, how long are you working on that before you get, you set an appointment? How long? Live question in the room. What do you think? I mean, if it's DTD2 for you right now and you're going to call your database, you're going to get on the phone and go, how long are you going to be on the phone before you get an appointment? Like, I'm talking truly dedicated go, not, like me. This is what I do. I have to play the penny game where I got to make 5 calls. I put a penny in the cup, and then when all the pennies are gone, then I get up and go walk around the office, talk to everybody for a minute, fill my cup of coffee back up. Then I come back and I do 5 more. Whenever I had to do 20 contacts in a day, I got to do the penny in the cup because I get distracted. And I'm a high I, so do you know what my biggest need is for you to like me. My biggest fear is rejection. And when you're calling all day long, guess what you get a lot of? Rejection. So I need a break. I need to go talk to somebody going to make me feel good, tell me they love me, pat me on the head. You're good enough, you're smart enough, and doggone it, people like you. And then I'm going to come back in, I'll make some more calls. All right? So, but honestly, if you got on the, what is it? Pick your biggest lead, your best lead source. You're going to dedicate time to it. You're going to start, bam. How long until you get an appointment set?
I'm saying an hour.
Hour? Anybody else, huh? Yeah. I know, but let's just say on average, because some days you're going to do it faster and some days you're going to do it slower, right? Like 3 hours, okay. So let's take 3. That's a big one. Let's take 3, okay. I don't think that's too big, right? I've had people go, oh, I don't know, it might take me all week. Okay, no. Let me tell you this. I do not recommend this, but there was a gentleman by the name of Brian Wiest. Brian Wiest was a mega agent in Rockwall. And when he was a mega agent, he still is a mega agent in Rockwall, and he was a mega agent when I became team leader there in 2013. He set a deal, and he was one of those things, I told his coach, I am going to set so many appointments a week, I'm not going home on Friday until I set the appointments. And there were a couple of times that Brian spent the night in the office. And then it was Saturday morning before he started calling because he didn't have his set number of appointments made for the week. Right? I get it. So I'm not necessarily saying, I get that there are weeks that are going to be better and weeks that aren't going to be better. But let's just say 3. And let's just say I want to set 2 appointments a day. So that means I need to go, and so here's what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you, if you go set 3 appointments, you go spend 3 hours to get an appointment. You spend 6 hours a day and set 2 appointments. And you run an MREA team according to model, those 2 appointments are going to result in 10 for the week. We know that of those 10 appointments that I get, I'm going to convert and close 7 of them. And let's just say I'm going to do that for 40 weeks in the year. Now remember, I've got a built MREA team to model. So I've got agents that show and write contracts. They're negotiating. I'm literally spending 6 hours creating leads, handing it out to them, and they're going out to do it. Once they get those contracts, I have an admin team that's building the business, that's taking care of getting those stuff across the finish line, handling what it is. My job, I'm spending a little bit of time coaching and leading and managing a business, but I'm spending 6 hours a day doing nothing but creating 2 appointments for my team, and I have an MREA built team running like it should be built, where money's going in there. I'm going to net 40% of profit. So if I do that, and I do for 40 weeks of the year, why 40 weeks of the year? Because nobody works 52 weeks in a year. And I have a deal, my family, I have a system. I have a process for how I spend time with my family. Once a month, we do something. We spend one night on a weekend to doing something just as a family. Once a quarter, we go do a long weekend and stay in a hotel and go somewhere to do that. Twice a year, we spend 1 week and we go on a destination for a vacation and doing that. It's a system that we follow to make sure. Why? Because I value experience over things. Is where I'm at. So I'm going to be, if you add all that up, let's just say this. I'm going to tell you, go on vacation once a quarter. There's 13 weeks in a quarter. Spend that 13th week and go on a vacation. Yep. Go to mega camp. Go to family reunion. There's 2 more out the way. So now we're down to 46. You still have 6 more weeks. Let's just say you're going to teach once a week or once a month in the market center this year. You're going to do a whole day class. You're going to give back to that. So that's 12 days right there. There's 2 more weeks. So now we're down to 44 weeks. You still got 4 more weeks to go play and do something else with. Now we did that for 50 weeks out of the year. For 50 weeks out of the year, I spend all 5 days, 6 hours a day to get 2 appointments set. I have an MREA built team that's going to run that and go with it. I'm now turning around and saying, okay, I've got 10 appointments a week, turns into 7 closings a week, which means for 40 weeks, I'm doing 280 closings a year. Which, if you multiply that by your $12,000 and look at a 40% profit margin, you just netted over $1 million. And how did you do it? You built a perfectly to model team, and you coached and led that team, and you never gave up lead generating. Now, it is that simple. It ain't that easy. But it is that simple. And that's why we build a model to do it. I just want to real quick, looking at your number. Looking at your appointment number and looking at your homes under management needed number. What's your aha from those 2 numbers? You're going to be all over the place. It's okay. Some it's like, man, it's a big number. Some it's like, nah, easier than I thought it would be. Smaller than I thought it would be. What do we get? So Tina, 25 closings. How many appointments total do you have to go on for the year? 36, 3 a month. Right? Got to go 3 a month. That's not even 1 a week. I would encourage you, just like Amanda did last year when she set $1 million GCI goal and she hit it at the end of October. I would encourage you, go ahead and shoot for 1 a week, and let's knock that out in 9 months. And then everything we make in the 4th quarter is gravy. It's cherry on top. It's a very Merry Christmas. However you want to look at it, right? As we go through that. Anybody else? What is your number? What were your thoughts when you see your number? Come on, you got math head on me and food belly. So.
I mean, it's to me, a better, more manageable number and more attainable than when Dennis Tuttle sat down with me and did my numbers when I first started. Like, when he broke it down a little bit different.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know? And then I'm doing like 8 appointments a week and, you know, the number was much bigger.
So I got this, my thing started thinking I was climbing on the ceiling. It thinks I'm Lionel Richie dancing on the ceiling tonight. It's a more manageable number.
It's more manageable, and it just seems a little bit more realistic for me than it was when I mentioned, like when Dennis did mine back when I joined, and it was different. We followed the model, it just looked different, and it looked like more of a challenge.
Yeah. Well, and the reason for that, you realize what we're looking at is we're looking at a homeowner management model, not a database model. That's the big difference for us.
I actually have both of mine side by side. I have my database model and then I have the homeowner management model.
Yeah.
And this one is a lot more, it seems a lot more attainable.
Right.
The biggest thing for me is for, let's say, 480 homes, I don't have 480 homes that I've sold, right? So where do I get those homes from? But that's just continuing to reach out to more homeowners through my database. So there's a way to get it. It's just about being more creative around finding this number.
Well, I think that's a perfect transition.
Nice segue.
And in our next section, I couldn't have asked you to do it better, right? Which is, now that we know that math, it's time to multiply the momentum with technology. Now that we know the number, how do we make that number happen if we're not there? Because there's some of you in this room, you're looking at it going, oh, I've got that number. I just need now to transition them to under management. And then there's some of you that you're looking at it going, I've got a gap. I need 480 homes and I've only got 360. I got to go find 120, right? And so that leads us into where do we find the homes to manage? i.e., what's our lead gen model need to look like? What is our lead gen model? What is the engine that's going to drive and create the ability for us to connect with people, to transition them from I have connected with you, I now have a contact, and you're going to become a home under management for me. How do I walk you through? So realize in the traditional database model, we have a lead, which means we have somebody, and if you're still building your business this way, this is fine. This is how you do it. You get a lead. I've got somebody's information that at least knows I'm alive. And I'm going to work them to cement them into being a contact in my database. And that journey from a lead to a contact, I say, is kind of make it simple definition. They know you're in real estate and they've raised your hand and said they'd like to learn more about your services. Right? They'd like to learn a little bit more about your services. So that goes from a lead to a contact. But then the journey for us then is how do I get them from a contact to I'm helping them manage their home. Right? And that's where we get into looking at, and the first step for that with us now, and this is a journey you're all on with us. There are companies out there right now there's some in the Maryland, D.C. area that are putting together, they are kind of like a Milestone similarly, but really they're a home warranty company that's paying a $99 a month maintenance plan. For that $99 a month, they change your air conditioner filters twice a year. You get so many hours of handyman service, and some of the other, they do a diagnostic check once a year on your major systems and appliances, right? Which is what the home warranty covers, right? But they're offering that as a management plan. I know agents in that area that to take their step into home management, they are paying that $99 a month for them for the first year, and they're providing that through their platform, their home hub with what they're using. They're using a different platform in that area, but that's what they're doing to get there, right? So it's all how do we get them into the concept of thinking of me for all things home? How do they get them to thinking for me for all things live, right? Living in the home. Let's talk. We're going to do two things. We're going to talk, first of all, homework assignment number 4. I need you to identify your top 2 to 3 lead sources. We have something in Keller Williams called the Rule of 4. The Rule of 4 says, we looked at the top 1,000 businesses inside of Keller Williams that were in MAPS coaching and found out where their business came from. Where did they generate this business? What they found was, now, I have a problem with the Rule of 4, and the problem I have with the Rule of 4 is they don't tell us what the 4th source is. It's not in the book. It's not in the slides. It's not, I've even sent word and emailed KWU and asked what is the 4th source. They don't give it to us. They gave us what the 3 top sources were, and I'm like, why don't we call it the Rule of 3 then? But the course writers and research shows it's 4. I'm going to tell you in this room, I bet most of you are 2 or 3 at most. And what that is there's 2 or 3 sources in your business that you get 80% of your business from or more. The top 3 of the top 1,000 businesses in Keller Williams, they had their 3. They found out there was the 3 most common for the top 3. What do you think number 1 was? Referrals. So they called it sphere of influence, right? But referral, database, past clients, like however, like there's a lot of the words that we use in there, but it was number 1 was, now this is all top 1,000 teams. It was the main source, but obviously for some of those teams, it was way more their main source than it was here. On average, top 1,000 businesses, it was 44% of the business came from sphere of influence. That's mine.
It went to sleep.
Oh. It's still up there, though.
But
It's not on the
Oh.
video. It's good.
So it was, what do you think number 2 is?
Social media.
Open houses. 21% came from open houses of the top businesses. And number 3 was online leads, online business, right? So that's a big number. That's social media. That's also buying Zillow. That's all, or homes. That's also SEO, work through Google. It's any lead generated from an online source. And that number came in at 16%. Was there. Really doesn't matter the numbers, just know they're the 3 and they add up to about 80%. So homework assignment number 4 for you is I want you to identify your top 2 or 3 sources for the year. Whether if you get to 80% with 2, just do 2. If you need 3 to get to 80%, do 3. If you need more than 3 to get to 80%, I bet you're doing like calling referrals and past clients and Sphere 3 different things, right? So like, look at that and go, I need to, those are the same source, just done in a different way, right? So get those together, figure that out, and then here's what I want you. I want you to grade yourself on a scale of 1 to 10, and you can't say 7. How are you at that source? Like, where are you currently sitting at? Why do I not say 7? Because we are all optimistic people. They're obviously one of our top sources, so we're good at it. Nobody wants to be a 5 because that's just mid. 6 actually feels bad. Especially if you take career visioning, 6 feels really bad. 8, we got to be pretty good at it to say I'm an 8, because I'm not giving myself a 10 in anything, because I can always get better. And a 9 probably to me means everybody around me thinks I'm one of the best they know at that. So if you take 7 out of the mix, you got to get real with yourself. You got to get real with yourself. So grade yourself, and then ask yourself this question. And I would even say it could be fun. Play with AI and ask it the question too. And that is, how do I get 1 point better in those 2 or 3 places? How do I go from a 6 to a 7? Well, you can go from a 6 up 1. You just can't grade yourself as 1.
Oh, okay.
How do I go from a 5 to a 6? How do I go from an 8 to a 9?
Hell, I feel bad about a 7 now. I feel bad about 7s.
How do you go? Well, I mean, my beloved father, God rest his soul, would look at me and say, a 7 is a 70 in school, Tommy. Are you happy with a 70? You're barely passing. Did y'all wonder why I'm messed up here the way I am, man? That's it.
I mean, three 7s in Las Vegas.
That is great. No, but here's the reason I'm asking you to do that. When you're building your lead gen model for next year, it is easier to take something you're good at and get better than it is to take something brand new and try to get good at it. It's easier to take something look, whatever you graded yourself, you're having a level of success at it because it's one of your top sources. Now, if you are brand new and you don't have it, right, you're brand new, well then I would say pick the 3 that are there. All right, and start with the 2. Pick sphere of influence, open houses. Okay, how am I going to get better at this? Ask AI. Hey, so my business, 80% of my business last year came from sphere of influence and open houses. How do I rated myself at roughly a 6 at those. How do I get 1 point better on a scale of 1 to 10? What would you suggest I do? And let it give you some ideas. Here, the big book that I've read this year that I love. AI Driven Leader by Jeff Woods. Best book I've read this year, honestly. I don't know that it's the best written book, but it has impacted me the most this year because of where we're at. And I'm going to use this transition. But the whole concept of that book is how to use AI as a thought partner. The problem with a lot of people is they're allowing AI to be the thought leader, right? Which means that we listen to what it says and we just do it. There's a rule with AI that's I call little, big, little. I've heard it as 10-80-10, 20-60-20, and that is you need to do a little bit of the work at the beginning. That's mostly in making sure you're writing a really good prompt. Then you let AI do a big chunk of the work, and then you clean it up. You go in after and clean it up. 20-60-20, 10-80-10, little, big, little. Makes it simple for me to remember. I need to do a little bit of the work, let it do a big chunk. I'm going to do a little bit more afterwards. And getting into that, right? AI-Driven Leader by Jeff Woods. You may recognize the name Jeff Woods. He was the CEO of The One Thing. And he went on. He left The One Thing. Gary and Jay hired him to be the CEO of that company. He built it, made it what it was, then left and went and became the Chief Growth Officer of a steel company in Southeast Asia. Random next choice. But he now runs something called the AI Collective, which is a group of AI-driven leaders that meet together. He's written this book. He consults people on how to be a C-level executive and use AI in that place. And the biggest part of that book is using it as a thought partner. As the CEO of your business, as an entrepreneur, the best thing you can do with AI, there's twofold. One, you can get AI to automate and do stuff for you. We're going to talk about that in the next section. But the first thing you can do is use it as a thought partner. How do I get here to this? So now let's switch. You know what? This is yesterday's agent. You have your top 2 to 3 sources, and you're going to get a little bit better at them so you can continue to grow. That's linear growth. But now let's start talking about tomorrow's agent. What does the lead generation for tomorrow's agent look like? Does anyone know what GEO is? It's not rocks. Here, let me start with this. Can I ask you a question? What is SEO? Search engine optimization. That's the game we've played with Google for the better part of the last 3 decades. 2.5 decades, right? Search engine optimization. How do I make Google find me? GEO is generative engine optimization. Really don't matter what that means. It just means, how do I get AI to find me? We're sitting in the office right over there in July. Smokey goes into all of our offices, knocks on the door, says, hey, come out here. We're going to play a game. And I'm like, oh, what are we going to play? I thought we were going to play a game. It was not a game. But we sat down. We disconnected. So we unplugged ourselves. We disconnected from our AI accounts. We went this free, nondescript. We didn't want to take into account anything that it had learned from any of us before. We got on the computer. We began to ask AI questions. We began to prompt it with things like, I am an agent in Arlington, and I just got my real estate agent in Arlington. I just got my license. I'm looking for an office with great culture. I'm looking for an office that's going to help me learn the basic. We did that. Then we went around and we did it with all over the Metroplex. Then we went through and asked it the same set of questions based on being an experienced agent that was hitting a ceiling and wanted to go for more, this and that. And what we found, first of all, AI doesn't necessarily, unless you ask it to, it's not going to give you just one answer. And the order it gives you is not going to rank them. Like it's going to say you could go here, or you could go here, or you could go here. In the 3 that it recommended for most every place, Keller Williams was named there. But what wasn't on there was Go. And we found out later we were using ChatGPT, and the free version of ChatGPT only learned from the internet up to a certain time. I think it was at that time, it was like January of 23. So all the work that Colette had done, our director of marketing at Go, that she had done on the internet and stuff like that from 23, 24 and up to halfway through 25, the free version of ChatGPT doesn't even see. Right? So they asked and they said, how do we, Smokey goes, how do we get that to put Go up there too? And none of us had any idea. We looked at first our director of technology. Say something. This is about technology. Nothing. Looked at Colette, our marketing person. Say something. You're marketing. Nothing. They all look at me, director of growth. I'm like, I don't know. I'm the guy in the office that talks to AI all the time. I don't know. I don't know how to play. I don't know how to get there. Then fast forward, we went to Mega Camp. Who went to Mega Camp this year? Anybody? Okay, one.
It's just me.
Okay.
So y'all know, it's just me.
So Mega Camp this year, there was a gentleman stood on stage. His name was Marcus Sheridan. He now is a consultant, but he owns a pool building company in Virginia. Mainly in Virginia Beach is his main area of focus. He got up there and he got on stage and he talked about generative engine optimization. He talked about how do you get AI to find you? How do you get AI to recommend you? How do you get AI? And he's actually been a guest on Jason's One Thing podcast. He's been on a couple of masterminds, of Gary's masterminds, talking about it. I'm going to give you a suggestion. Don't buy his audiobook because he reads it and he's a bit of a screamer. The one thing that I will tell you we knew about, everybody said, like if anybody had been to Mega Camp, I would have said, do y'all remember the guy that yelled at us all the time? And everybody would have gone like Marcus Sheridan. Because he stood on stage and just was like, he's passionate. And his public speaking message is screaming. Now, I have no business really picking that apart. I was in Frisco 2 weeks ago teaching this class in a moment just like now where I'm the only person talking. And my watch buzzed me and told me I was in a loud environment and I needed to watch my decimals. I was the only person talking. And I apologize to the room. I said, apparently I'm yelling at y'all. I don't even realize it right now. But Marcus, he started talking about how, and I was like, okay, this is what we've been talking about. This is what we need to do. We've got to figure out how to play this generative engine optimization game. Like I'm familiar with SEO, but I had never heard GEO before. Like, give you an idea what Marcus Sheridan did. He went out, before he started this journey, he got about 1,000 visitors a month to his website. And he went out and he's got a model that he follows. He says, go find, and we're going to talk in just a second about what we do at GEO, and a lot of it is from there. He said, you go find the most commonly asked questions. And he likes to say, go find the questions nobody wants to answer. Talk about the things nobody else wants to talk about. And go make videos and blogs about it. He's got a method that he follows. He'll charge you a lot of money to tell you exactly what it is, but he gives you an outline. You go do that, and then what happens is you become the trusted source to AI. Because what AI is looking for, are you willing to answer the question nobody else is willing to say? Are you asking the questions about are you answering the questions about subjects that everybody's asking? And remember this, we're going to talk about it. Remember, AI reads your words, it doesn't watch your videos. It reads your words, it doesn't watch your videos. We'll talk about that in just a second. Fast forward 18 months later, Marcus has over 1 million visitors a month coming to his website. Why? Because SEO started recommending him. He also kind of got a little bit of a benefit since GEO started finding him because he played a little bit of a game where they, all of a sudden, he began to talk about it's not recognizing me at all anymore. There it goes. It started playing a game. Mike gave me strict orders that if that light ever turns green, I got to go howl to it. Very clear. But he started playing a game, but he also started playing the game right at the time that Google changed the complete way they do their business. When you Google something now, what's the first thing that pops up at the top of the page?
Gemini.
The overview from Gemini, right? Would it surprise y'all to know that Google makes $360 billion a year in SEO? $360 billion a year in SEO. And yet, I know agents spending $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a month in playing the Google game, playing SEO. And again, yesterday's agent doing that. I'm not saying stop because it's working now. But you got to also realize that the runway of that is ending. So much so that Google said this, our $360 billion cash cow, we're willing to put something that costs us money on top of that. Gemini costs them money. Like the company that runs AI, so OpenAI, Claude, Google, when they run those AI engines, every request costs them money. Every time you ask Chat a question, it costs OpenAI to answer it. And they don't make near back in paid accounts the money it takes to pay for this. The energy to run it, the server farms, all of that stuff out there. So Google loses money on Gemini, but makes $360 billion in SEO. But they know this, consumers have changed. They don't want a curated list of blue links that they can click on and see what it says. What they want is they want to trust that AI will go out there, read them all together, and recommend a couple of things to me or give me a summary of what it is. And I'm willing to put that, because if I don't, I'm going to lose eyeballs because consumer behavior has changed. And I'm willing to put that in front of my $360 billion cash cow. Think about that for a second. Let that sink in for just a moment. Google is betting so heavily on GEO in the future to be the source that consumers use that they're willing to lose money but make that a priority and let their $360 billion cash cow play second fiddle. Do you see why we've got to start thinking about how do I get AI to find me? How do I get AI to find me? I mean, I'm sure all of you have asked Chat about yourself. Make sure you log out before you do. Because Chat really, you know, it wants you to like it. It's a people-pleasing machine.
It finally came up and said Go Network.
You know,
I'm feeding it though.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're feeding it and going into that. But it's like, you know, mine always says, that is an excellent question, Tommy.
Yeah.
Quit kissing up. I told it the other day, I was like, would you stop kissing up? And it was like, okay, I'll be more stern. And then it went back to saying, that's a great question, Tommy. That's a brilliant thought. I'm like, ugh.
You're so stern, Tommy.
And it's all about how we talk about it. It was very funny. I'll tell him, Smokey. Smokey asked me, he goes, hey, does your Chat ever swear at you? Does it cuss you out? And I was like, no. And he goes, mine used a cuss word with me today. I'm like, well, it's learning how you talk, Smoke. That's all I can say. You're teaching it how to treat you, Smokey.
Claude is a little less fluffy.
Yeah, it is. It's a little bit more to it. Perplexity is as well, and it's great for data crunching. They all have different reasons for different things. I also will tell you that I've heard, I don't know this to be fact, but I heard just this week that Claude is better if you have ADHD or if someone is slightly on the spectrum, that Claude for some reason seems to work better. And it might be because it's less fluffy. Like it gets to the point, right? I don't know. I heard that this week. It's the first time I'd heard that. I was like, oh, really? I didn't know that. We're looking at that. But we've got to learn to play a generative engine optimization game with our businesses. If Google's willing to sacrifice $360 billion a year, it might be worthwhile for us to start figuring out how do we at least tap our toe in this.
But doesn't the AEO go and crawl what Google also has?
Gemini does, which helps it.
Because I've been doing some blogging and doing the same thing, and it tells me I got a whole plan on what to post and when to optimize it for SEO and AEO, or GEO, but it's the same stuff, really.
Yes, well, and GEO, like it is, and with GEO, and it's out there, and I'm going to give you just a couple points that you can start doing quickly. But the GEO plan, it is that, and it doesn't just, but what it doesn't do is it doesn't look, you got to think, it's so fast, it doesn't look at just the top sponsored and the first things, it's looking at all of it. It's looking at every result that comes up, reading it all, curating it, and giving you an overview that fast, right? So the difference is while Gemini is going and looking at everything that Google has out there, the difference between GEO and SEO is SEO's giving you the people that paid first. And it's giving you this stuff. So you haven't, like just our natural mind is, well, they came up on top. It's like when you ask ChatGPT something and it gives you 3 things to look at. You think naturally in your mind, well, that's number 1, that's number 2, that's number 3. That's not the way it is. It's just giving you 3 things that it found. Yep. In no particular order. Right? And what they always say on the game show, Dancing with the Stars, The People Going Home in no particular order. I just happened to hear that last night because it was on TV. I have no idea why Dancing with Stars was on in my house. I think we were watching something else and I walked away, and then I was in the room and heard it saying on the TV. I haven't watched Dancing with the Stars in years. With that being said, though, so how do we get into this game? And that Mark Sheridan gave some plans, and you could listen to his book, read his book, go out there. He's got a lot of good stuff. But if you flip into section 4, the page that says why this matters, down at the bottom, you'll see how to build GEO authority. And they're saying, number 1, publish consistent local content. Create videos, posts, and stories that educate your market. So I'm going to give you a website. You may already have it. If you don't, answerthepeople.com. Answerthepeople.com is a free service. You can pay for the paid service is cool, but you don't really need it for this. What you can do there is you can put in a subject matter, and it will tell you the most common questions being asked about that subject. So you can decide, let's just say I'll give you an example. You want to get hyper local and say you're focusing on investment properties in Mansfield. You can go in and put investment real estate, Mansfield, Texas, and it'll tell you what are the people going and asking, Google, chat, all these different things. What are the most common questions? Huh? Answer the public. Sorry. Yes, answer the public. Answer the public. I'm sorry, Answer the People might be some political group out there that you might find. I have no idea what you get if you look up that. It's Answer the Public.
It's just a random website.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Answer the Public. So you can put it in there, and here's what'll happen. I would recommend go find what are the 5 most common questions being asked, 6 most common questions being asked, or what are 3 topics and what are the top 2 questions in each of those topics. And then you want to create videos, posts, stories, blogs, answering those questions. All right? You want to begin to work that way through there. Second, stay data consistent. Keep your info Google on all things online. Your info consistent. Your content the same. Is how you describe yourself on LinkedIn the same way you describe yourself on Google Business, the same way you describe yourself in your Zillow profile. It's boring sounding to us, but it finds you trustworthy if you talk about yourself the same way all the time. So make sure your profiles line up. Make sure everything is the same, right? Leverage reviews and testimonials. AI sees them as trust signals. Here's what I'll tell you, right? So think about this. If you have been playing the review game since we started talking about this in 15 and 16, you're ahead of the battle. Here's a slight difference. For a long time we've taught, just look, you don't have to get them to fill them out on all of them. Just pick one and go with it. Right. AI looks at them all. So try to get multiple ones out there. Try to get a Google review. Try to get a Yelp review. Try to get a Zillow review. Right? Try to get a LinkedIn review. Try to get as many of them as you can, because AI, it's faster and can get them all. We used to say human looks, they're not going to look at all of them anyway. But AI is going to look at every single one of them out there. If you haven't played the testimonial game, you've got to get into that game. Those are trust signals. And what AI is not looking for somebody that nobody's figured out a way to get money for AI. So AI, you can't pay chat to recommend you like you can Google. You can't get Gemini to do it because it is created. Now, I don't know that it's always unbiased because it's only what's fed in there, but if you're talking about crawling the internet looking for stuff, it is created to be unbiased with what it finds. Doesn't necessarily verify everything it finds, but it will tell you everything it finds. And the more it sees the same statement, the more it says that's true and puts it out there. That's why you want to keep consistent as well, right? Use captions and transcriptions. AI reads your words, not your videos. Does anybody in here got a kind of a go-to YouTube channel for certain things? Like I got a guy that I go watch for grilling.
You watch me?
Yeah, it's Ron. It's Ron's channel. But for grilling, I love cooking. I love outdoor cooking. It's the one thing that I in any way that I can. And so I've actually got a couple that if I'm looking for, I'll go to their YouTube channel and I'll search. Do they have a recipe? Do they have a Big Green Egg recipe for this? Does he have a Rectech recipe for that? Right? And I'll just see how are they doing it. What's his cooking method? All that. And I watch their videos with it. I noticed. Well, first thing I noticed was, remember they started putting those little points in there that said you can fast forward to here, and this is where we talk about this, fast forward there, we can talk about this. Got it. But then I noticed if you click on the more and you see the whole description of the thing, I noticed there was a complete transcript of the video in there.
Right.
That's because AI reads your words, it doesn't watch your video. Same thing with podcasts. If you notice, I'm an Apple Podcast listener, so I don't know if Spotify does this, but Apple Podcasts, you put on there, you click on it, and it used to give you a description of the podcast. It now gives you the description, and then underneath there it says transcription, and it literally transcribes the entire podcast all the way down. Why? Because AI doesn't listen to the podcast, it reads the words. Another way, did you notice, like I kind of thought, I'll say this, I thought that people did this on TikTok or stories or reels because people were doom scrolling in public bathrooms and they didn't want to have the sound on. But did you notice all the TikToks all of a sudden started having words coming across there? Like they were giving closed captions for everything? Okay, it's because AI reads the words, it doesn't watch the video.
I'm still trying to figure out how to turn those off.
You can't turn them off if they've embedded it in the video. It's not a closed captioning. It's the video itself has it on there because then AI can read it. It's people figuring out, or at least trying to see, can they get AI to find their TikTok stuff? Right? Use closed captioning if you can, or use transcriptions. I say closed captioning as the words going across the video. It's not literal closed captioning. It's you putting the videos on there, right? And then the last one is respond to predictive trends. As you begin to use Go Home Hub and you see things happening, you see predictive trends. Maybe you see a group of your people are more likely, becoming likely sellers in a certain area. Respond to that and create content about the equity that's rising. Do y'all know that American homeowners hit $40 trillion in equity this summer? Equity. Homeowners, not commercial real estate. Homeowners hit $40 trillion worth of equity this summer. It's the biggest number we've ever had. So when we're talking about being a wealth asset manager, that's just equity. That's just equity. That's not the total value of the homes, right, as we see it. So how do I do this? Tommy, this sounds crazy. What do I do? Okay, simple thing. How about this? You can use AI to do this now. There are companies that will also charge you to do it, but it's not a lot. And they'll edit videos and all that kind of stuff for you too. You can just ship it off to them. But this is what you do. Find your top questions. I'd say get 6 of them. Because here's the deal. You get 6 of them. If you pay somebody else to do it for you, you get 6 of them. You probably pay $500 a pop. So spend $3,000. It's not a lot of money. And for the year, it's $250 a month. You could spend $3,000, get 6 of them done. You can film 6 videos in a day, and you can have half of a year's worth of content created right off the bat. Because what I would encourage you to do, what's done is, you take the video, you put the video in AI, or you just send the video raw to a company. Put the video into AI, Otter.ai, right? You see them all the time on Zoom meetings. Otter.ai will take the video, they'll listen to the audio of the video, they'll listen to it, they'll give you a word-for-word transcription, right? I did a Zoom meeting for leadership in the region one time, and somebody had their OtterBot on early on when it was still kind of getting good at transcribing. And I would let them in, and then they would send me a summary, and it literally said that Tommy started the meeting with a rap. And I was like, did I rap on our leadership call this morning? I don't think I did, but maybe I missed something. But you take it, you could literally, you film a video, 30-minute video answering the question that got asked. And if you can, answer the question totally honestly, even if it doesn't make you look great. One of the things Marcus Sheridan asked, he said one of the common question was, who's the best pool builder in Virginia Beach? He goes, so he built an algorithm of what he thought made the best pool builder. And when he put all the numbers in there, he found that he was number 3.
Oh, wow.
So he made a vlog, a video blog, then got it transcribed, got it turned into a blog, and said that he was number 3. But remember, he went from 1,000 visitors to his website a month to over 1 million a month because AI started putting him in there and saying, you should go look at whatever his pool company's name is. So answer the questions that everybody's asking and answer them, even if they're tough. One of his tough questions that he got asked too was, how much is a pool cost to put in? Have y'all ever done that? How much does it cost to, paint my brick? And you think you're putting your information in and they're going to give you like how many square feet is it, all this stuff. You put it all in there and you think, oh, it's actually going to give me an estimate. No, it's just now sending your information out to 85 contractors that are all about to start texting you like crazy because nobody answers the how much does it cost question, right? So if you find some of those that nobody ever asked, that's even better. But go find the question. Shoot a video answering that question. It doesn't have to be perfect. Just shoot a video answering that question. If you want to, for probably $500, a little bit more, you can ship that video to a company. They will put a fancy beginning and a fancy end on it to make it look professional. They will transcribe it and send you a transcription back. They will turn that transcription into a 150 to 300 word blog post that you can then put on LinkedIn and your website. They'll chop it up. They'll chop that blog, maybe even 2 blogs. They'll chop those blogs up into bite-sized tweets that you can go 160 character posts that you can put on Facebook, you can put on Instagram, you can put on Twitter throughout the week. It'll also they'll chop your video up into Reels or TikToks that you can go put out there as well. They'll do all of that for you for about $500. You literally can film one video and it's an entire month worth of content.
Who does that?
I don't have a company for you right now, but there's a gazillion of them.
Judy does it, so you've y'all seen our Lone Star News? Judy does it, so y'all get with Judy and she'll tell you what she uses. There are so many. I don't want to recommend one to you because I haven't played in there in a couple of months and it's changing so fast. There's a better one than probably what I would recommend.
I just ask asking you all the right questions.
Yeah, no, that's good. I'm good. I should have prefaced this with, don't ask me a whole lot of technical how questions. No, but I use one there. I'm trying to think. So Studio USA, here locally, they do it. That's who does it for my wife's podcast.
Who is it?
Studio USA, they're local. She films there and pays them to film there. They in turn do that as part of the service for her.
Gotcha.
But there are companies online that do it time and again. You can pay for it little. Here's the reality is you can get the transcription and ChatGPT will turn it into a blog post for you. ChatGPT will bite it up into bite-sized digestible morsels, right? You can take that. You just need the company to say, hey, take the video, chop the video up for me and give me a transcription of it. Probably get it for less money than $500, right? But it's just going to cost you a few more hours by going in and doing that. That's just a sample to play that GEO game. Because the first thing that we have to do with AI is figure out how do we get it to find us. It's going to take a little while. It's a long-term play, but it's less long-term than you think because it learns faster than you think it does. But consistency, both in content and in your information, is how it's going to begin to find you. Does that help?
Yep.
Okay. If you've not gone on the journey, every time I've had this conversation, somebody grabs me after it and says, hey, can we talk about AI? I'm so behind the 8 ball. I've not started this at all. I am by no means an expert in AI, although it seems like everybody comes and asks me about it. And maybe I'm farther along than I realize I am, but it doesn't feel like I'm far along at all. But all I did, it was this time last year, it was October of last year, that I decided I need to figure this AI thing out. And I simply started by asking it 3 questions every morning and 3 questions every night. It became a part of my journaling process. In the beginning, the questions I asked were like Googling something. But the same way, if you listen to John Maxwell, Tony Robbins, any leadership, self-development person, they will tell you the most valuable skill you can have is asking great questions. It's the most valuable skill you can have. It is no different in AI. The best thing you can do is ask, if you ask it simple questions, think about this. Everybody in the world is asking AI the same question that it's going to the same database. So what do you think the answers are?
Same.
The same, very similar, right? So if you want to be a differentiator and step out, you've got get really good at asking questions. AI-driven leader uses a model for prompting called CRIT, C-R-I-T. You give it context. I am trying to develop a new course for business planning, right? Then you're going to give it, and you kind of bring the whole context down of what you need to do, right? Then you ask it, you assign it a role. I always C-R-I-T. You assign it a role. I need you to play the part of an expert course writer and a long tenured real estate minded business owner. Then you ask it to interview you. Here's a little hint. Ask it to interview you 1 question at a time. Otherwise, it's going to pop out 20 questions right there and you're going to go. And if you're anything like me, I get so frustrated because I start answering question number 1 and then I answer it and I hit enter and it starts going off on question number 1. I was like, I haven't even answered the second question yet. I get mad at it. I also type into my chat most of the time. I only talk to it if I'm driving. And that's very rarely because I feel a little weird talking to it. It's a little creepy to me. Especially after I found out that people were engaged to Chat 4.0. Did y'all hear this? I didn't stutter. That's what I said. People were engaged in their mind to Chat 4.0. This was a big hubbub. This summer when Chat came out with Chat 5.0, people were thinking about filing a class action lawsuit because it changed the personality of their fiance. Now, they never did because I think some lawyer finally said, I can't even do that. Like, I'm not going to make any money on this. And it's not like, I'll do anything for money. So that's what I imagine happened in the law office. I'll do anything for money, but this is not going to make me any money. So I find it a little creepy. So I type. So number 1, ask it to interview. And then the last one is the task. So context, role, interview, task. And put it all in there at once. Once you're done interviewing me, I want you to create an outline for what this course could be. A facilitator guide, a full participant guide, a slide recommendations. Put it all in there as you go through it. And see what it spits out to you. And remember, you're going to do a little. The little is that prompt. It's going to do a big work, and then you're going to work down as you go through it a little bit at the end because you have to clean up a lot of mess as it goes through there. Yeah?
Just for any of you who want more information, I have the AI playbook for large language models. I have that in my office. I also have the AI-driven leader. I have all the notes for the 3 sections of the book. I also have any of the books that he's talking about. I have them in my office if you'd like to check them out. All of that.
I'm glad she listens to me. Here is another, I'll give you another little pointer that I also do is I write my prompts on another app. So like I'm an Apple guy, so I use Apple Notes, either on my phone or I write on my iPad. I'm a gadget guy, I'm not a tech guy, so I don't know how technology works, but I own all of Apple's products. So I got the gadget, and I can use the gadget, I just couldn't tell you how the gadget works, right? So I use Notes. I go in and I write my full prompt in Notes because I like to organize my thoughts, look at it, make sure it's what I want it to say. Because if not, what you have to do inside of ChatGPT, Claude, Perplexity, Gemini, is you just have to go stream of consciousness, typing away, right? Which is okay if you're talking to it, right? But if you're just typing into it, you got to go stream of consciousness into it. And I want my thoughts a little more organized to make sure I'm getting it, asking it the question. If I ask a great question, I get a great answer. So I want to ask that. That's just a little subject for me as well. I started by just asking questions every day. I got better at the questions that I asked. I started asking those prompts, writing them in a separate format so that I could put them in there and do it. And I follow some form of a conversation of a format like a crit, a rice. There's a bunch of those out there that do it. Just find one, start with that. There's going to be different reasons you use AI that are going to result in different needs of types of prompts. Like I don't need it, if I'm having it take P&Ls and crunch them and compare them to one another and find out who's winning here and there, I don't need it to interview me about that. So I ask a different question. Yeah.
We also have AI Collaborative once a month in this market center on the first Thursday of every month at 1:30. AI, we got it.
So brain dump.
So here's what I say. So we'll do this real quick. So we have GEO, right? First of all, we're talking about your lead gen engine. First thing you're going to do is what? You're going to go find your top 2 or 3 sources, and you're going to figure, how do I get 1 point better at this? Then the next thing you're going to do is figure out, what's my strategy for GEO going to be? And then the third thing you're going to do is jump into your visionary brand. We talked earlier about what a visionary brand is. I'm not going to do the exercise for time's sake that's here, but I am going to give you what my closing line is. Put $300 in your budget next year to take brand in a day. Brand in a day. It will be in this market center. If it's not already scheduled, it will be here. We're providing it in Go. It's a $300 class that you come in here and you spend all day working with Colette and her AI engine that she has created to build, to tweak, build from scratch whatever you need to do with your personal brand. It will help you discover your color palette. It will help you, I won't ask Tina what you spent for that company that helped you do it before, right? The first time around, you don't have to say, but I can tell you they're anywhere usually from $3,000 to $6,000 or up to play in that game. They will create your color palette. They'll create what's called your brand voice. What that means is how it sounds the same all over the internet it goes through. They'll come down and create like what your fonts need to be, like all of this stuff that will come out of that we pay thousands of dollars to high-end companies to get. You can come in here for $300 because Colette has created an AI private network engine of all of her information and knowledge that she has put into this and all the studying that she's done, to where you'll be able to sit in there. She's going to give you prompts to ask it, and it's going to ask you questions, and you're going to turn around and walk out of here with a brand in a day.
The next one is December 2nd.
December 2nd, I think, is in Dallas Metro North. Yeah. You can always drive up there if you want to go. But it'll be here in this market center. I don't know what month she's trying to. I've just told her she's got to go to 2 a month. She can't do 1 a month. I said, we have 13 market centers. You can't be a year to get this done. We need this done in the first quarter of next year.
Christine?
We're working on it.
I didn't mean to throw you on the bus, Christine. There's a part of that has been Colette was originally trying to do 1 a month. And she was just trying to get that out there. So we told her, you got to speed this. This is important. I told her, I'm going to go teach business planning clinic in almost every single one of our offices. And it's part of their homework is to sign up for your course. So it needs to be there quickly. And I can imagine, I'm sure you could say $300 to get all of that is exactly. You don't know, she just said that's a hell of a good time. That's a deal. Beyond imagining a deal, right? All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We just talked a lot on that. I want you to go do whatever you need to do for 10 minutes, but I want you to be back at 2:15, so it's taking like 13 minutes, and we're going to wrap up.
There's more popcorn coming.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's beautiful. That's wonderful. I see it out online all the time.
I'm working on mine now, but I thought about $3,000 and I'm about to put this back.
I'm so mad I spent all
Listen,
that
y'all
money.
need to show-
And then she
show
was
me
gonna set up a photo shoot for me. And we were actually gonna just split it. Because it was like 30 pictures or something. We were gonna split it. And then, yeah, so do everything else. Then I'll get up at 7:05 to schedule a photo shoot. And she said we would work there. I think that people do that. It's just.
I know, I just got message from okay.
Lots of public.
This went require loss, the insurance, and then I sent that
We have agents on
message to this
Room ship.
guy. He said we always need it, and I was like, yeah, this.
Well, one of the things about this,
I know, I really discussed it. Oh, no, I don't want to say you all, but I just can't see how I would.
Oh, wow.
You know what?
Facilitator guy just got slides. It knows all of
I didn't want to send this number for
Add it to, or should I take the models out of
for a
that?
reason that I did not make it.
Gave me 2 outlines of possibilities, and I took them to Holly and Teresa and a couple of agents.
Just restarted on Monday.
Everybody said, right, they picked the one that was basically when you write it from scratch and add in an economic model, add in a budget conversation, add in.
Not what I was, not what I was expecting.
Coming back wrong, but now it's doing this, no one. I mean, I can take this on and move it to a different lane, that no, it doesn't do
Business
that,
plan.
that's
Yeah.
required.
Okay, no, the traditional, traditional, say 2 hours, should maybe now it's crazy. But I think if the market's in the news. It would have been a lot to digest, but, still not full.
Well, and I would say business planning for me is, you got my numbers. Yeah. You got that, we're gonna take time to make sure we get. And what I would rather do is a conversation around.
Yeah, that's me.
All this stuff.
I don't have the address here, but yeah.
And everyone.
Everyone, yes, everyone.
And I'm like, these business people, when I went out,
Yes, the second.
make sure.
The first one's mine, I sent.
I couldn't get an answer.
Thank you.
Really good.
Yeah, I like this. I like that. Yeah, because you identified this. And it's always been, who's nailed the lead side?
Well, the reality is.
Solved a lot.
You know how many times, so I taught this class since 2014. Business, I taught traditional business. And, in that time, as I've been doing it, most people walk out of there thinking, okay, what lead sources do I need? And I have watched so many agents go out there and spin wheels, try new things.
I'm jumping.
Sample that, sample this. And I actually started doing that piece and representing traditional business plan clinic, which is, I don't want you to think of the new, like, I said, Mark, there's a current lead source, new lead source section in the business plan clinic. Draw an X with this. You're not gonna add one next year. If you do add one, it needs to be at least halfway through the year, because you've gotten better at these and you looked at it and said, I need another.
It was so funny when you got to that. We're still a postcard. We're still a postcard.
abnormal again.
And one of the things about this, you know, when we know when the postcards come out, we can always call our clients and they'll say, hey, if you make that dish, or if you make that dessert, rule is you have to invite us over. And, you know, and they just love it. We get all this, I make that strawberry lunch, come on, please.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of thing. I think 2 years ago, we had went from, it used to be one a month, then we went, during the pandemic time, we like, we better go one every other month and all that. We saw the growth. We saw it. And so we went back to one a month and following up once a month with the postcards and all that. And then the other thing we do, especially this time of year, because, you know, how you call them, give people auto and all that. We always tell them, hey, free refills. All you gotta do is call us.
Yeah.
Free refills. And so we do our free refills. Come up here for the holidays. And we go drop them off. We go to your home, do that visit. So now with, you know, yeah, you just jump on here if you want free refills.
Yeah, click on here. Let's me through this.
Absolutely, yeah. And just double down on it. Double down on it. You think there's something your neighbor?
Well, you also could, I mean, think of this, you could also have home hub. I don't know exactly how.
You gonna run into me?
You could go put past recipe. Hey, if you
Oh.
that, you can go to home hub and find the one that you lost.
Okay. Wow, okay, but still.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's really good. And that's the way it is. Because I thought about that, say, hey, I'm not number one is for sure.
But you could say,
AI playbook. I have one in my office.
Anybody need the playbook?
They're thinking about popcorn. That's what they're thinking about. They're thinking about popcorn. Yeah, they're thinking about popcorn. Jefferson!
All day class right here.
Oh, what's up?
Tommy's gonna be the tiredest by the end of the day. He's gonna be looking for
Well,
a
this
break.
is his 7th business planning. Like he's
I
gonna
did one yesterday too.
he's gonna start twitching.
I got one tomorrow.
Nah, you did. What are you teaching at tomorrow?
I think Tyler.
Oh wow.
You gotta start at 7. You gotta leave here at 4.
No, we're starting at 10, but I gotta be there. I'll probably leave here at 6. I got there, make sure there's not some freaky. Yeah, let's make sure there's not some freaky wreck or something up there. That early in the morning, I can get out of there a little bit easier. Teresa and I, for the first 3.5 years of marriage, we lived in Longview.
You know, Leon's always gonna give you the right information.
We're from Shreveport, so I'm pretty familiar.
Okay.
You're from Freeport? Yeah. I knew I heard it in you.
Sure, you can be in,
No, it's just smooth.
I never go to Dallas. I went to Dunkin'.
Don't stop it. Don't stop it. Yeah, not. So my friends come stop.
Was that ALC's goal, like everybody make $500,000 and do SAC?
They call him Stock.
Only if you was in my brain.
Was it a run DMC Tommy, Liam's taking our picture.
Liam's taking our picture.
Steinbon. Or the Great Stein.
When that goes viral, let us know. You're gonna have to know.
I don't charge unless it goes viral.
And make sure all say we're looking for royalties, Eddie.
Tommy, do you know is Ann gonna talk about home hub and
I know she's doing a broker chat tomorrow. I'm sure it's hot on her mind. Because she's really big in shopper score. She loves that terminology, shopper score.
Was she excited about it now? That's what she said.
All right, let's start working back together. We're going to get done so we can get out of here.
All right, let's do this.
I'm not gonna lie, that popcorn's making me jealous. Smells good. No, I don't want to do it while I'm teaching. I'll take a bag with me though for the ride home. That's for darn sure I will. Okay, go back to the office first. All right, so homework assignments, just to catch you up because I erased them all off the board. You're going to listen to the Upside podcast with Smokey. Right? You're going to identify your 9 processes. Right? We gave you the list of those. You're going to identify them. You're going to get them out of your head on paper. You're going to go away. You're going to come back, put them down like what you forgot, and then you're going to simplify it. You cannot scale a complex system. Right? Then you're going to identify your top 2 to 3 lead sources. You're going to give yourself a grade of 1 to 10. You can't say 7. And then you're going to ask yourself, how do I get 1 point better at these? What can I do to make them 1 point better? You're going to upload your contacts into Home Hub. And then you're going to begin to you're going to clean your database up. You're going to start learning and thinking about using these predictive analytics. And then you're going to secure a landing page that we can start using in January to drive business there. And then you're going to find out what are the top questions that are being asked about the subject you want to be thought of as a leader in. Right? So those are what we have so far. This is a part of the course that we would normally talk budget, and we're going to spend 5 minutes talking on it. And I'm going to tell you why. Whether I teach agent financials or business planning clinic, all of a sudden everybody starts to ask me questions about, well, should I do this? Should I do that? What about this? What about that? And guess what I have to say all the time? You should ask your CPA. You should ask your tax attorney. You should ask your CPA. You should ask your tax attorney. And I'm going to just tell you, same way I just told you to budget for that. If you are not using a CPA to do your taxes and your budget for you, then this year you're going to budget. It'll probably cost you about $600 to get it done. I don't care if your spouse is great at it. I don't care if you enjoy doing it yourself. And I'm going to tell you why. My father passed away in 2019. I told you that earlier. He was a brilliant financial mind. The joke used to always be, so my dad figured out how to make deals work. That was his deal. So I used to always joke and say, Dad, you are a genius with everybody else's money. Because he never really jumped in. He just put deals together for people. And that was what he did. He loved to do it. He also loved to do taxes. So he's one of 8 kids. And literally he would do all of his brothers and sisters, mine and my brother's taxes for us every year as well as his own. He was very good at it. He loved doing it. Filed an extension because he couldn't do all of us in the time that he needed to do it. But my dad also was the first person to teach me that 75% of audits that are randomly selected every year come from the people that file by April 15th. Only 25% come from the people that file by now October 15th. So look at that. My dad passed away in 2019. 2020 comes around and it's the first year for I'm going to have to hire somebody to do my taxes. But I'm still feeling a little sentimental. So I think, I'm going to honor my dad and I'm going to file my own taxes. I look back at 2019 tax return. It's 72 pages long. I don't have any business writing a 72-page comic book. Much less filing a 72-page legal document with the Internal Revenue Service. But I did it. 2020's taxes, so 2021, I hired a CPA to go that route. We're no longer doing this as we come. Anyway, fast forward to June of this year. So I'm going to be really open raw with this. June of this year, I go to the mailbox. There's a letter to Teresa and I. The IRS would like to audit us. Guess what year they want to look at? 2019. Not any of the ones my dad did. Not any of the ones that the CPA has done since then. They're looking at the 1 year that I did it. And I'm just going to let y'all know, I am going to owe them money. I promise you, I am just as anybody else in the country. I don't mean to simplify anything. I know that there are people that are missing out on benefits and this and that, but I am right there with anybody on let's get this dang government back open. And I'll tell you why, because they're not finishing audits during the shutdown. And it's just lingering over my head. And I'm like, can we just get this done? Like we were in the middle of it, and I don't even remember what we talked about up to this point again. Can we just get this over with and get out of the way so that it's done? I can write my check and take my medicine and go home. Because I know in 72 pages, there is no time. So here's what I'm going to tell you to do in the budget model. Go to kellerinc.com. There are resources on kellerinc.com. You can go in there. Basically, you look at the books. You select Millionaire Real Estate Agent, and it'll have a thing that says, here, click here. You get all the resources to the Millionaire Real Estate Agent that you want to. On there, what you're going to find when you chop in there and you do it, there's one that says the MREA Chart of Accounts. Download that file and take it to your CPA. If you do not have a CPA, go find you a CPA. If you don't have a CPA that you use, ask them, hey, do you think I could use the Augusta rule? If they don't know what you're talking about, go to the next one.
You say MREC?
Huh? The MREA Chart of Accounts. That stands for Millionaire Real Estate Agent. The Millionaire Real Estate Agent book. In our world here at KW, it's an acronym. We just call it the MREA. You probably learned we got a lot of acronyms that we use around here and a lot of our own terminology, again, because cultures have language.
It's not coming up.
Kellerinc.com. INK. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm sorry. Like, it's the publishing page. Yes, Keller Inc. Got it. Sorry. .com. Sorry, yeah, Keller Inc., like writing the book. Take it and get one. Again, if you do not have one there. But here's the reality of this. I'm just going to tell you one thing that I know about individual agents and their budget. When I coach and consult with agents, bigger teams, not so much. Small teams, individual agents, the most common thing that's out of model on the budget is we don't spend enough money on lead generation.
What other book did you say to look for besides the MREA book?
You're looking on the resources for the MREA book.
Oh, okay.
It's the MREA book's resources. We actually don't spend enough money on lead generation. We're supposed to spend about 12% according to model. So, I mean, we go back there and look at that to give us an idea. If you got that $500,000 GCI, that's about, and when we're looking at that as we're going through, in order for us to do 12%, we're looking at about $51,000, $52,000 that we're looking at spending. Yep. And we usually don't spend it. Now, with that being said, don't say, well, here's how I'm going to get 1% better. I'm going to go from 4% to 12 on January 1. No. Right? We're going to work our way up, and we're going to play what we call red light, green light along the way. Because if you're at 4%, what would it look like if I went to 6? How much of an increase in that? Where would I spend that money to make me 1 point better at one of these things? And then I'm going to look at it, and I'm going to say after the first month, all right, it's actually working. I'm starting to see it get done. I'm going to take this. I'm going to keep going green light. Any moment that you sit there and it's like, okay, this isn't giving me my return, red light, stop. I'm also a big fan. I will pay just a couple of extra bucks a month to do a month-to-month subscription to anything rather than an annual. Because if I hit a red light, I want to be able to cancel and get out of it. All right, I want to be able to cancel and get out of it when I do. Probably that's the number one thing that I see. The second thing I was just tell you is visit your money often. You should, like the MREA, when you look at it, if you read the book, it talks about having a P&L. Those chart of accounts gives you a balance sheet and a P&L. I like to also put a cash statement on top, which is just what the raw cash flow looks like that's going on. Those three things together, you should look at twice a month, minimum. Smokey told me, one of the first things I learned about Smokey, he said changed his world, was he actually has a business meeting with his family he had once a week. He Started with his wife, then when his kids got old enough, he brought them in, and they talked about here's treating our family like a business. This is what the business looks like. So this is cash flow, this is budget, this is all this stuff. They did it every week to teach his kids to think like that, to think like business owners. Visit your money often as you're doing it. Make it a practice. You should, as soon as your CPA gets the books closed for the month, you should sit down and look at it. What's the budget versus the P&L, meaning what's my budgets versus my actuals? How do I look at that and see where that's going, right? And then that's when I can begin to tell red light, green light. Then halfway through the month, you look at, okay, what's the cash flow look like that's coming in? You're probably, your balance sheet's not going to change in halfway through the month, but you can look at it and see, okay, so what are we projected to do this month, and do I need to pull any levers as we're going? Right? It is not a one-time fix it and forget it. It is both your balance sheet, your budget, and your cash flow statement are tools to help you manage your finances. All right? And we talked earlier about just having the process that you need in there as you do it. So as you put that together, I want you thinking that way about your business and about your budget. I would normally sit down and tell you how we break out a budget, how we build a budget. Again, go get somebody to do it for you. It is worth $50 a month to not get that letter saying that you're getting audited. Or here's the better deal. You might get a letter that says you're going to get audited, because they do that randomly. They don't just go select. So they're going to look at it and say, hey, you're getting audited. But at least you can go, whew. I know Mary's got that, and she'll be able to take care of it for you, right? I also, if you do get a letter from the IRS like that, go get a tax attorney. Don't go to your CPA. Go get a tax attorney to represent you through that process, because they know how, they don't know like just the tax laws. They know how to fight things, and you need them on your side to be able to do that. My tax attorney that I went and hired, he told me, I loved them, and he told me real estate agents are his favorite people, because they mess their taxes up like crazy, or they just don't file them at all. Yeah. He told me I had a client that came to them with this CPA. Client hadn't filed taxes in 23 years. So he went to his CPA, hired a CPA and said, I haven't filed taxes in 23 years, I need you to help me. So what did the CPA do? He went down and he went cha-ching. And so he went back, the CPA, all right, well, let's get this started. Let's start with the oldest and work our way forward. So he started 23 years ago, put 8 years together, 9 years together, filed them, and then was like, this is too much. Like, we need to go talk to an attorney. So he took them to a tax attorney. They sat down. Tax attorney goes, why did you file those? So what a tax attorney knows is this.
You don't file.
They're only going to go back, all the IRS cares about is 6 years.
Wow.
But let me tell you what the IRS does have is a rule that says if you file it, you owe it. His 9 years of taxes were over $500,000. That he would not have had to pay had he gone to a tax attorney first. The way you laugh like that is evil. I just want you to know that was awfully evil. Wow. Anyway, they do. They really only look at the last 6 years, which is why I thought that the universe was just, I thought I'd done something to God and he's mad at me. And then I realized, no, they just went back as far as they care and looked at that and said, let's audit there. It was 6 years ago.
Just so happened to be
6 years ago, and it just so happened to be the year that of all years I wish it wouldn't have done. Right? Because if it was the year of 2020, if it was that, I'm guaranteed I'd been like, okay, I feel confident. I'm not going to have to write a check. I can defend this. Right? They've got all the documentation of what we did and all of this stuff. But this year, I got to wait for the government. Hopefully they're going to vote today and the government's going to open and I get to finally find out what I actually owe. After, I'll try to get that done this year and out of the way. Right before Christmas, you can find out exactly what's going to be in there. I'll also say this about your budget. When you're doing your budget, if you have a spouse that doesn't work with you in your business, you've got to look at it holistically as well. But when you look at it holistically, you've got to, bless you, you've got to take into account your lifestyle, not your expenses. Your net income needs to fund your lifestyle, and your lifestyle is going to change throughout life.
Yes.
Your life, and I don't mean like you're going to make more money and enjoy doing more things. My lifestyle is I like to go on trips. It's my lifestyle. But you know, my lifestyle is also, my mom is, you know, now without my dad and 75 years old, and I just have unexpected expenses. I jokingly say my mom is a line item on my budget now, right? It just happens. I have twin 13-year-old girls who are, you know, going to go to prom the same year together. I didn't even think about that until somebody told me how much prom costs these days, and I was like, oh my God. Like those mums. If you don't, which by the way, Teresa nor I are crafty enough to make that. So we're gonna.
You don't have to make them all.
It still costs a lot.
He has to do the money.
Yeah, you don't, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I got to do the corsage. Yeah, I get that.
That's what I was gonna say.
College.
I'm very, very crafty, and to make them, depending on where you go, it's actually not that bad.
Yeah. Well, you should look at Holly's Facebook page. Holly Serbin at Go Company. She makes them. She makes the big one. They're crazy. Like also, I don't remember being that way when I was a kid. But I got prom, cars, college, weddings, extra guns. All while my mom is getting older and needs some. My lifestyle's changing. My lifestyle is going to be different over the next several years, and it's been in the several years coming up. So when even your economic model, think about your lifestyle. When you're doing your budget, don't just look at what you need to live. Look at what you need for the lifestyle you want to live. A life worth living includes the lifestyle that you need to have. Also think of it there's a thing called the LID exercise, lifestyle, investments, debt. You should also think of investments. Truly being wealthy is you have enough assets earning revenue for you to fund your lifestyle. Gary calls it being truly wealthy is you have enough passive income to fund your purpose. That includes your lifestyle. Right? So if you think about that, if your lifestyle is a $200,000 a year lifestyle, that means, and we know we can get about 10% return on our investments, then that means we need $2 million worth of revenue generating income or assets to be able to make $200,000 a year. So you got to look at that and figure out, okay, if I want to do that over a 10-year period, that means I need an extra $200,000 to pay for my $200,000 lifestyle and buy $200,000 worth of investments this year. And if I've got $120,000 worth of debt, then I want to figure out I want to pay that off in 3 years. I'm going to cut that down and do 4. I will also tell you, I love Dave Ramsey. Second best book I read this year, besides AI Driven Leader, was Build a Business You Love by Dave Ramsey. Brilliant book. Entrepreneur's heaven to read that book. I'm just telling you. But you know Dave Ramsey, he's a stickler about pay that debt off first.
What was the name again?
Build a Business You Love. But here's what I know. Here's what I know. I have a 4 3/4% mortgage. And my 4 3/4% mortgage is I'm paying less in that leverage than I'm making in a 10% return. So some debt ain't bad. Now, if you've got a 20% credit card, that's the debt you get rid of. Right? You don't just go say all debt. Don't create all leverage is not equal. Not all debt is equal. Some of it is leverage, some of it is debt. Right? And so make sure you're paying attention to that. And if those are words that you're not familiar with and don't understand, hey, that's fine. You're going to hire a CPA next year, and they're going to talk to you about that stuff. Right? So that's my budget model conversation. We're not going to sit down and build this out and go through all these exercises because the reality is we ain't got no business doing that. We need a system that runs our finances of how we deal with money. Part of that system needs to be a CPA. And you can give them the chart of accounts to make that work. Good? Good deal? Good deal. All right, so let's talk about future-proofing our business through our organization model. There's a book, great book out there called Who Not How. It is by Dan Sullivan and Benjamin Hardy. It is the concept. Smokey Garrett taught me this very, very early on in working with him. And that is the number one question you ask in leadership is who? I'm going to tell you that's changing. Because I think the first question you ask in leadership is, can AI help me do this? And then once you find out from AI and what AI can do, now I turn around and I say, all right, who do I need to help me get AI to do this? Right? Because the world is changing in the organization. Remember, the MREA org model is a 7-level model. It's page 202 of the Millionaire Real Estate Agent book. It starts with level 1. And in page 202, it says sales and operations. And it says level 1. And guess what it says on both columns? You. Because at level 1, you do everything. All right, level 2, we hire an admin. Level 3, we hire a second admin. Now, the book actually calls it a transaction coordinator, but actually, if you listen to Top Agents talk about it, it's a second admin. And the reason you hire a second admin is you don't need a second admin until you are ready to add sales help to your team. So you hire the second admin when you're about to add sales help. I'll give you an example. Let me draw this for you. I'll show you what I mean. You can, as an individual agent, level 1 of the MREA, you can do roughly 25 to 30 transactions consistently and maintain momentum and speed in your business. Right? When I took over at Preston Road, I noticed a phenomenon for the first 3 years I was co-team leader there. The same agent never won individual of the year in a row. They would do, and it was like, they would do like 49, I think it was the first year, 51, somebody did one year, and then the next year they were like number 3 in the office. And I made a hypothesis, and my hypothesis was is they're burnt out. They're crushing themselves to do 50 units all by themselves. They might have an admin, but even in that, they're burning and crushing themselves out. So I will tell you, I say 25 to 30 units because it's that 25 to 30 unit mark that allows you to keep the speed of business that you're at so your growth can continue to happen. You don't hit a ceiling and slow down. What happens, remember in the E to P scenario, when you hit a ceiling, you don't stay at the ceiling, you actually bounce off the ceiling and come down a little bit. Right? So then level 2 is where we come out here and we hire admin 1. That's going to help us get to 50 to 60 transactions.
This is a year.
A year, yep. Gary Keller says this about in the creation of the CV process. When you hire an admin, you are not hiring somebody for the year, you're hiring them for 90 days. You're not paying a $60,000 a year salary, you're paying $15,000 for the first 3 months. And you should be able to tell in that 90-day time, are they going to help you double your business? Are you seeing the path of how that's going to happen? Right? Then you hire admin 2. As I said before, you hire admin 2 when you're ready to hire buyer's agent over here. I'll add them in just a minute, level 4. Or agent for sales help for your team. Why do I hire them? Because if you don't, and you hire, so if we say this, so I'll just tell you, admin 2 probably take you 75, 80 units. And that gets you ready for, I'm going to call it, the traditional model was buyer's agent, and that should take you to 100 to 120 units. Right? And you can peak those numbers a little bit once you get there, but if you want to keep growing and building, that's kind of where you're going to roll and see. A lot of people will turn around and hire sales help with admin 1. When you do that out of order, there's 2 reasons not to do that. I'm going to show you the second one in just a second. But the first reason you don't do that is because one of 2 things is going to happen. You're going to burn out this person, or you're going to tick off this person. I've seen this happen time and time again. This agent is handling the workload of 2 people, the admin 1 is, and they get burnt out, and you lose a great administrative ops person. Or at some point in the process, they have to prioritize your work or their work? And guess who comes first? Should be your work. You're writing a check. Right? If it ain't your work, we got another question going on. Right? And so therefore you either burn out this person or tick off this person. Right? Level 5 is we're just, honestly, I put these 4 up here and stop here because level 5 is just adding more of this. It's adding different types of help. It's adding this and that. Level 6 is simply you don't go on appointments anymore. If you ever want to know if y'all haven't learned, I like to simplify things as simple as possible in my definition. The difference between level 5 and level 6 is you don't go on listing appointments. That's the only difference. You are the CEO of the company. And then the difference between level 6 and level 7, there's 2 differences. You hire a CEO of the company and you make less money. Because you're hiring a CEO and you're probably giving a profit margin, this and that. Most 7-level businesses, you're going to make 10 to 15% of the profit while they're running the rest of it out there going. But it's just the way that works. And it's called the myth of the 7th level, is you make less money. But it's designed that way. You're supposed to get time to go invest in other things and build more other stuff while somebody else completely runs it for you. The best example of a 11-7 team that I know of are the McKissicks. Jimmy and Linda McKissick built a huge business. Jimmy's brother Brad runs the McKissick real estate team out of Denton. Jimmy and Linda talk to him at Christmas and Thanksgiving and family events. They don't really talk to him about the business anymore. Brad runs it all, and they make a percentage of profit because they built it. And that's what they gave you. The second reason you don't build out of order in this is dollar per hour. And I'm just going to take a few more minutes to discuss this. So we're going to go a little bit past 2:45. My dad, when I was 10 years old, 1982, my dad comes up to me and says, I want you to mow the yard. I'm going to pay you $10 for it. And I said, why only $10? And he said, because it's going to take you about an hour, and I think your time is worth $10 an hour. And I said, why do you think my time is only $10 an hour? And he said, because no one else in this neighborhood is going to hire you to mow the yard, and I'm willing to pay you $10, and it's going to take you about an hour. So your time is worth $10 an hour. Your time is what somebody's willing to pay you for it. That's what he told me. Okay? Your dollar per hour is what somebody's willing to pay you for it. You think it's worth more than that, but it's kind of like a baseball card. Anybody in here remember baseball card days with the Beckett and the baseball card? It would tell you it was worth this amount of money, but then I was always going to go, where am I going to find somebody that's willing to pay that? Like this Hannes Wagner card was always in there. It was worth $2 million in like the 80s. And I'm like, ain't nobody going to pay $2 million for a baseball card, no matter what kind of shape it's in. Nowadays they will, but it's been 40 years since then, right? It's another 40 years older. So I got off that and I said, oh, really? Well, what's your time worth? I told you I have a smart aleck side. And my dad immediately popped back. He goes, it's $85 an hour. And I go, why do you think that? And he said, because somebody's willing to pay me that. And I was like, oh, okay. That was what my dad made as president of the bank in 1982. Made $85 an hour. And it came out as a salary, but that's what it was. And I was like, okay. So I kind of got it. I went and mowed the yard and moved on. But it impressed in me so much. I'm standing here now 43 years later talking about it. But I view my time as what's it worth. If something worth me paying for, it is all a balance of what it would cost me to do myself. Right? So when I became team leader of Rockwall, I would drive 30 minutes there, about 40 back, because traffic in the afternoon is always a little worse. Right? I have a theory for that. I think we all go to work at different times, but we all go home about the same time. Right? So in the morning, some people leave at 6, some people leave at 8:30. Right? So you have it kind of more spread out. So it took me about 30 minutes there, about 40 minutes back. And I was talking to Brian Wiest again. I was talking to Brian Wiest. And he was like, so how long does it take you to get here? And I was like, oh, only about 30 minutes. And he goes, how do you come? And I go, down George Bush. And he goes, oh, man, what does that cost you? And I was like, $6 a day, $30 a week. And he was like, God, that's expensive. Like, he goes, God, that's expensive. I go, well, what else do you want me to do, Brian? Do you want me to go down 30 to 635 to 75 and up and over? Or you want me to go all the way up 72 up through Lavon and then over across Lake Lavon and in that way? Like, both of those are going to add at least 45 minutes, probably an hour each way. And I said, I know you don't think highly of me, but I promise you my time is worth more than $3 an hour, because I'm spending $30 a week and I would take 10 hours to not spend that $30. It's $3 an hour. So the first time that I opened page 202 of the Millionaire Real Estate Agent, what I saw was an example of how to increase the value of my time. I didn't necessarily see how to leverage, get stuff off my plate, or how to work easier. I saw this can increase the value of my time. And let me show you. So I went and did a bunch of research, and I found some stuff, and I've got it. It's still to this day. NAR says that the average real estate transaction takes 50 hours. Listings probably take a little less than that. Buyers might take a little bit more, depending on the market, where we're at, right? So if we use the number that we did earlier, I'm going to actually drop it down. It'll make my math a whole lot easier if y'all don't mind. But let's just say we make $10,000 per transaction. That means I make $200 an hour as an individual single agent. Boom. Now I'm going to bring leverage in, and I'm going to hire admin one. Now here's the reality. I would like to look at admin one and say I can hire one person that's going to take away all of the 80%. But the truth is you're still doing some of the administrative work with admin one, because not one person can't do it all. So what you do is you actually give 20 hours away to admin one and you keep 30. And I'm going to be nice. I'm a good guy. I'm going to pay them $25 an hour. All right? $25 an hour over the top course of the year, that's almost 60 grand a year as I look at it. So, okay, so I'm going to pay them $500 for $25 an hour for 20 hours. I'm now making $9,500 for 30 hours. Or I just raised my dollar per hour. I don't know exactly, but it's roughly $315 an hour. By paying $25 an hour, I increased the value of my time by $115 an hour. Y'all following this logic? I'm not saying you get to work less. This only works if you continue to go bust your butt and get to these more units up there. But your value of your time, if you build according to model, you increase the value of your time. And if you build out of model, you decrease the value of your time. Now I'm going to add a second admin in. So guess what? I'm giving another 20 hours away, so I'm keeping 10. So look, if you notice this is roughly the 80-20 principle. I'm keeping 20% of the things that actually generate revenue. I'm giving away the 80% that doesn't generate revenue in this deal. What generates revenue for us in that 10%? Lead generation, lead follow-up, going on appointments, negotiating contracts, practice, and role play. That's what it is. That's the 20% of the activities that I'm doing on that activity. I'm paying another $500 to get that 20 hours taken care of. So now I'm netting $9,000 for 10 hours of work, or I just increased the value of my time to $900 an hour. That's more than many great lawyers get.
Which is why they wanted to see, they wanted us to.
So also, let me tell you this. I'm going to add an agent to my team. I have a lot of rainmakers that want me to come do this exercise for them to their team, because I will tell you that I'll prove to you right now that I don't ever need to pay anybody more than 50% if I run a team right. And the reason, so let me show you that. We do this same concept, but I'm going to take this 10,000 again. And here's what I'm going to do. I've got this, I still got this, but I'm going to take this 10 hours and I'm going to hand that off to an agent on my team. And I'm going to actually, I know it doesn't add up to 50, but don't worry about it. I have one. My 1 hour is I'm managing and leading my admin team, and I am coaching and consulting my buyer's agent. And that's my 1 hour. So I'm going to split this 50-50. I get 5,000, they get 5,000. So they're doing 10 hours of work. Here's how, if you build a team, this is how you keep good talent on your team. You keep them in their 20%. You keep them out of the weeds. The moment somebody starts having to do the 80% for their own business, they're going to question the value of paying you 50%. In the absence of value, price is a problem. There's an agent friend, real close friend of Teresa and I's. Their house flooded. She and her husband moved in with us for 10 days while their house got cleaned out. Was doing one of the freezes and when the pipes busted, right? She came with us. She was a buyer's agent on a team. She made $200,000 a year on a team by making 40%. 40%. So what on doing that per transaction? Because she paid 10% for a showing agent. She's a solid agent. She actually runs her own team now, but I remember even back then, I would think, man, she could run her own business easy. Like, she's a great agent. Like, she's a smart business person. But I watched what her business was like for 10 days while she lived in my house. She woke up, she went on Zoom, she role-played and script practiced and lead gen with her team for 2 hours. Then she followed up on leads, and then she had Zooms that were buyer consultations with anybody that she needed to have one with that was scheduled. And then when she had some that were ready to go, she sent the stuff off to the showing agent. The showing agent went and saw the property. At the end of showing property, she'd get on the phone with the showing agent. How'd it go? What do I need to know? She then would call the client. She was like the manager at the restaurant coming by and asking you how your meal was. She would talk to them if they wanted to write a contract. She wrote the contract. She put it up together, sent it in, negotiated it out, sent it off to the admin team, never touched it again. She literally lead generated, lead followed up, went on appointments, negotiating contracts. That's all she did all day, and role played and practiced. That's what she did all day long in my living room of my house for 10 days. On 40% of the GCI, she made $200,000 a year, and she didn't worry about a swinging thing. And she was so well leveraged on that team that she could go on vacation anytime she wanted to on a whim, and it just kept running just fine for her. And she was that valued. So this is what I would say. If you give them that 10%, look at her. She's making $500 an hour, or more, way more than you were making as an agent with an admin. If you have a buyer's agent on your team, the reason I will tell you don't ever need to give them more than 50% is because you need to tell them and show them what their dollar per hour conversation is. Yeah, you could make more, but you have literally 40 hours more time of stuff that you have to do per transaction without me. And then your time, you're still got to pay your $1,000 for the admins, but look at your dollar per hour and where it goes. The Millionaire Real Estate Agent is a process of you increasing the value of your time. If you build according to model, you increase the value of time. If you build out a model, let's look what happens. If you build out a model and you add sales help, before you add this second person, you do this. So one, you're going to burn this person out, you're going to tick this person off. But then y'all ever heard the old saying, you either have a maid or you are the maid, right? You got that? But this is what I've changed it slightly for my 13-year-old girls. I'm like, you either pay for the maid or you are the maid. It's slightly different with them, right? But look, if we do this, so this 20 hours, if you hire somebody and they don't do the job or you don't have somebody to do the job, who has to do it? So I take that 20 hours and I put it back over here. And I've got 21 hours and I've got $4,500 over here, or I've got about $250 an hour is what my time is. And if I do that roughly $250 an hour, I'm making less than when it was just me and an admin. This is why, you got it? Hi, everybody. This is why I see so many people start a real estate team and they build it out of order, and then they come back and they go, that's it. I'm going back to me and my admin. That's all I want to do. Because realistically, you were making more per hour than you were when you started building out of order. If you build according to the model, you increase the value of your time. If you build out of model, you decrease the value of your time. That's why it's important to build that way. And the last thing I want to say is this. I want to show you a picture. It really doesn't matter whether or not you can read this. I'm just going to point out to you. The one difference I would say in modern time about the org model, the one difference, this is the org model of a business that is in Utah and Phoenix, Arizona. Doesn't matter about anything other than, do y'all notice all these blue boxes? Those are AI bots. His chief strategist is an AI bot. His agent concierge is an AI bot. His legal shield is an AI bot. His recruiting assistant is an AI bot. He has built AI bots inside of his AI world, and they hold places. As you see up there, AI has joined his team. Well, one thing AI does is it does tasks for us and saves us time and becomes more efficient. The other thing it does for us is become a valuable part of our team if we do it right. And so I want to encourage you that, yes, there is this model. And normally where we do is we say, hey, build your future org model, and then say, what of your future org model, who's the next hire? Today I want to tell you this. I want you to build your last homework assignment, build your future org model. Organization, O-R-G, organization model. Yeah, build your future org chart for your business. And then ask yourself this. I'm going to give you a new order. Not who your next hire is, but here's the thing. What on that chart can I automate through AI, or who do I need to hire?
Can you repeat org? Organization chart?
Organization chart?
Yeah.
What can I automate through AI? Or who do I need to hire? What can I automate in AI, or who do I need to hire? That's the difference in the way that tomorrow's agent thinks versus the way yesterday's agent thinks. We're working on, we told y'all last time we were here, working on compliance inside of the Go Network. We're not going to be getting rid of people, but we will be relocating people out of the compliance department and into other areas of our business to help us grow and do certain things. Because we really can get away with just a couple of them, and they're manning the system once an AI bot is actually doing all of the compliance. Now we'll have to have an AI bot for New Mexico, an AI bot for Texas, an AI bot for Mississippi, and an AI bot for Tennessee. But we'll have one for all of those. And we'll be able to say, we're not going to fire it, we're going to just take stuff and go away. I told y'all before, I mean, imagine the beauty of when next year you get to take all your documents, you've got them in there, and you just upload it in, and instantaneously, hey, you missed a signature here, hey, you need this form, hey, you don't have that, literally instantaneously. Now, it's still going to tell you what you don't have and what you still need, and you're going to get mad at it. But at least you're going to get done fast. Because imagine if you upload it at 7 o'clock at night, at 7 o'clock in 1 second that you're going to need to you missed a signature here. And you can get that done before Monday ever rolls around. Right? I just want you to think about your future org chart a little bit differently. Have you added AI to your team? All right, I need 3 ahas before we leave today. So that's like a third of you talking. So give me one. Yeah.
Even before then, we've been utilizing AI because all of our back office stuff, we've been running it all through AI.
Yeah.
Even our emails, consistent emails that we send out, we've been running it all. And now we're trying to get it all automated.
Yeah.
So that way we don't even have to fool with it. Even our what do we call it? We have a control sheet, so that we can pass off to each other.
Yeah.
Just in case one is out the office or whatever. And so now we're trying to automate that with AI. And boy, some of the things that come out of us, I would have never thought about.
Yeah.
Life makes sense.
Well, and there's a little bit of a difference between automating something with AI, because you can go by, for example, if you want to automate your email, Fixer.ai is a beautiful service to automate your email for you. Pay them $30, $40 a month. It reads all of your emails. It prioritizes. It lets them know because it tells like this is one you need to respond to. This is one that's just informing you of something. And then you go into your draft folder, and it's already created sample emails to send out on all of them. You just got to read. And over time, it takes into mind how you correct and change it, and it starts to sound more and more like you. Probably within 30 to 60 days, it'll reply back just like you would, and nobody will know the difference. So that's it. Then there's I need to build an AI bot to do compliance. So those are two different kind of steps, but I kind of threw them into one is what can I automate with AI? Has AI joined my team? All right, another aha from the whole day. What did you get?
I'll share.
Yes.
Using Home Hub to lead gen.
Okay.
That was
Yes.
big, yeah.
Using Home Hub to lead gen, love that. I was talking to Ron real quick about that. You know, they send postcards with recipes on them. And I said, you know, one thing you could do with Home Hub is you can go put all the past recipes on there. And then one of the things you can communicate to people with is, hey, if you lost that recipe for that great strawberry pie, you can find it on your Home Hub. Right?
Full of great ideas.
Yes.
Anyone else? One more.
We have AI building that up. You know, we always had a playbook for everything. And when you were saying about, you know, for your buyers and sellers and this and that, we just ran it through AI.
Yeah.
And they built some amazing playbooks.
Well, and I'll say that, right? Remember, take your processes once you get them on paper.
Yeah.
Don't try to simplify it all by yourself. Use AI to help you do it. What am I missing? What's redundant? I promise you, those of you that have been doing this a little while, you're doing things. You're doing more than you probably have to do on those processes. And if you make it simple, you can scale it.
Yep.
All right, I appreciate you guys. It's 2:58. I got you out of here 2 minutes early. Not as fast as I wanted, but I do want you to remember I got you out of here 2 minutes early. Was this worth your time today?
Absolutely.
Thank y'all. I appreciate you.